2025 has been a year unlike any other. AI is changing the world at an astronomical pace. Jobs are being lost
to lay off over 12,000 job roles altogether. This time there is a clear culprit. It's artificial intelligence. If you're wondering whether AI is coming for your job, well, spoiler alert, it may already have.
and impossible things are possible now due to the advancements in AI. But besides tech growth, something else is also going on. Every day we are hearing news about tariff wars, proxy wars, and even straight up battlefield conflicts.
Donald Trump has dropped his tariff bomb. He will slap 25% tariffs on Indian goods. There's one problem though, India is not playing Trump's game. Reports say there is no ban on Russian crude. Trump announced that he was moving 2 nuclear submarines, so-called appropriate regions near Russia.
Ukraine and Russia escalate missile strikes and drone warfare.
And you know what? These wars, they are no longer just fought with guns and tanks. They are fought with code, with data, with digital sabotage as well. Look at this. According to Cyber Management Alliance, a group of Israeli hackers froze SEPA Bank and wiped $90 million in crypto from Iran's Nobitex exchange. That's not a movie. That's real, and it's just one headline in an endless stream of silent cyber battles. Every 39 seconds, a cyber attack takes place. Right now, as you hear this, someone's identity is being stolen, a company's database is being breached, a spyware is being installed, and a government is being manipulated. This is the world we live in now. Digital products, systems, and networks are under attack 24/7. And to stop this chaos, companies need warriors, skilled engineers who understand cybersecurity not as a buzzword but as a battlefield. Lisa Gevelberg, Google CMO, recently revealed that there is a global shortage of 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals. And you know what that means? If you've got the skills, you're not just employable, you are essential. And that's why we at Intellipaat have put together this free cybersecurity course for you to help you sit at the center of demand and thrive in your career. This isn't a theory-driven video, this is a practical transformation. This is a job readiness, this is power. Whether you are aiming to become a cybersecurity analyst, an ethical hacker, or a digital product defender, by the end of this course, you'll build the skills that the world desperately needs. So let's get started immediately.
What if I tell you that by 2028, humanity's collective data will reach a mind-boggling 394 zettabytes? Yeah, that is 394 followed by 21 zeros. And with AI technologies like ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, and self-driving cars, we are more connected and reliant on digital tools than ever before. And does this digital transformation also means we are more vulnerable to hackers and cyber threats? As technology continues to evolve, so do the threats. Cybercrime is on the rise, and it's not just something you read about in the news. Cyber criminals are targeting everything: hospitals, schools, even big tech companies. If cybercrime were a country, it would have the 3rd largest GDP right after the USA and China. And what's even more scary is that every time you shop online, every post you make on Instagram, and every hour you scroll on Snapchat, every click you make could potentially expose your personal information to hackers. And that's where cybersecurity engineers comes in. With the increase in cyber threat, companies across every sector, defense, healthcare, banking, tech, and education, desperately seek for professionals to protect their data. Whether it's securing medical records, safeguarding financial transactions, or preventing massive data breaches, the demand for cybersecurity talent is soaring. Right now, there are over 21,000 cybersecurity job openings in India alone. And globally, we are facing a gap of 5.5 million cybersecurity professionals by 2025. So how do you get started in this high-demand, high-paying field? If you are wondering how to become a cybersecurity engineer and be on the front lines of this digital battle, you are in the right place. In this video, I'll walk you through the roadmap starting from the basic and moving into more specialized cybersecurity skills. It's a journey that will take you from beginner to expert, and trust me, it's a path worth taking. So without any further ado, let's get started. Before we dive into the details, let's take a quick look at this roadmap to becoming a cybersecurity engineer. This structure path will help you understand the key skills, certification, and hands-on experience needed to enter this field. It all starts by mastering operating systems like Windows, Linux, macOS, along with learning of programming languages like Python, Rust, Go, And security tools like Kali Linux, Metasploit, and encryption technologies are crucial for ethical hacking and threat analysis. Certification also plays a major role. Beginners can start with CompTIA Security Plus, while advanced professionals can go for CEH, CISA, or CISSP. Networking and cloud security knowledge is essential as companies shift towards cloud-based infrastructure. Understanding concepts like zero trust, the CIA triad, and different cyber attack types strengthen your security foundation. Finally, real-world experience through bug bounty programs and projects like Password Analyzer or User Authentication System will help you build practical skills. Now that we have a roadmap in place, let's move on to the presentation where we will discuss each step in more detail and guide you on how to start your cybersecurity journey. So starting off with the very first pointer of who is a cybersecurity engineer. So a cybersecurity engineer is a professional who is responsible for protecting computer systems, network, and data from cyber threat. So type of cyber threat includes hacking, virus and malware, phishing, denial of service, and Trojans. Moving ahead to what does a cybersecurity engineer do? So as a cybersecurity engineer, your main job is to keep systems secure and protect data. But what does that actually mean? Let me break it down for you. First, network security. You will set up firewalls and monitor network to prevent unauthorized access. Second, threat detection and response. You will identify cyber threats early and take action before they cause damage. Then, security testing. You will run penetration tests to find weakness before hackers do. Then we have incident handling. If a cyber attack happens, you will be the one who is fixing it. Then we have compliance and policy enforcement. Many industries have strict cybersecurity rules and you will ensure that companies follow them. Then we have security awareness and training. You will also educate employees on how to stay safe online because let's be honest, humans are often the weakest link in the security. So now you are clear about what a cybersecurity engineer do. Let's talk about how much can you earn in being one. So cybersecurity is just not exciting, it really pays well. Here's a rough idea of what you can expect. So entry-level salary, less than 1 year, can expect a salary of around 4.7 LPA. Mid-career of experience between 5 to 9 years can expect a salary of 10 LPA. Then one having experience of 1 to 4 years can expect a salary of 8 LPA. And 10 plus years experience can earn a salary of 20 LPA. So as you gain experience, your salary jumps significantly. Now talking about the skills you need to become a cybersecurity engineer. Alright, now let's talk about what you actually need to know to become a cybersecurity engineer. It all starts with technical skills like programming knowledge, operating system, ethical hacking and penetration testing, web security, cryptography, and networking. First and foremost, you must understand how network work. Why? Because most cyber attack target network. You will need to know about firewalls. These act as a security gate, intrusion detection system, IDS. They help detect suspicious activity. Then VPN or virtual private network, which is used to secure internet connection. Then networking protocol like TCP, IP, DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS. These are the rules that allow data to travel on internet securely. Then we have programming knowledge. Yes, coding is important in cybersecurity. You don't need to be the hardcore developer, but understanding these languages can make your job much easier. For example, Python, C or C++, widely used for automation, malware analysis, and penetration testing. Then we have SQL, which is critical for preventing SQL injection, attacks, and securing databases. Then we have Bash and PowerShell, which are useful for scripting and automating the task. Okay, moving ahead, we have operating system knowledge. So cyber attack can happen on any system. So you must be comfortable with Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Learn how this system work and how to secure them. Then installation and configuration, GUI versus CLI, get hands-on with both the graphical interface and command line. Then we have permission and access control, managing user privilege to prevent unauthorized access. Then performing CRUD operation, this means handling file and database securely. Operating system knowledge is crucial because many security threats exploit OS vulnerabilities. Moving ahead, we have ethical hacking and penetration testing. Alright, now here's the fun part. Hacking. Ethical hacking is all about simulating cyber attacks to find security weakness before real hackers do. It all helps in identifying and fixing the vulnerabilities before they get exploited. strengthening system defense, preventing data breaches and financial losses, ensuring companies follow cybersecurity regulation. If you are into ethical hacking, here are some of the key areas to focus on. So like fundamental of hacking and security, networking and protocol security, penetration testing methodologies, web application security, system and network exploitation. Sounds exciting, right? Moving ahead to the next skill you need to master is web application security and cryptography. Many attacks happen on web applications, so securing them is a must. This includes common web vulnerabilities like SQL injection and XSS attack, writing code that isn't easy to hack, then authentication and authorization, making sure that only right people get the access, then session management, protecting user session from hacking, web application firewall, filtering out malicious traffic. And then there is cryptography, the science of securing information. So cybersecurity engineer use cryptography to encrypt and protect sensitive data. You should learn about encryption algorithm, hashing and integrity checks, public key infrastructure, or also known as PKI, secure communication protocol, password security. Now let's talk about cybersecurity tools and technology which you need to master. First is firewalls, then we have antivirus software, then we have encryption technologies, Kali Linux, Cain and Abel, Nikto, John the Ripper, and Metasploit. So moving ahead with the last component for this particular topic, we have cybersecurity project ideas. So a project is the only way by which you can make yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd and gain hands-on experience. So talking about the very first project, we have Python Keylogger. So Python Keylogger project is a cybersecurity tool that records keystroke on a system using libraries like PyInput. Then we have password analyzer. So a password analyzer is a tool designed to evaluate the strength and security of the password. Then we have image encryption. The image encryption project uses algorithm like AES, DES or RSA to secure image requiring a key for decryption. Then lastly, we have user authentication system. The user authentication system project focuses on creating a secure login system with features like multi-factor authentication, biometric verification, and password logins. Becoming a cybersecurity engineer takes effort, but it's a rewarding and high-paying career. With cyber threats increasing, organizations are actively seeking skilled professionals to safeguard their system. If you enjoy problem solving, ethical hacking, and protecting sensitive data, this could be the perfect career for you. Additionally, to help you get started, I have created a roadmap for becoming a cybersecurity engineer and uploaded the same on the GitHub. Make sure to check it out in the link given below in the description.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Okay, so starting security and risk management. So before starting, I think means as we discussed, but every domain is interrelated. So it might happen that you'll cover the first domain and maybe in the sixth or seventh domain, there could be things which are interrelated. So even from an exam perspective, when you will be attending the exam, there might be questions which are interrelated and interlinked. So it could have combinations of multiple domains together. So it might happen that when we are covering domains, you would find that there's a lot of interlinked things between every of the domains. So that's something that we will see as we. So these are the basic highlights of the domain. What is security risk management and what all cover that would be doing. So this domain has a weightage of 15%. So in the exam, you will have 175, out of which 15% of weightage would be for this domain. And out of 175, so I'll tell you how the exam works. It's a 4-hour exam and 175 questions. And it'll basically it is called adaptive testing. So what it will do is when you start an exam, It will start giving you some basic questions, and if you give right answers, the question will start, and it will try to test you in every domain by mixing multiple domains and identifying your in which domain that you're good at. And if you're doing very well, if you do very well in the exam from the first question till the 125th question, exam will stop because you've passed the exam. I mean, so there are two criteria. If you're doing very well, it will stop the exam at 125th question, stating that you're doing well, and we know that you have knowledge in cybersecurity and you will pass the exam. So it stops. Or if you're doing very bad, for example, from the first question, your score is very low, and by 125th question, if you have answered very badly, even then it stops, stating that there's no possibility that you will be able to pass the exam even after 175th question. So that's how it stops. But if you're doing moderately well, in that case, you have you attempt all 175 questions. So that's where you get a chance that you have a chance of. So today we'll bring this domain. We won't be able to complete the domain entirely, but we the basics. So the domain highlights are as follows: principle of CIA. This is a basic of security. So any security domain, this is CIA tried is something that we say is basic of cybersecurity. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So that's something that we'll look in the next slide. What are security controls? Security framework, security governance, threat modeling, risk management, personal security, security awareness and training, business continuity, which is also called as BCP. So anyone who's working might have heard something called as BCP, business. So that is something we'll be covering. Intellectual property. So is security an overhead? Is the question? Yes, it is, because implementing security has a lot of cost, but it is justified. So the main goal for company is to do business, earn money, um, and uh, there's a common perspective or thing that they haven't seen any attacks. They haven't seen any attacks in the past in companies, and what is the necessary to implement so much of money in security. So that is how it is. But security involves a cost, but it saves the company's existence. So even one data breach or any cybersecurity attack can cause a company to die or go bankrupt. So there was a very famous example for a company called Equinox in 2017, which went bankrupt because of a cybersecurity attack. So this company basically had managed all the financial data, whether it could be around social security number, credit cards, and there was a data leak where 147 million data for 147 million users were leaked, and they had to pay an hefty penalty, which caused the company to go bankrupt. So yeah, security does come with a cost, but it makes sure the smooth running of your organization, the business, and security is always aligned with the business. Okay, so coming to the basic principles of CIA, what CIA stands for? CIA is a short form for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So as part of security, when we say cybersecurity, it is always related to security related to information. Now, where exactly the information resides? It resides on an electronic medium or a physical based. It could be some information which could be at rest, maybe on a equipment, on a system, on a laptop, on a server. It could be an information which could be in transit, maybe transferring of the information, or there could be some data or information which is in process. So we need to make sure that uh, data is always securely handled. Now, there are three things or three principles that we follow is confidentiality, which makes sure that that the data is kept secret, and only an authorized user has access to. So confidentiality means that there is no disclosure of data to an unauthorized. So it makes sure that the data is kept very securely in a secret place and only being managed by an authorized person. So that is the confidentiality principle. The next is integrity. This ensures that the data uh, is unmodified. So the data is reliable, accurate, and is not modified by an unauthorized system or a person. So for example, if you have a bank account and it has got some details into it, or maybe some transaction entries, integrity principle makes sure that there is no modification of data which is being done. So any data which exists should not be modified or alterated by unauthorized process, systems, or person. So that is integrity. And the last is availability. This principle ensures that the data is available whenever is required. It gives protection. Uh, it makes sure that data is always available when required. So a good example of this is maybe a telephone communication. So you make sure that the telephone signal is up and available all the time. So it makes sure the availability of service. So that is the availability. So these are some principles that are being used in all the organization to manage cybersecurity, information security. But there is always a prioritization to any one of the principle, uh, and this prioritization is based on the requirement of the organization or the purpose of the organization. So to just give you an example of confidentiality, as we discussed, confidentiality is basically keeping the information secure and should not be disclosed to an unauthorized person. So in instance of a military or in an army, air force, or navy, where you have security services, uh, it is very important to keep the data secure. You cannot have disclosure of any security related, maybe it's the artillery or war plans or all the maps, air bases. You cannot have the information leak. If it's disclosed to an unauthorized person, then that could cause a heavy loss to the nation. So in military aspect, confidentiality holds more priority. uh, as against that, if you look at the digital entertainment, for example, Netflix, uh, confidentiality is not very important as compared to availability, because once if uh, Netflix goes down, then there is a loss of revenue. So for companies or organization that has, so even for, as I mentioned about WhatsApp, Instagram, or even telecom services, availability holds a priority over integrity and confidentiality. Again, bank. So if you consider bank, integrity is the most important principle in terms of banking, because there are a lot of transactions involved. They have a lot of bank accounts. So it could happen that they have millions and millions of dollars and uh, hundreds of accounts with millions of dollars, and any small modification of data that happens within the bank, that is not acceptable. I mean, a small change in the amount can cause a huge impact to the banking. So integrity is has a priority in this. But basically, looking at the security, so there is a balance that each organization maintains uh, with confidentiality, integrity, and availability based on its services goals and its requirement. So you could have less confidentiality, more integrity, less availability, or vice versa. So you could just have a complete balance of these three uh, principles to meet your organization's requirement. So this is the basic which, so if you refer to any domain or any process that we'll be covering, uh, all aspects of cybersecurity will have one of the three principles. So if you look at maybe just an example that maybe just the WhatsApp service that we use, we always get a message that the communication is encrypted. So what basically it means is they are ensuring that the integrity and confidentiality is maintained. With encryption, the data that you are sending is confidential. No one else is able to access it. And also, encryption makes sure that the data integrity is maintained, that there's no modification that can happen because no one is able to read it and no one will be able to modify it. So every control, everything that we would be learning in any all the domains that we would see, everything is linked to these three principles. This is the core of everything that we'll be learning today, or in the whole. There was something that we were just saying about BCP, business continuity planning, that works around availability. So you always have multiple locations uh, supporting the business. So you could have one office in maybe Hyderabad, one in Mumbai, one in Delhi, to make sure that if there's any natural calamity in one center. So we've seen a lot of flooding that happens in Chennai during rainy season. So if there's any business that goes down in Chennai, there'll always be another center which will be taking care of the process, and that's how availability is achieved. So it makes sure that your business is up and running and availability. So this is how the three. Okay, these are some basic security terminologies that we'll be going through. Now this is only specific to so let's go through this. Vulnerability. So vulnerability is basically a weakness in the system. Uh, so giving an example of a vulnerability is, for example, you have an application which is using communication, and this communication is very unsecure. Or maybe you're using a banking site and they have a weak encryption. So whenever you are entering a password, the communication with the server from your computer, uh, the communication is unencrypted. So that's a weakness that anyone who will be able to track your communication will also have access to your password. So vulnerability is nothing but weakness in a system uh, that can compromise the security. And there's something called as threat. So threat is nothing but uh, a potential danger or the risk of a vulnerability being exploited. Now, referring to the same example, you're entering your username and password on a banking website. So there is a risk that someone will intercept your communication uh, and will have access to your password. So that is the threat. Uh, Threat is basically the risk of the vulnerability be getting exploited. And a threat agent is basically the entity who is exploiting the vulnerability by identifying the threat. So a threat agent could be a hacker or a software which is intercepting your communication from your computer to the bank website. So that is a threat agent. Now, this is a very basic terminologies that we are giving, but as we move ahead, I think you will have more. Uh, so the risk management entirely works around these terminologies. So we'll get to it, but just the basic of it. Vulnerability is a weakness. Threat is the risk of your vulnerability being exploited. Threat agent is someone who's actually causing a threat to the system or your asset. Uh, and the risk is basically the likelihood that the threat source exploiting a vulnerability and corresponding business impact. So threat, vulnerability, and risk are interrelated. Uh, so vulnerability is the weakness, and there's a risk associated that someone will exploit it, and threat is something that will actually. Exposure is the amount of damage that could be caused. So for an example, there's a bank with 100 accounts, and a user is trying to log into net banking using its username and password. But currently, when the hacker is trying to hack the bank website, it's only 10 users out of 100 users who are actually accessing it. and now the hacker has got access to password for 10 accounts. So the exposure that we can calculate is 10. So basically, exposure is nothing but what is the amount of damage that could be caused to an asset or to an organization is what is called as exposure. So out of 100, that 10. So 10 is the exposure, 90 is safe. So that is how 10 is considered as. And there's something called as controls. So when we've identified any vulnerabilities, threats, or risk associated to it, we minimize it. And that minimization is done using controls. So controls is nothing but implementing procedures or softwares or anything that could just remove the vulnerability and make sure your system is secure. Uh, so uh, in this example, if you have encrypted communication, a very secure communication, so encryption is basically a control which makes sure that your risk is reduced. There's no interception in between, and there's an end-to-end communication between your machine and the bank server, and there's no vulnerability. So basically, you fix a vulnerability with controls, or you reduce the risk. All right, moving to the next. Okay, so now we'll understand what security controls is in a very detailed aspect when it comes to controls. So there are three types of broad description of controls, what controls are. Uh, Three controls are administrative, and second is technical or logical, and third is physical. So what are administrative controls? Basically, administrative controls are the controls which are in all the documents, which defines how the process has to be run. Um so it could be policy documents which defines. Okay, so for example, you're working in an organization, and there's a security policy which states that your password should have 12 characters and a special characters, numbers, and alphabet. So this is a security policy. Now this is defined by the organization. So the senior level executives define this uh, to make sure that the environment is safe. So, or it could happen that they define a policy stating that uh, you cannot use a USB drive into the organization. Only company authorized devices should be used in an organization. So these are some policies that are defined in organization, which we consider this as administrative uh, controls. So administrative controls make sure that there's proper documentation or a framework that has been implemented to make sure that security is in place in the organization. So other example of administrative controls are risk management. So where there's a specific team which makes sure that they do a risk analysis. Uh, so they basically identify all the business critical processes, business critical assets, employees, uh, facilities, everything they do. They basically identify all the assets, all the valuable assets or valuable things to the organization. They perform a risk management. Basically, they identify what could go wrong and what could be an impact. What are the things that are threats or what are the vulnerabilities? They do a risk management assessment. Uh, so there's a dedicated team that works for the risk management team. And later, after risk has been calculated, they implement controls to mitigate the risk. Uh, so this comes under administrative control. Next is personal security trainings. One of the main aspect, anyone who's working in an organization are aware of uh, security related trainings. So all organizations conduct security trainings to make sure that uh, we do not uh, do anything wrong that could cause an impact to an organization. Uh, the basic trainings that we have is the password parameters, how the password should be handled. You shouldn't share the password. You shouldn't write down the password on a sticky note and stick it to the system. These are some trainings that we have to make sure the security is in place. So these are all administrative trainings. Uh, So one of the most important aspect in security is personal. So the biggest threat in security is considered as people, as because only humans can go wrong and cause a security uh, violation. So it is the most vulnerable thing that we consider. Humans are the most vulnerable in cybersecurity because you can just fool a human and make sure that you breach the security. So this is also one of the important point that talking about the second thing, which is technical or logical. Now, these are all technical implementations of security, which are implementing firewall, IDS, which stands for Intrusion Detection System. These systems run in the network and identify if there's any intrusion from or any network traffic that is entering the organization. So these system will detect it. There's also something called as IPS, which is intrusion uh, prevention system. So it makes sure that there's no traffic, unauthorized traffic entering the organization, network traffic. Encryption, again, as we discussed, making sure that the data is encrypted at rest, in transit, in process. Authentication. So you always need to implement a username or password, a two-factor OTP, multi-level authentications to make sure that the systems are kept secure. Input validation. This is something that comes in software development. So, for example, if you have a online form or an online transaction, so it makes sure that there's a program or code written in backend which makes sure that there's no faulty input that goes in, which could damage the system or could expose the system. So there's something called as input validation. And the third is physical controls, which has controls like security guards, locks, fencing, lighting, CCTV, something that will restrict you from entering the building or accessing any computer servers. So you have a data center in an organization which has got locks on it. It has got biometrics, smart cards. So these are all under physical controls. So you basically implement multiple controls to make sure your business needs are fulfilled. So it is always a combination of all that happens. So if you're moving into an organization, the first would be the physical one. Later, the next would be a technical logical when you actually log into the system, and when you're working, it will always be that you need to adhere to the security policy and work in accordance with the security policy defined by the. All right. So these are security functions. So when we say control, these are three basic types of controls that we have. Uh, when we implement and control, there are some functions that we have in. So I think as we go, we would understand. Uh, Preventive controls. So this is a control that makes sure that uh, that something will. I mean. Uh, so antivirus or security guard. So this will prevent anything wrong happening to the organization or to the system. So now if you look at the examples that we have, security guard is something from the physical one, the physical control. Second is security policy, which is from the administrative control. Third is encryption. Third and fourth and fifth are actually from the technical or logical part. So these are categorized as a control which makes sure that any security threat is prevented or it prevents any malicious activity on the system activity data on the organization. So this is considered as a preventive control. Detective is something that does not prevent, but once a malicious activity is done, it will notify or it will let the people, the authorized person know that there's some malicious activity being done and you need to take next action to it. So what are these controls? Are monitoring, CCTV, job rotation, audit logs, and IDS. IDS is again intrusion detection system. Now I'll just give you a brief on what job rotation is. Job rotation is a control in which, so for example, in an organization, you have 10 process and 10 employees. Each employee is working on certain process. So when we say job rotation, you change the job roles for people within these 10 to make that uh, there's 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 no employee which is doing something wrong. So for example, I am someone working in a bank. I'm working at the front desk who's doing the payment. Or okay, let's give an example of a theater. There's someone who is in a cinema hall. There's a person who is issuing tickets, and there's someone who is checking the tickets. Now the person who is checking the tickets uh, is not doing his job correctly. So he's making sure that he has some friends and he's taking money from them and allowing people, or he's taking money and helping people enter the cinema hall. When there's a job rotation, what we do is the person who's issuing a ticket is asked to check the ticket at the cinema gate of the cinema hall, and then that's how he gets to know that there are people coming and asking for money, and they're asking to let go, and they're informing that, oh, we were able to go before and we were able to enter the cinema hall. So that's how you identify. Now, this is a very bad example that I gave, but that's how job rotation works, where you switch roles between the employees, and that's how you identify anything that has been run or done wrong in the organization, or any malicious activity could be captured. So that has been uh, identified as a detective control, because that just informs you of any wrongdoing in the third is corrective control, where you have identified uh, an issue with the system, and now you need to fix it. So there's no impact yet, but then you just need to make sure that uh, that the system is secure. So server images and patching. So I think we are all aware of what patching is. So I think in Windows we have heard this called as system updates. When we use your personal computers or in office, there's something called as we get system updates. So what happens is Microsoft identifies vulnerabilities or weaknesses within the system, and once they identify it, they create a small code to fix the patch, to fix the vulnerability. So that is something that the small piece of code is called as patch, which they install it on your computer, and that's how they fix the vulnerability. So that is a corrective control. You identify vulnerability and you do a patching on your system to make sure that now there's no impact and your system is safe and secure to be used. Uh, Next is deterrent. Now this type of control will only discourage you from doing a malicious activity. So in an organization, so fences, dogs, CCTV, lighting. So for example, if there's a thief who needs to enter a data center and steal a server, but he can see that there's proper fencing done, there's CCTV done, so he's aware that he won't be able to do that. So that's deterrent is basically something that will discourage you from doing anything. Uh, in even in a computer, when you log in on any of the server, there's always a notice that you can see in few of the systems, anyone working in an organization, that this has been monitored, and this system is under monitoring, and any malicious activity, there'll be uh, legal issues with if you do anything wrong. So that is something called as deterrent. Recovery is something that majorly works on the availability part. So DR facility, DR is nothing but disaster recovery. So in the previous example that we discussed, you have multiple locations to make sure your business is up and running. So when you identify a risk, so for example, I have my head office in Chennai, and my risk management teams identify a risk that it could happen, that there could be a heavy rainfall and my business could stop. So in that case, we create another location which is called as DR, disaster recovery. In case if Chennai goes down, we have another setup that would be up, and the business operations would be up and running. So that is a DR facility where you set up a different facility. Backups. So giving an example of backup, for example, you have a very critical system and some attack. Is everyone aware of what a ransom? Right. So basically, there's a virus which will encrypt or lock, and then the hacker will contact you asking for money. So he'll say that I'll give you the key to open your laptop or your system only if you give me this much amount of money. So that is a ransom attack. So the best way to deal with a attack is backup. So for example, you have a system which is very critical to your organization and there's a ransom attack on your system. Uh, Now your system is encrypted and your critical process is to an halt because you don't have access to the system. So what could be done? So the best recovery control that you can implement is backup. So if your system is already been backed up, what step that you can do is you can reimage the system or rebuild the system and restore the data from backup. So that's a recovery control that you again high availability. Again, deploying systems in high availability so that one system goes down, the other keeps working and make sure that your system is very similar to how. Now, compensating control is something that is very scenario based. Um, Now, this could be combinations of all the uh, other controls that we've seen, which is preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, or recovery control. So this could be combination of it. Compensating control is basically an alternative. Give an example. Uh, you're working on a critical system, and it is recommended to implement end-to-end communication using encryption. So there are two servers which are critical and the communication has to be encrypted. That is a very mandatory thing to make sure that it is in compliance with the security. But it is very expensive to implement and it could decrease the performance of the system. So the organization will not be able to implement it. So what is a compensating control is it will implement some other control. Maybe it will add some access control list or it could have some authentication implemented to compensate for something else, to compensate for encryption. So that is what we call as compensating controls. So it is an alternative to make sure you achieve the goal, but with a different control. You mix match something to make sure your system is secure, but you don't implement the actual required. So that is what is a compensating control. Clear that all the controls that we implement uh, has a the base of all the controls that we implement is the CIA triad. So as I was discussing on the recovery part, on the high availability is basically to do with the availability of system, or the confidentiality that we discussed was to do with encryption. So if you look at these controls that we have discussed previously, all the controls are associated with one of the security principles that we've discussed in CIA. So encryption is associated with confidentiality. So encryption is a control which makes sure that there's no disclosure of data. Uh, Data encryption in transit, when you're working on an internet on an HTTPS site, there's a SSL certificate that you have to make sure that the communication is secured. Access control is a control. Access control is basically something that tells you what level of access you have on a system. So if you're working on an on in an organization, you do not have the rights to install a software on your computer. So that is access control. So access control makes sure that so if there's a file, if there's a very critical data or file, access control makes sure that the unauthorized person is not granted access and he cannot view the data or modify. Integrity is hashing. So I'll just give you a brief of what hashing is. Hashing is basically a function or a security control. So what exactly happens in hashing is, consider that you have a data in gigabytes. Uh, when you perform a hashing algorithm, hashing is basically an algorithm which will convert large size of data into few bits. Uh, and the bit size remains constant based on the algorithm. So you could have gigabytes and terabytes of data, and the whole data is processed in one algorithm, and it will create a small string of bits. Now the beauty the hash or the string of bits that has been created after processing is very unique. So if you process terabytes of data, and if you just change one alphabet, one comma, one any even a space mark, if you make changes to it, the whole so it's a functionality that makes sure that the data remains unmodified. So I think I mean you can just view what is an MD5 value. So we work on softwares, right? Multiple applications that we work on. So every software that we run has got a something called as MD5 value. So MD5 value is the hash value. So the whole software, what company do is, so for example, I'm using Microsoft Outlook. Uh, Now the whole exe or the whole software is being processed through an algorithm, and a small alphanumeric value is created, which is called the hash. It could be as small as maybe 10 to 15 letters and alphabets. Uh, Alphanumeric value, which is a string of 15 to 20, and that remains unique. So in a code where you have hundreds and thousands of line, even if you make a small change in a space or a simple letter, the whole hash value will change. So this is always used when you compare. So for example, if I'm sending you a data and I have a hash calculated and the hash says 1234, and I send it to one of my colleague, and then he receives it and he processes it using the same algorithm, and the hash that he gets is 1235. So there's a mismatch. Like I have created it and I have 1234 and he's got 1235, which means that there was some change that was made in data which has caused the. Okay, so again, as part of integrity, you have something called as configuration management, change control. Now these are some functions that you make sure that when you, for example, there's always a versioning that happens, or developing a software and there are multiple versions of it. There's a version control that process that happens, which makes sure that so basically it makes sure the of all right. And availability is again clustering, load balancer, RAID. So clustering is having multiple in any of the services that you have. Load balancing, RAID is again a way of storing data, redundant array of integrated disk. So this basically makes sure that when you store the data on a disk on any of the servers, if the disk goes down, it shouldn't happen that you lose your data. So there's a redundant array, which means there are multiple disks in place to make sure that the data could be recovered, even in case of failure. Again, as we discussed, backup, which is under availability, and co-location. Defense in depth. Again, this is implementing multiple controls in a serial way. So there are two types of controls that can happen. You can implement. One is parallel and one is serially. So a serial control is basically a security system or controls which are placed in serial, which means you need uh, to bypass one security control. So you need to uh, pass every security control to make sure that you access the mission critical assets. So this is a diagrammatical description of how it works. A perimeter security is basically the outer layer of secure of the environment. It could also be a physical, technical, or logical control. So we can see when you are actually connecting to any of the organization network, it will have IDS, IPS, honeypot, data leakage protection, These all are technical controls that are implemented to make sure that the data does not pass or enter the organization. So whenever there is data which is passed outside the organization is checked, and confidential data is stopped using multiple mechanisms. So DLP, which is data leakage protection, will monitor all the emails that you send, or the printers, any confidential data that you print. DLP looks at it and it makes sure that it doesn't go out of the organization. There's something called as network layer security, where you implement multiple controls in network. It could be firewalls, IPS. Endpoint security is again, it could be your viruses that would stop you from for any of the viruses entering the application security, and data security. Again, these are different layers of security that you have. Sure that the data is secure, so no malicious activity is done from outside. It doesn't doesn't allows you to enter the organization, and your confidential data or the secure data does not go out of the organization. So that is how defense in depth works, where you implement multiple controls, and for a breach to happen, it has to breach all the layers of security, which is very difficult. That any malicious activity will be able to breach multi-level, So this is just a diagrammatical description of how defense in depth looks like, where you have technical, logical, and administrative controls. Uh, so there's also policy management and operations that are done. Is all the list of tools and technologies which are implemented in different layers. To complete this one slide, security through obscurity. So this is basically an idea where you make a system so complex, assuming that the hacker will not be able to identify it. This is not something which is recommended, but this is a way where you can either hide the data or make it so complicated so that in an assumption that the hacker or anyone will not be able to identify it. So that's how you keep. So a good example that is mentioned here is keeping a copy of password under the keyboard. So you have written a password on a sticky note and you've just kept under your keyboard, thinking that no one is going to turn your keyboard and look at the password. So because so that's how you think, and it's a very bad idea, and that's how this is a basic of what security through obscure is, an assumption that the hacker will not be able to identify the weakness in. So moving to the next is security. All right. So basic question is, what is a framework? So a framework is a structure of guidelines, tools, principles uh, that help you develop or implement a process. So that is what is a definition of a basic definition of what framework is. So in terms of security frameworks, there are already few existing frameworks that exist that help you conducting the risk management across your organizations, implement controls, or help you build a process in your organization. So we'll go through some basic security frameworks. So when security framework, when done properly, will allow an organization to move intelligently, manage their organization information security risk. A security program is a framework. Organizations are free to plug in different type of technologies, methods, and procedures to accomplish the necessary protection level. So every company, every organization will follow a framework based on their requirements. So we'll go through some popular security frameworks that are being used wide across. So these are the list of different types of frameworks which are being implemented. So at enterprise architecture, the commonly used, these are the common used frameworks: Zachman framework, TOGAF, DODAF, MODAF, SAPSA. Security program is ISO 27000. So ISO stands Yeah, so it's a non-profit organization, international standardizing organization. So ISO, you might have heard of a lot of ISO certifications. So this is what is the organizations comply to. Uh, they have multiple frameworks based on the industries that you work on. Security controls, again, COBIT. COBIT is a very popular, and NIST is a framework that is used for security controls. NIST is majorly used in in US based organizations. NIST, National Institute of Security. I just got the full form of it. And process management. I think most of you working in IT would be aware of what ITIL is, Six Sigma, and CMMI. So these are just basic overview of the frameworks that are used across different types of industries. We did not go in detail of what exactly are the clauses and rules and everything details about the framework, but we just need to be aware of what falls under which category, whether it's used for security controls, risk management, process management, enterprise architecture. So that's a basic of it. So ISO, you have different naming numbers for ISO certifications. So ISO 27001 is a very common ISMS framework that has been used. So anyone working in IT would be familiar with the ISO 27001 audits. So these are different numbers of frameworks based on the industry. This is the Zachman architecture framework. So in Zachman, basically there are uh, six interrogatives and six perspectives. So what are the six interrogatives are? What, how, where, who, when, why? So these are the questions, and these are the perspectives, which are basically the roles that are designed. We did not go in depth of these models or the frameworks. Uh, it's okay even if you have an overview or a basic understanding of where exactly which framework is being used. So this is a matrix that has been created where you have the questions and the roles. So basically, when you elaborate this is a planner role where it states what are the most important thing in business, uh, how are the business processes, where are the locations. So it's a overview of the interrogatives and the perspectives of or the roles that you can. Again, this is SAPSA, Sherwood Applied Business Security Architect. So we won't go very deep in these models well. COBIT is specific to controls on how the control implementation has to be done, control objective for information. So this tells you how to implement controls. So COBIT is specific for this. There are also some regulatory bodies that you might have heard of. For example, PCI DSS or SOX, which is Sarbanes and Oxley. So these are all regulatory bodies. Um, so using these frameworks, you can make sure that you comply to all the regulatory bodies. Again, this is COSO. So COBIT was developed by Committee of Sponsoring. So COSO IC framework is a model for corporate governance, and COBIT is for IT governance. Uh, COSO IC deals more at the strategic level, while COBIT focuses more on the operational level. COBIT is a way to meet many of the COSO objectives, but only from IT perspective. COSO IC deals with non-IT items also in company culture, financial accounting principle, board of director responsibility, and internal communication structure. So in terms of CISSP, the examination or the questions will not be framed around it, but it's good to know about the framework so that in actual environment where you'll be working, you will be aware of different frameworks. It's when you actually work in an organization, this is what will help you. So every organization will comply to one where exactly the organization exists. So NIST framework is primarily used in the US. I think most of you would be aware of ITIL. Again, Information Technology Infrastructure Library. This is used. This framework is used for managing an IT process. So I've also done my certification in ITIL. I've done ITIL Foundation that uh, tells you the best practices in IT service management. So I mean, most of you would be aware of, might have worked on tool called ServiceNow, the ticketing tool where you create service now, a request or incident, a change, problem ticket. So this is all built on the ITIL. So refer to the ITIL framework when we use on the ticket. Again, CMMI model. Now, this maturity model was developed by Carnegie Mellon University. It's an American university. Now, this defines the state in which your process is. So there are 5 levels which are being defined as initial, managed, defined, quantitatively managed, and optimizing. Now, each level will define the maturity of your process or organization. So if you're running a service, uh, you can evaluate on which level is your process running on. So level 1 is initial, where the processes are very unpredictable and there's no standardization that is in your process. So if you come across, if you evaluate your process and you identify that the processes are unpredictable and there's no standardization in the process, that's when you fall in level 1. In level 2, the processes are more predictable. Basic project management framework is in place. Um so when you have a better a proper project management framework work implemented, that's when you can consider yourself as managed. In a defined process, processes are very well defined, standardized, and are very consistent in delivering. So this is the level 3. This might be a little confusing right now in terms of all the security aspects that we've been learning right now, but we will learn about this more, and we will definitely have questions around the CMMI model. You might have questions where it will give of an organization, and it will elaborate some of its working qualities. Like it will define the process and it will ask you which exactly state it is in and what would be the next step as per the CMMI model. So you can expect some questions around this, definitely some questions around this. So defined as a very well-defined process, well-documented and well-standardized and very consistent. Level 4 is quantitatively managed. Basically, this level uh, use quantified data to improve the process. There are KPIs defined in this. Um and the process is controlled using statistical methods. So there's a lot of documentation and there's a lot of visibility around the process, and it is a very well run process. So that's when you can understand this is at level 4. And level 5 is optimizing, where there's a continuous process improvement that happens, and it is a very long-term sustainable process that you can classify this. The CMMI is very commonly used in service-based companies to evaluate the model. And there's basically a set of questionnaires that you have. It's mostly done quarterly, where there's a set of questions that you need to answer. As a process owner, you answer these questions, and there's an evaluation that happens, which identifies exactly which state you are in. And then you also need to write down some measures that will help you to move to the next step. So irrespective of which level you are, uh, you need to always be moving to the next level and make sure that the process is uh, getting mature by process. This is also used in software development. So this you will find some of this reference in the last. But you will definitely have questions around it, a scenario-based questions in CI. Okay, security and business. So as we discussed earlier, or when we started the session, so when we think of security, uh, as we mentioned, security comes with a lot of, a lot of cost involved in implementing security across the organization. So security should always be in aligned with the organization's mission, goal, and strategy. So implementing security should always help benefit the organization because when you implement the security, it creates a confidence in the organization to work securely. So security should always be aligned in with the business. And as we've always seen, you always implement controls as per your business requirements. So basically, I'll give you what is, goals and missions and strategies. So goal is basically for an organization is the big picture for the or the aspiration for the organization to move. Mission is the why behind an organization, and objectives are specific actions or targets to achieve for an organization. So this is a mission, goal, strategy of an object of an organization, and security, implementing security should always help the organization achieve goals, strategies, mission. A well-defined business case should always exist for a security related. Okay, now this is a very important point here in the last point. Security management is responsibility for upper management and should always be supported by senior executives. So this is a very um, uh, you might have some questions around this as well, and that security should always be initiated and is a responsibility for a senior management. It is the senior management's responsibility to create a framework and to create policies, guidelines, standards, and implement them. So always, even any security related risk has to be owned by the CISO. So CISO is Chief Information Security Officer. So management is responsible to ensure that security is in place, and it is their initiative. And the implementation should always happen from top to bottom. It should never go from bottom to top. So this is a very important point that we need to consider when we are studying CISSP or also attempting the questions, that uh, it should always be from top to bottom, and it's the high. Okay, security governance is again as in, it has to be implemented by the higher. So security governance is a set of responsibilities and practices exercised by executive management with the goal of providing strategic direction, ensuring that objectives are achieved, uh, ascertaining that risks are managed appropriately, and verifying that enterprise resources are used responsibly. So it's the management's or high management's responsibility. Security governance flow from top to bottom and should cut across all business. Third-party governance is a system of oversight that may be mandatory by law, regulation, industry standards, contractual obligations, or licensing requirement. Okay, so this is a very important point, third-party governance. So every organization, based on the domain that it is working, there is always laws and regulations that are something that the company needs to follow. Uh, Giving banks in India, all banks are being regulated by SEBI. So there are some laws which are being set, which every banks needs to follow. So RBI also has got issues laws. So what is a third party governance is? Okay, so basically when there are some regulations being told by the regulating body, the organization needs to comply it. and a third party is basically there is a regulatory body and there's a company A, which needs to abide to the rules and regulations of the regulation. Third party governance is basically you involve other organization, a governing body, which is governing body named company B, which will make sure that company A is abiding to the rules and regulations given by the regulatory body. So something that we say as third party audit. Uh, so third party audit is similar to this, where you get an audit done. So um, in this example, we have a lot of auditing firms, big fours. So you get your company by other companies to make sure that and ensures that it complies with the regulation. So there is always a regulatory body, and a company needs to adhere to the laws and regulations. But to ensure that these laws and regulations are the companies adhering to these laws, uh, an audit takes place by an other company, which is called as third party, and that ensures that company A is adhering to the regulatory body. So the regulatory body will always trust B and perform an audit on company A. So that is how it works. So this is how third party governance. Yeah, okay. So there's a detailed description on third party security governance. Third party governance is a system of oversight that may be mandated by law, regulation, industry standard, contractual obligations, and licensing requirement. It generally involves an outside investigators or auditors designated by governing body. So as we discussed, a regulatory body will involve an outside investigator and get an audit done, or the consultant hired by target organization. Another aspect of third party governance is application of security oversight on third parties that your organization relies on. These parties needs to stay in compliance with primary organization's security stance. Otherwise, the present additional risk and vulnerabilities to primary org. So this is how third party works, where you have three bodies. One is the regulatory body. One is the one who does an audit or implements security governance and checks on the third body that whether they are abiding to or not. So the regulatory body will always trust uh, the one who's conducting an audit. The so that is how it. Documentation review, again, this is part of the governance. It generally works on in two steps. One is the documentation, and the second is on-site review. So in the first phase, where it is documentation, when we describe about the administrative controls, so security policy guidelines, everything, these documents are being produced to the regulatory body, and there's an assessment which has been done. It's only a documentation review that has been done. There's no actual audit or review that has been done on the process or a validation check. Uh, so the first phase is only based on the documentations which are being exchanged, and once these documents are correct and fine, only then you move to the next phase where there's actual validation or verification done on site, which is called as on-site review. Uh, but if your documents are not correct, in that case, you don't move to the second phase. You need to make sure that your documentation and everything is correct. Only then you move to the second phase, which is the on-site review. So if the documentation is incomplete, inaccurate, otherwise insufficient, the on-site review is postponed until documentation can be updated and correct. So based on the review, a lot of, for example, licensing is one of the thing that happens. Only, I mean, there's a regular check or governance done on the licensing part as well. There's something called as permission to operate. Security management planning. Okay, so security management planning falls in three categories: strategic, tactical plan, and operational plan. Strategic plan is nothing but a long-term planning that an organization has set, uh, which aligns with goals, missions, and objectives. So it's basically around the plan exists for around 5 years. It's a long-term plan where you have uh, this is called a strategic plan, which is planned for a longer period of time. A tactical plan is a comparatively shorter planning, which is reviewed time to time. And it could have the plan could be around a year or a two. And there's something called as operational plan, which is a very short-term plan, very detailed and strategic, and which is evaluated almost quarterly. So this is how the security management planning works. There's a long-term goal because there's a lot of cost and everything involved when you do implement security. So uh, there's something called as strategic planning. So giving an example, when your organization is on-prem and needs to move to a cloud. So this transition from moving an on-prem to cloud takes a long time, and there's a lot of cost and everything involved. So when you make a strategic plan, there's a lot of planning that is required to move the infrastructure from an on-prem to cloud infrastructure. What would be the costing required, and what are the benefits that you would get moving the infra? So that is how it is in strategic planning. Uh, and in tactical planning, the plan is evaluated, and based on uh, how the trend is, the technological development, everything, these plans are created, and the deviations could be made in this. Operational plans are very short-term goals, quarterly, where you set set a goal for a quarter and you complete it. So it's basically breaking down the tactical plan into small projects. And okay, so security policy. Now, this is a very important point in cybersecurity, and the most important document that we can say. So every organization will have a security policy defined, and the security policy will have uh, a very detailed overview of how the security has to be implemented in this. Now, this security policy is created by senior management. Again, you have security professionals, CISO involved, and to give you a high level generic document on how the security has to be implemented. So any organization, if you check, there is always a security policy that exists. Uh, and based on the security policy, everything is being implemented. So this is mostly generic, non-technical. There's a review that happens with the security policy, and it is always aligned with the business. But security policy is the main document that the organization will refer to. Uh, it is the main uh, file that you can say that is required. So anything that you implement should be aligned with the security policy, and security policy will have everything in it. Maybe it could be your uh, password rotation, password policy, uh, all the standards, everything. So all the frameworks that we have discussed before, the NIST and everything, security policy is basically developed or created using these frameworks. Okay, so when we create a security policy, so that could be for an whole organization as a generic document which the whole organization should follow. It could be a system specific details included or a issue specific. It can also be created based on the regulatory. So based on the industries that you're working in, your security policy will be defined based on the regulatory body that it refers to. There's also something called as advisory or informative policies. So advisory policy that uh, is not mandatory but is advisable. Uh, so so basically, when you write a policy, these are the things that you include. So you can ignore, by scope and by enforcement or types here. But the security policy will have everything defined to follow by an organization, a system, an issue, or a regulatory that it has to follow. Regulatory policies are mandatory. Uh, it is mandatory to implement these security policies. Advisory is not mandatory, but it is advised. I mean, it is a good practice uh, if you follow that. And informative policies are something which will give you awareness about the security. So mandatory trainings is one of the informative. So it is required for you to complete security training in organization. Every year you have mandatory trainings. So these trainings is something that you can call as informative uh, policy. So the security policy defines that a training has to be conducted and that is to be completed by all the employees by this date. So that is how the security policy. So common security policies that you can find is access control, computer security policy, environmental design policy, data protection, physical security, remote access policy, user account policy. So these are some common policies that fall as security policies. So as I mentioned before, your password complexity, password rotation, after how many days you need to change your password, what should be its complexity, access control, who should be given access to what, company computer security policy, which operating system has to be used, what should be the antivirus, uh, everything is defined. Uh, Data protection policy is one of the very important aspect. I think in GDPR also they have clearly defined the data protection policy and data retention policy as well. So even that falls that how much time your data should be retained and how to destroy the data, how to protect the data, how to classify the data. That is something is part of the data protection. Physical security policy. Now this could be having biometrics implemented or access cards. Everything is defined. Remote access policy, user account policy. So these are some basic that is used. Also, we have a link here that will help you to understand how security policy. Right. Okay. So moving. So we've completed policies. Now there's other documents that are created, which is standard guidelines and procedures. So standards are something which are mandatory. These are some policies which are compulsory to be. So a good example of this is implementing a 12 character password. So standards define compulsory requirement for homogeneous use of hardware, software, technology, and security controls. Standards are tactical documents that define steps or methods to accomplish the goals defined by security policies. So these are documents which also help you to accomplish the security policy, and these are mandatory in nature. So standards are to be met. Baseline is a minimum level of security that every system should have. Uh, Now a good example of this is an antivirus. Antivirus has to be updated in every 3 days. That will make sure that your basic security is up to date. So baseline is a minimum security that has to be throughout the organization. Baseline establishes a common secure state on which all additional security measures can be built. So this is the bare minimum security that has to be implemented. That is the definition of a baseline. So the document defines baseline guidelines. Again, this is not mandatory, but recommendation. Uh, these are security guidelines which are not mandatory. So a good example this is using an encryption when you have uh, a communication. So it is not mandatory, but it is good to use. So uh, based on your business requirement and feasibility, you can choose to implement or not. It's a recommendation on how standard and baseline are implemented. Guidelines are flexible, so they can be customized for each unique systems or condition based on your organization requirement. Procedures are detailed steps, step by step, how to document that describes exact action necessary to implement specific security mechanism control. So that is a detailed document which tells you on how to implement it. Right. So I think we will cover the threat modeling today, which is just an introduction to risk management. We haven't started risk management yet. So we'll cover the So as we have discussed earlier, like what is a threat? So threat is basically a risk that you have. So a risk of your vulnerability getting exploited. So there is a framework that has been created to calculate uh, the threat part. So if you have a system running, you identify vulnerabilities in threat and you identify risk using the threat modeling. So a security process where potential threats are identified, categorized and analyzed. It can be performed as proactive measures during design and development or reactive measures once the product is deployed. So it's kind of a strategy that you can implement to identify threats and then mitigate those threats using different controls. Uh, so the first step of threat modeling is to identify a threat. Now the identification depends on three types. Now the threats could be focused on assets, attackers, or software. I'll give you an example. Okay, so basically focused on assets mean so basically assets is something that has value to the organization. Uh, Anything that has value, for example, data for an organization, data is the most valuable thing. Uh, Followed by different, for example, you can have servers, hardwares, your employees, your buildings. So these are considered as assets. So any threat that would be focused on assets, any threat on asset, for example, you have an organization and you have thousands of employees working in a building. So your employees and your buildings is an asset to you. So you will identify any threats that could damage the employees or the building. So now this is not specific to only the data, but the whole organization itself. Uh, so a natural calamity or a fire, so that is a threat that you can have. So there could be a breakage of fire, your building could catch a fire, and then that could cause a damage to your asset. Maybe your data center could be in fire and you could lose the data or the process. You could it could also hurt any of your employees. So all the threats which are focused on assets falls under focus on asset threat modeling. Focus on attacker is something considering that you have identified the asset and you have a process and it is prone that there will be an attack done by an attacker. So for example, you have a credit card, you are working in a credit card company. So it has happened that someone will try to steal the credit card. Someone will try to hack the payment gateway, a bank website, to make sure it carries out false transactions. So the hacker is something which is very prone. We are aware that there could be hacking done if you're running a website where you can make some transactions. So that is something which we called as focused on attackers. Sometimes it is possible to identify potential attackers and threats they represent based on their goals. So if you identify such uh, the attackers, based on that you create a threat model and you implement controls to mitigate the risk. Focus in software is again only specific to softwares where you identify all your critical softwares and identify if there are any backdoors, any vulnerabilities, any open ports that could that the attackers might hack or have access to your softwares or your website. Okay, so when you do a threat modeling, there is something called as reduction analysis. Now, this is a process where you basically granularize the whole software. So if you have, for example, an Amazon website, you have a user which logs in into Amazon, search for the product, adds it to the cart, and when he tries to buy it, navigates or it takes him to the payment gateway website where he fills in his card details. And now the payment gateway will connect with his bank. It will make a payment and then the Amazon will place an order, right? So there are multiple processes that are involved. So in reduction analysis, what you do is each process is taken separately and then an individual process is considered and a threat modeling is conducted. You identify vulnerabilities around the process. So from a user end, if you refer to this diagram, on a user end, what are the processes that user can perform? So he'll be able to log in. There'll be a login response. So the interface is a user is being analyzed. What all things user can perform, which could be a threat to the website. As part of UI, the user interface that Amazon provides, what are the threats that it could have? What are the inputs that it could receive, and what are the output it has to perform? So based on the functionality, input, output, you do a threat modeling over or identify vulnerabilities on the UI. In the background you have your database. Again, you analyze uh, what are the data which your database needs to provide and what it has to store and what are the risks associated with modification of the data. So this is how it works. So an application is breakdown into different components, and each component is thoroughly evaluated, and the risk around each component is mitigated. So it becomes more secure because looking at an application as a whole and granularizing it and then identifying it makes it a more tough analysis on the application. So that is what is the reduction. So this is just a modeling that or a strategy that is used for threat modeling. Again, this is a Microsoft developed strategy called STRIDE. Now, STRIDE is just a short form for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevated privilege. So these are the threats, and these are the desired property. Uh, so this is how it stands for: STRIDE. Spoofing is falsifying of identity. Someone falsifying the username or an IP address is what we call as spoofing. Tampering is again modification of data or modifying the system. And opposite to tampering is the integrity. Spoofing is authenticity. It's the opposite. Spoofing is falsifying, and authenticity is the original, the authentic source, IP or the user. Repudiation. So repudiation is means that when a malicious activity takes place, if the hacker is able to prove that or to get away with it without any logs, that is something we called as repudiation. So if there are no audit logs or any activity, there is no log auditing anything, that is what we called it as repudiation, where he can claim that the hacker can claim that he hasn't performed the activity because there's no evidence. That is what is called as repudiation. And non-repudiation is exactly opposite to it, where the user or the hacker cannot deny that he has performed any activity. Let's not take this as hacker or anyone, even in the organization. If you make any changes to any system with non-repudiation, basically means that there are audit logs and there are enough evidences which can prove that you have made this activity and you cannot get away with this. So this is how non-repudiation. This is a new term I think most of you have. An elevation of privileges. So elevation of privileges is something where uh, so uh, there's something called as access control, right? Where everything is defined, who should have what level of access. That is defined. So when a hacker or anyone performs an activity or anything which will elevate the privileges is a threat. So even in an organization, it could happen that someone join as a fresher and is working with least privileges. Over a period of time, the employee grows and moves into multiple different departments. In every department, the employees gains some level of access to it, and over a period of time, it could happen that the employee has got access to each department's data. That is also something called as privilege creep, where you start getting privileges as you switch to different departments. So this is also something referred to as elevation of privileges. But in hacking, this is a little different, where you actually hack a system, elevate your privileges, and start navigating within the environment. Even that is elevation of privileges. Uh, and opposite of it is authorization. You are authorized to access the data. You have permissions. You have enough access, regulated access. So these are the desired property, and this is the threat model. This was developed by Microsoft. Also, there's a threat model called as DREAD, and again, it's a short form for this: damage potential, reproducibility, exploitability, affected users, and discoverability. Now, every risk aspect, this is a meaning of it. So when you do a threat modeling, when you identify what is the threat, when you do perform a risk management, you take these things into consideration, which is damage potential. So how bad the attack could be. So remember, we had discussed something about the exposure part. Uh, this is something related to it. Uh, so what would be the impact? So if, for example, any of your server gets hacked, what would be the impact? What would be the damage to the organization? It could be in terms of monetary or reputation. It could be both. Reproducibility, how easy is it to reproduce the attack? Exploitability, how much work does it take to launch the attack? So exploitability is basically the efforts required to uh, to actually conduct an attack. That is what it means. So the amount of effort that is required. How difficult is it to exploit a vulnerability? Affected users, if there's an risk associated, what would be the affected users? How much would be the users, and what would be the impact? And in case if there's a threat, what are the chances that it can be discovered? So the last is discoverability. How easy is it to discover a threat? So these are some points that are being considered when you do a risk assessment, a risk analysis, and identify threats in a non. So starting with risk management, what is risk? So risk is something harmful or undesirable uh, that can happen in future. So risk is typically calculated as the probability of event occurring and causing an. So there are various types of risks that we can identify. So it could be financial risk, business risk, operational risk. So risk is a broader term, and you have a ISMS, which is Information System Risk Management Policy, which are as follows. So the objective of the risk management team is to identify all the assets. Again, as we discussed, asset is something, anything that has a value and valuable to the organization and can produce a positive economic value. So its primary job is to identify the assets, uh, uh, perform a risk assessment or a risk analysis, and based on the risk analysis, uh, it will identify what is the impact, and then it will uh, implement security controls, and then the risk are mitigated. Okay, so the objective is formal process of risk identification. So before identifying the risk, it is important to identify the assets. So once you identify the assets, you perform a risk assessment and identify. And then once the risk is identified, you map risk with internal controls. So we've discussed what controls are. It could be administrative, uh, technical controls, or physical controls, or the other five that we've seen: corrective controls, preventive controls, deterrent, corrective controls. So these are the controls that needs to be implemented that can mitigate the risk. So once the implementation of controls are being done, uh, the entire controls are being approved, and you come to a conclusion where you have mitigated a risk to a level, to an accept. So this is the flow of risk management process. Frame risk, where basically you identify asset and do a risk analysis, risk assessment and respond to the risk, and monitor the risk once you've Okay, so risk assessment and risk analysis. So risk assessment is a method of identifying vulnerabilities and threats and assessing the possible impact to determine where to implement security controls. So I think in the previous slide, we've just had a discussion. So when we identify an asset, maybe we identify any critical data, a critical service, which is required to run the business and generate revenue. So these are considered as asset. And in a risk assessment, what you do is you identify weaknesses or vulnerabilities. And once these vulnerabilities are identified, you also identify what could be the threat and the impact if a threat agent exploits the. And once that has been done, you do an analysis, impact analysis. You identify what could be the exposure or the impact to the business. And based on that, you identify controls that can mitigate the risk. So the last step would be to implement security control. Risk analysis is a detailed examination of component of risk used to ensure that security is cost effective, relevant, timely, and responsive to threat. It helps companies prioritize risk and amount of resource that it should apply to protect against them. So now there's a small difference between risk assessment and risk analysis. Risk analysis comes when you have identified a risk, and as part of the mitigation process, you do before that you perform an analysis to identify what would be the impact of it, what is the priority of it. So when you perform a risk assessment, you could identify n number of risks. You have a service running, and then you identify that there are 10 types of risk that could impact the business. So these 10 types of impacts are analyzed based on the impact and the priority. So it could happen that one of the 10 risks is likely to take place and which could cause a huge business impact. Whereas there could be two or three other risks which are less likely to happen and might cause less impact to the business. So risk analysis basically identifies the priority, the impact that it can cause on the service or an organization. uh, Risk analysis also involves what would be the mitigation strategies, uh, and what would be the cost involved. So the goal of risk analysis is to identify asset and their value to the organization, which is the first step. Determine the likelihood that threat exploits a vulnerability. Again, you could have 10 number of risks, and out of which one could be vulnerable. Determine the business impact of these potential threats and provide a cost benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the cost of countermeasures. So this is a very important point that we'll be discussing further, which is cost benefit analysis. Uh, to give you a brief of what cost benefit analysis is, maybe I have a asset which has value of $10,000. There is a risk that something wrong might happen and I would lose the asset. So, for example, I have a facility, a building, or a data center which has a cost of $10,000, and then there is a risk that there could be a fire in the in my in the building, in the premises, which could lead a damage to my data center. So it is a impact of $10,000 to my organization, to the asset. So as part of control, uh, I would be implementing a fire extinguisher, which would cost me around $2,000. And when you have a fire in the building, so uh, the the reduction of the exposure or the damage to the organization would reduce from 10,000 to maybe $1,000. So you also need to check the cost analysis. So I have invested $10,000 for a data center and $2,000 for the fire extinguisher. So my total cost comes to $12,000. But this in a situation of fire, it makes sure that there is a loss only for a $1,000. So it is always important to identify the cost involved in securing the asset. So, for example, a fire extinguisher costs me 9,000 rupees, $9,000, and my data center is of $10,000. And an instance in a fire, lose $1,000. In that case, my total expense would be $10,000, which is equal to the actual asset. So implementing a fire extinguisher of $9,000 is of no use. It is better that I don't implement a control and let the data center uh, in fire, because there's no cost benefits. So this is something in detail that we'll be learning, but this is a major part of risk analysis that we take place. Value of information and asset. Okay, so how do you decide the value of an asset? So there are two ways that you can do is one is quantitative and one is qualitative. Uh, Qualitative value is always a dollar value. So uh, anything that can be quantified in terms of money is considered as quantitative, whereas qualitative does not have a dollar value, but it could have an impact. So uh, reputation is something which can be identified as an asset. Your company has a reputation. So if you lose the reputation, uh, then it is an impact to the organization. So that is something which is also considered as qualitative. So an asset can have both quantitative and qualitative measurement assigned to it. The actual value of an asset is determined by the importance it has to the organization. Okay, so when you say quantitative and qualitative measurements, this is how you evaluate the cost of the asset. So it includes cost to maintain and protect the assets, value of the assets to owners and users, value of the asset to adversaries, cost to replace the asset if lost, operational and production activities affected if the assets is unavailable, liability issues if the assets is compromised. So these are few of the points that are considered while evaluating the assets. You also consider the maintenance cost, the ownership cost, replacing cost, maintenance cost. So everything has been considered while identifying the value. Delayed loss is something which is secondary in nature. So basically, delayed loss is something which is experienced later once the damage has taken place. So basically, uh, reputation loss is something that can be considered as a delayed loss. So, uh, given an example for which we recently saw regarding the Microsoft outage. So there was a Microsoft outage which had impacted 8.4 million users, and this was done due to a security company called CrowdStrike. So a CrowdStrike product caused this Microsoft outage. And once the damage was done, once there was an around time, there was a loss in the reputation for CrowdStrike, eventually causing their share price to drop. So this is basically a delayed loss where a damage is done, but the repercussions are being actually seen after loss. So that is something that we called as Okay, so risk analysis approach, as we just discussed, there are two types of approaches: quantitative risk analysis, wherein you have a dollar value. So quantitative risk analysis is used to assign a monetary and numeric value to all elements of the risk. So when you identify an asset and its impact, so the impact is will always have a calculation and a dollar value associated. So that is what we call as quantitative analysis. Whereas qualitative analysis does not have any numeric value, but it has more of opinion and scenario based, uh, which can have things like so it does not have a dollar value, but any impact to to the organization will eventually cause a damage and an impact to the organization. So qualitative risk analysis does not quantify any data or assign any numeric value. Instead, it is more opinions and scenario based and uses a rating system to rely the risk criticality levels. Uh, this is more of intuitive or intuition based or scenario based that so this is a risk analysis process. So which is more intuition based and not number based or and there is an approach called as automated risk analysis where you use different tools to collect data and using automation you calculate the risk and make decisions to uh, reduce the risk or apply the controls on it. So this is not majorly used, but what is generally used is the quantitative risk and the qualitative risk. Qualitative risk is more opinion based and all right, so we'll see how quantitative analysis works in identifying risk. So as we discussed, quantitative risk always has got a uh, monetary value, always a dollar value associated to it. So there are few terminologies that are being used while performing a quantitative risk analysis. Uh, so the first one is asset value. So once you identify an asset, you calculate the value associated to it. So value of the asset that you need to protect is an asset value. Exposure factor, again, as we discussed earlier, exposure is the amount of damage that could happen. So exposure factor is the percentage of loss a realized threat could have done to a certain asset. Now we'll take an example later on the same formula and we'll see what an asset value is, exposure factor is, and basically all the terminologies. Single loss of expectancy is cost associated with a single realized risk against a specific asset. So giving you an example again of the data center. So you have a data center which has a cost of $10,000. And in a fire, your exposure factor is basically the amount of damage that a fire could cause. So if there's a fire in your data center, it could happen that it could cause a loss of maybe $8,000 or $9,000. So your exposure factor is 80%. So that is how it is calculated, and we'll see how. So exposure factor, the amount of damage that could be caused. So it could be number or it could be percentage. So exposure factor is percentage of loss realized. Single loss of is the basic amount that the loss that you can expect in a single occurrence of a fire. So for example, there's a data you have. Uh, if there's an incident of fire, in one instance, what would be the damage? So single loss of expectancy basically means what would happen if there's a occurrence in one time, in a single time. So that is called a single loss of expectancy. Uh, or for example, in occurrence, even if it occurs for once, what would be the damage? So basically that is single loss of expectancy. Cost associated with single realized risk against. So there's a way you calculate what would be the cost of a single loss in an occurrence of a fire. So using the same example, an asset value, so a data center which is costing you $10,000 and the exposure factor is 80 or 90%. So 80 or 90% of 10,000 is $8,000 or $9,000. So your single loss of expectancy is uh, $8,000 to $9,000. So that is how you calculate single loss of. The next thing is annualized rate of occurrence. So considering the same example of a fire, what is the uh, that a fire could take place in an organization or a building or a data center? So that is in terms of in 1 year. So that is what is annualized rate of occurrence. So it could happen that we don't see much fire in any of the organizations or data center. So you could expect that there could be a fire instance once in 10 years. So it is just a analysis that we can say, I mean, based on statistics or occurrences or previous data that we've seen. So we come to a conclusion that there will be a fire in the organization, and the expected fire is once in. So with that, what is the probability that there'll be fire in 1 year? So that end. So there are 10% chances that this year you might have a fire in the organization. So that is how you calculate annual rate. So value that represents the estimate frequency of a specific threat taking place within a year. So how much time that you can expect a fire to happen in the year is the percentage is 10%. It is not sure that this year you will have a fire. That 10% chances that there'll be a fire in the. So the range can be from zero, maybe you can say flooding in Rajasthan. So it is a very less, or maybe floods in Delhi or any desert areas. So it could be zero. In a place where there's very less rainfall, it can happen that there is no occurrence of a flood in a very desert area. So it could be zero, or it could be once a year as well. For example, the chances in for places like Chennai every year, or Mumbai. In Mumbai, you have flooding every year. Every June, July, there is a flooding. So you can expect one occurrence every year of flooding in Mumbai. So this is how you calculate annualized rate, the frequency that something would occur in. Based on the ARO, you calculate ALE, annualized loss expectancy. So this is, so basically in an exam, what is the cost of damage that could happen in that year, considering that there's just 10% chances that there may be a fire. So in a span of 10 years, if you look at it, and if you just calculate 1 year which has 10% of probability, so the formula is the loss that you can expect in 1 year is single loss of expectancy, which is in this example $8,000 to $9,000 into ARO. So if ARO is 10%, SLE, which is we'll consider this as $8,000. So 8,000 into 10%, that is what we are expecting the occurrence. So that comes to $800. So annualized loss of expectancy is $800. So if you take it as a wider term of 10 years, an average cost impact that your data center would have would be of $800. So that is how you. So risk assessment and risk management is a continuous process in so it is an exercise that is done every year. Okay, so I think here we've used a similar example of a company's data center. So they've taken this as a hurricane, or it could be any natural calamity. You could see as fire, earthquake, or anything. So asset value is $1 million, and exposure factor. So if there is a hurricane, what would be the damage to the data center? It would be 20%. And what is the probability that there will be a hurricane? So it is once in 10 years. So it is 0.1 or 10%. So if you calculate single loss of expectancy, which is the asset value into the exposure factor, so 1 million, what would be the loss if there's a hurricane once is $1 million into 20%. That comes into $20,000. So if then there'll be a damage of $20,000 to. So that is the calculation that we have. And annual loss of expectancy is single loss of expectancy that we've calculated as $20,000 into the probability that the hurricane might occur, which is 10%. So 10% of this is $2 lakh or $200,000, and a 10% of is 20. All right. So the next is qualitative. So what we saw here is quantitative risk analysis, where the money part is involved, where you have different calculations to find out what would be the impact in terms of money. Uh, and you use different formulas to calculate that. But in qualitative risk analysis, uh, as I mentioned, it is scenario based uh, of risk possibilities, and there are different techniques that is being used to identify the impact that it could happen. So the techniques, different techniques that are used are Delphi technique, brainstorming, storyboarding, surveys, questionnaires, checklist, interviews. So it is mostly all discussions that take place, and based on the discussions, you identify risks. So Delphi technique is something that very commonly used. So basically in Delphi technique, what you do is there's kind of a feedback form which is being given to large number of audience, and a feedback is taken from large number of audience with their thoughts, and based on the common opinions that are being collected, risk actions are being taken. So what is the common opinion of different audiences? Based on that, you perform a risk analysis, risk assessment, and you consider that in your risk analysis process. So feedback is collected anonymously by a moderator, then collated, summarized, and the most common solutions are selected. In each round, solutions get refined, and the least popular ones are discarded and dropped off by the mod. So this is purely based on judgment and intuitions. There's no specific formulas or anything involved in while conducting the qualitative risk analysis. So basically, it says what you feel could be a risk to an organization or a system, uh, a scenario that you can imagine of, and think that this could go wrong in this way. So we should consider this and make sure that this does not happen. So you implement a control over it. So this is how a qualitative risk analysis works. Okay, so there is something called as risk metrics that has been used. Uh, there are two main factors. One is the impact and probability. Probability basically means what are the chances that the risk exist and what could be the damage. Impact basically means what is the damage it could cause to the organization. So there are 5 levels of probability. Rare probability, where there is less chances of something wrong might take place. Unlikely, possible, probable, or high probable. So this is a different level of probability that has been defined. And impact is again similarly very low impact, medium, high, and very high. S- So based on the probability and impact analysis, so if you have a risk uh, where the occurrence is very rare, but the impact is very high. So using the metrics, you can identify what is the risk. So risk can be calculated as moderate risk. Uh, if there is a risk where the probability is very high and also the impact is very high, then it is considered as severe. So this is basically a scoring mechanism where you prioritize the risk based on the score. So the higher number of score that you have, uh, you prioritize risk which have high score, because that is most likely to happen or cause a severe damage to the organization. So this is how you use a metrics to identify risks and the impact associated to it, the damage. So basically it has been scored from 1 to 5 on this scale, and 1 to 5. So the higher that you go, the higher score that you get. So severe risks are to be mitigated as early as possible, and these are prioritized. So when we also discussed about the risk analysis, so if you see, the risk analysis is being used. Uh, Quantitative risk assessment is not used. So analysis is basically when you identify a risk, you evaluate what could be the impact and damage, what would be the impact or the probability of occurrence. So as I mentioned earlier, the difference between assessment and analysis. So we take one risk, analyzed it based on different methods. So it could be a formula-based method. One of the methods listed here use the risk analysis metrics. So this is the analysis that we do when we identify a risk. These are some pros and cons listed for qualitative and quantitative analysis. I don't find them very important or very perfect. So it is generally you select the assessment based on your risk. I mean, if there's it is based on the business requirement that you select. If you want to follow a quantitative risk or a qualitative risk. So these are just basic cons and pros and cons. Objective process metrics expressed in monetary terms, which is the main point of quantitative analysis. Uh, so these are basics, not very important here. Okay, security control selections. So we've identified an asset. We've done a risk assessment. We've identified that there exists a risk and which could cause a big impact to the organization. So to mitigate that or to solve the risk, we implement controls. So during a proper selection of controls needs to be done to make it cost effective and also an effective control to mitigate the risk. So it should be technically effective and also effective in terms of cost. So these are some effective security controls. While you choose controls, there are two aspects. One is cost and one is features. Uh, so again, taking an example of the fire extinguisher. When we install a fire extinguisher, this is an additional cost. You have a data center worth $1 million, and you need to install uh, extinguisher, fire extinguisher. You do that is an additional to the cost. So product cost should be considered, implementation cost, what is the cost involved in implementing it, its maintenance requirement, cost associated with the maintenance, environmental modifications. So for example, if you have a fire extinguisher which in a certain environment needs to be changed, it has more cost, or it has a lifespan of maybe a year or two, it has to be replaced. So you need to consider that effects on the productivity, man hours of monitoring. So if you have someone to take care of the equipments, the fire extinguisher, or any other controls. Uh, so you need to identify what would be the cost involved in implementing the security. Now this is again used later in doing the cost benefit. So one is cost and second is feature. So what is the controls offering? So features like modular uniform protection, default to least privileges, interactive. So basically you identify controls which give you maximum features and which are minimum human intervention is. So this is interrelated. So if the system is automated, automatically the cost goes down. Audit functionality is an add-on which is a detective control. So if you actually look at this, these are controls that we've seen, the corrective, preventive, uh, the five types of controls that we've seen. These are actually the features that we can say which needs to be considered while selecting a security. Value of the control. Now this is a very important point. Um, so what is the value addition to an organization when you implement a control? So there's this formula. So value of a control or value of implementing control is uh, annualized loss expectancy. Again, referring to the previous example of data center. Uh, so uh, before implementing the control, your exposure factor was around uh, 80-90%. So you had a data center worth $10,000, and uh, in a scenario of a fire, you would lose $9,000. So before implementing a fire extinguisher, the annualized loss was uh, $8,000, and later you have implemented a control. So ALE after the control, you implement a control of $1,000. So annual cost of control is $1,000. And once you implement the control, you have seen a reduction in the exposure factor from 80% or $8,000. It has drastically reduced to 10%. So now when there is a fire, and now because you have a fire extinguisher in place, the damage that could be caused to a data center is reduced to $1,000, which is 10%. So if you calculate this, so before applying a control, the loss was $8,000. After implementing, the cost is $1,000, and the cost of implementing the control is $1,000. So if you calculate this, 8,000 minus 1,000 minus 1,000 is 6,000. So 6,000 is something that you have, that is the value of a control that you get. So the value should always be a positive value. If it is negative, if it is minus 2,000, which means that you have invested more and have got no returns out of it. So your controls are costing more than the asset. So that is how it works. So the more expensive your controls are, the lesser is the value of control. And if your controls are very expensive, even if expensive than your asset, in that case, your value of control goes to negative. So it is always important to have the value of control a positive number if you answers the question. So yeah, this is being done on annual basis. I mean, there's a constant process that happens. There's a dedicated teams that are doing. Okay, this is the last step of the risk assessment part or the risk management part, which is residual risk. So any risk that exists after treating a risk, so you cannot have 100% secure environment. There'll always be a risk, and uh, the biggest risk in organization is actually humans, because there could be a human error that could impact the organization. You could just send a confidential data out of the organization, and that is also an impact. So uh, there is never a situation where you are 100% risk free. So there'll always remain some risk. So when you do a treatment on any of the risk, when you identify risk and you implement controls, so basically you don't mitigate it 100%, but you reduce it to a level which can be accepted. So as we just looked in the example for the data center, uh, in an example in an occurrence of fire, you have implemented fire extinguisher, but still the risk is reduced drastically from 80% to 10%. So there is a reduction of 70 to 80%, but still there still exists a 10% of risk. So the risk that exists even after a treatment plan is considered as a residual. So there is again a formula. Residual risk is total risk minus the countermeasures, which is again residual risk is total risk that you had into the control gaps, which is the existing something that is still. You need not memorize this formula, but you might, yeah, you need to, memorize what is asset value, exposure factor, SLE, ARO, ALE, and this formula, because during exam you might have questions around this. They won't ask you for a direct calculation, but this would require you to have that thought process. So you need to by heart what is SLE, ARE, ARO, ALE, exposure factor, and a basic of formula. This is pretty easy to understand, so you can just by heart it. Okay. The reason a company implements countermeasure is to reduce the overall risk to an acceptable level. As stated earlier, no system or environment is 100% secure, which means there is always some risk left over to deal with. This is called risk analysis. Risk assessment is a point in time metric. Threat and vulnerability constantly change. The risk assessment needs to be redone periodically in order to support continuous improvement. Security is always changing. Thus, implementing security solution requires update and Okay, handling risk. This is a diagram just to show how the risk process works, the risk assessment. So whatever we have discussed yet is exactly how this is how it looks like. So let's go one by one. Plan. So this is a phase which comes before the risk assessment. So you identify a team, identify scope, identify method, identify tool, understand acceptable risk level. So this basically comes under asset identification. So you form a team based on the scope of business, what exactly your business is or your organization deals with. Based on that, you identify the scope. So, for example, if I'm into uh, a credit card or an online payment industry, your scope changes. So based on the industry that you're working, you need to identify your most critical or crucial processes that will impact to the business. So the most critical processes are identified and evaluated, and risk assessment is performed on the critical services, because uh, if not done correctly, these if critical services go down, then it will be a huge impact to the organization. So you identify the scope, identify the method of how do you want to do a risk assessment, different types of used for the risk assessment. You could use different metrics, Delphi techniques, or any other techniques that are available. Frameworks, risk management frameworks that needs to be used, uh, and understand the acceptable level of risk. So you understand what would be the target, uh, what should be the least acceptable risk that you can accept. uh, Collection of information, identify assets, your critical data and services, assign a dollar value to the asset, perform an assessment, perform a risk assessment based on vulnerabilities and threat, calculate the risk, do a cost benefit analysis. So basically you identify based on the metrics that we discussed, if there is high probability and high impact, what would be the cost impact. Uncertainty analysis. So you use different types of method to identify what would be the impact to the business, the probability, the occurrence, uh, financial impact. That is something that you do it. Once you've identified the risk, there is something called as risk treatment plan. So you've identified the asset, you have identified what is the risk associated to it. Now, to mitigate it, to reduce it, you do some treatment actions. There's something called as risk treatment plan. Uh, so what all things could be done to mitigate the risk? One is risk mitigation, wherein you implement security controls and reduce it to an acceptable level. So, for example, I have a payment application and I identify that the communication is not secure. So I implement a lot of encryption to it, uh, access control over it, and different types of control to make sure, I create a different layer of network to make sure that the whole application is isolated. You harden the servers and firewalls, so you implement all controls to make sure that the security is there's high security and less of vulnerability, and the risk is reduced. So that is risk mitigation technique using controls. Uh, the second is risk transfer. So if possible, I mean, what risk transference means is you transfer the risk to a different party. So for example, if there is a payment application and there is a lot of security, or for example, not a payment application, I have a company which I have a process which handles customer data. And there is also a lot of risk associated in terms of privacy to handle the customer data. So instead of mitigating and applying security controls to it, what I do is I transfer the process to a third party. So I will find a vendor that can handle this process for me and take care of the process. So automatically the risk gets uh, giving a again, using a simple example for a data center. I have a data center cost $10,000, and the fire extinguisher, if I have to implement, is costing me $8,000. Now $8,000 is too much because the whole implementation cost will go up to $18,000, which is very high. So what I do is, instead of uh, implementing a fire extinguisher, what I would do is I will buy an insurance of 5. So in case of a fire, if my data center is destroyed, I have an insurance which I've just paid 500, and now the insurance company will give me $10,000. So this is what we call as risk transference. So the risk of the $10,000 is now transferred to an insurance company. So that is how risk transfer. Risk acceptance is basically you accept the risk. So it could happen that the security controls are very expensive, and you choose not to implement based on your intuition or your statistics. You have identified that there exists a risk, but the probability of occurrence is very low. So there are very less chances that my system will be exploited or there could be any attack. Uh, there are high chances of risk, but you're ready to accept the risk. So this is a case where you accept the risk. So in the same example, of a fire, you have a data center and you believe that there will not be any fire. You don't think that there will be a fire, so you don't need to implement a security control. And even if there is a fire, you're okay to let go those $10,000. So that is risk acceptance. So you're okay to bear a loss of $10,000. So that is what is risk acceptance. And the fourth one is risk avoidance. This basically means you find an alternative solution. So you have a data center which is costing you $10,000. There could be a fire which could destroy that. So instead of that, you avoid this risk. What you do is you move your infrastructure to a cloud. This is also moving to cloud is also risk transference. So it is basically risk avoidance and transference both. So you have identified an alternative solution where you have avoided the risk of data center being getting destroyed. So if you look at this example, it is also risk transfer and also. Okay, so again, I think this is evaluated here. All these four options are demonstrated here. So risk mitigation is control selection, implementing and monitoring it. Risk transferring is like purchasing an insurance. Risk acceptance is doing nothing. You're okay. You're okay to accept the risk. You're okay to bear the amount. Risk avoidance is discontinue the activity or basically find an alternate. Uh, this is what is a risk avoidance. So basically, this is the treatment plan that you can do on in the risk management. NIST is NIST RMS risk man. NIST stands for
and technology.
forget this, and RMF stands for risk management framework. So this is a very commonly used risk management framework to uh, to do a risk analysis, risk mitigation. So this involves they have all the guidelines and everything mentioned, which you can refer and implement it in your organization to do the risk management. So there are 6-step process in the risk management frameworks listed by NIST. Uh, Categorize information system, select security control, implement security control, assess security control, authorize information system, and monitor security controls. So these are the 6 step-by-step processes of applying the risk management framework. So if we have already discussed how risk works. So this is the elaborated version of how it. Again, Octave, FAIR, and Terra. This is the full form. This is the short form of this. These are methodologies which are used for risk. So Octave stands for Operationally Critical Threat, Asset, and Vulnerability Evaluation. Factor analysis for information risk and threat agent risk assessment. You need not by heart any of this. You should just be aware of different types of frameworks and where exactly it is being used. For CISSP, NIST is primarily uh, referred for everything. So IC square being an American organization. So most of the things that we'll be studying here will be aligned with US laws. So we also have uh, a few topics covering the laws and regulations, where you have GDPR, the European Union laws, and so you need not by heart anything for any of the frameworks, but just need to know what frameworks are and which framework. Okay, so moving to the next topic, which is supply chain risk management. Uh, this is a pretty small topic. So there is always a risk associated with supply chain. So giving an example, uh, that you manufacture a goods and then you procure some raw materials from other companies. You procure goods from other companies, process it, make it into finished good, and pass it on to the distributed or distributors. Or when you procure, there's a delay, or if there's any impact to the organizations or your suppliers who producing or supplying raw materials to you, there could be a delay uh, in your company processing the goods or creating the goods. So uh, this risk is being tackled using a service level agreement. So there are two things called, one is upstream and downstream suppliers. So upstream suppliers are basically the companies from where you procure your raw materials, and downstream supplier is someone that you provide your goods to. So in this scenario, the upstream supplier is all the software developer, component manufacturer, security provider, and the downstream is the distributor. So this is how it works. So any impact in the overall supply chain, any one uh, component or any one company having an impact will cause an impact to the entire supply chain, causing a business impact. So how do you manage this is with something called a service level agreement. So anyone who's working in organization is aware of this term, service level agreement. So SLA uh, is a contractual agreement that guarantees a certain level of service from a service provider. If the service is not delivered at the agreed upon level, then there is a consequence. Typically, there are penalties, so financial consequences. SLA provides a mechanism to mitigate some of the risk from service providers in the supply chain. So I think everyone, any working professional who's working in a service industry, service-based companies are pretty aware of what SLAs are. So we generally get tickets and there are SLAs defined to tickets. So it is a very common term. So when you have SLAs defined with multiple partners, it makes sure that you can expect a certain level of service. Uh, and if it fails, then there are penalties, monetary penalties to the organization. And that's how it makes sure that your supply chain risk has been mitigated using SLA. Okay. Uh, Personal security. So people are often the weakest link in security. So this was something that I said. So even if you implement multiple thousands of controls, all types of controls, humans are the weakest link in cybersecurity because technologies don't make mistakes. Human do make mistakes. So human error accounts for up to 95% of security breaches. So we have seen the common examples where we have scam calls, calling and uh, creating a scenario, and the older peoples fall prey and they give away their credit card details, bank details. So it's a very common thing that's happening. So humans always make an error. So humans are considered as the weakest link in cybersecurity. So it is very important to have a lot of security awareness within people, proper training and education around uh, the security awareness and IT security. So either accidentally through mistakes or lack of training, or intentionally through fraud and malicious intent, personal cause more serious and hard to detect security issues than hacker attack. outside espionage, and although the failure actions of individual cannot be predicted, it is possible to minimize the risk by implementing preventive measures and some best practices. So we do implement security controls, but training and awareness is the most important that has to be implemented in organization to make sure human errors. Okay, so there are some security measures that could be taken in an organization. So these are few controls that we'll be looking, and this is also part of the identity and access management domain. So we'll have a brief introduction on what these controls are, what type these controls, and then we'll have a detailed. We'll be repeating this again in another domain, which is identity and access management. One of the controls that is implemented in organizations is separation of duties. So what separation of duty means is a preventive administrative control to put in place to reduce the potential of fraud. For example, an employee cannot complete a critical financial transaction by herself. He need a supervisor approval before the transaction can be completed. So any task in any critical task that needs to be taken place, it has been divided into multiple tasks, and each person will have a uh, will be assigned one specific task. So if there is a transaction that has to be done, maybe a purchase order, some a team is working on a purchase order, and there is, so you will always have a different team that will be doing the payment. So a team A, which will be only processing on the purchase order part, will not have access to do the actual payment. So with the segregation, you make sure that there is no risk of the damage. So you don't allow anyone to have access to the entire process. So by distributing or segregating the duties, you make sure there is a 4i check, and at every stage, errors are being detected, and no fraud can take place. So this is how any process has been um, divided into multiple tasks and divided between multiple teams, so that you can avoid, if one team has got all access, if the purchase order team has got access to process the purchase order, make a payment and approve it, in that case anyone can take advantage of the privileges and accesses and make a false payment. So this is what means by separation of duties or segregation of duty. Dual control, you need more than more than one person, two or more individual to authorize a task. Uh, so you might also have heard of something called as 4i check, in which you have more than one person performing a task to make sure that there are no mistakes being done, which reduces the error, and one person do not have the entire control. So dual control, two or more individual are authorized and required from a duty or task. Both must be available and active in their participation to complete a task or mission. For example, two officers must perform an identical key turn in nuclear missile submarine. So you need to have two keys to turn on the submarine missile. So this is an example. Also, there is something called as a split key. So there could be a very critical application which could have one username, and the password could be divided into two, where each part exists with two different people. So uh, person A does not know the second half, and person B does not know the first half of it. So if you need to log in and make any changes to the system, it is required that you need to have person A with the first half and person B with the second half. So only when both the persons are available, and they need to enter the password to make any changes. So it makes sure that uh, both of them do not, any one of them do not have the entire control over this. Split knowledge, again, it is very similar to the password part. Person A knows half, the first half of the password, and person B knows the second half of the password. No one person knows or has all the details to perform task. For example, two managers might be required to open a bank vault with each one knowing part of the combination. So they might have two different keys and both are required, or a password which is split into half. So even these are some kind of controls that are being implemented in organization uh, to avoid any job rotation. You make sure you change the job roles. So as we mentioned about the first example of a purchase order, so there's team A which is working on purchase order and team B which is making the payments. So in a quarterly or 6 monthly, you make sure that few people shift their jobs so that you identify any fraudulent activity or any malicious activity which is being taken care by either of the teams. It also helps the team to have cross training. So in a scenario of BCP, business continuity plan, or disaster recovery, uh, you have more number of critical resources which are available in any of the BCP scenarios. So that is also a benefit of a job rotation. Mandatory vacations, I think this is something most of the people are aware. Uh, so employees are who are working on critical processes are given mandatory leaves where they are asked not to log into the system, and their work is taken care by some other employee. So this is around 15 to 20 days. So if there's anything wrong that is being done by the employee, that can be detected. Also, the systems are monitored during the mandatory vacation time to there's basically an analysis that is being done when the employee is on vacation to identify if there's anything wrong that the employee is been doing. So this is also one of the controls that is being implemented to detect any malicious activity by. Okay, so these are some hiring practices. When you hire an employee in organization, there are a few security practices that you perform. So before hiring a employee, there's a job description that is being created. We all are aware of the job description. So the main reason of creating a job description is to identify what would be the roles and responsibilities of the employee and what would be the access that the employee would require to perform the task. So this helps us understand or helps our organization to understand what level of access is required and what would be the duties that the employee will be performing. So if it is a critical duty, accesses are being created in candidate screening. So before everyone is aware of what candidate screening is, once the hiring process starts, when you've cleared the interviews and everything, there's a candidate screening where a background verification is done, education verification, security clearance, uh, which are essential to prove that the candidate is safe, trustworthy, adequate, and qualified. Once you join the company, there's something called as employee agreement. There's also something called as NDA agreement, non-disclosure agreement, where you sign a document and agree that you will not disclose any business critical information or any information from the organization. A new hire should sign an employment agreement which outlines the rules and restrictions of the organization, the security policy, the acceptable use of activities policy details, details of job description, violation, and consequences. There may be other security related documentations like NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and NDA is used to protect the confidential information within the organization. So I think this is pretty simple. Everyone has gone through the process. Employee termination. Again, there is a way employee termination is handled in organization to make sure when an employee is terminated, uh, the employee does not make any actions which would cause an harm to a company. Uh, when a disgruntled employee, it might happen that if he knows that he is removed from the company, it could happen that he might destroy data or uh, cause an impact to a business critical service. So there is a process document which is defined in organization for any employee that has been terminated or whoever is on notice period. So essential for security environment, when a disgruntled employee must be removed from the organization, make sure that employee returns any organizational equipments, disable the employee's network user account. HR should issue final paycheck, arrange for a member of security department to accompany the released employee and escort him off the work area. So anyone who is terminated, assets are being collected, and uh, while taking him out from the facilities, he's always been escorted by some other employer to make sure that he does not makes any damage to any of the assets in the organization. Okay, security awareness and training. So with reference to this point, that human errors account up to 95% of security breaches, security awareness and training is very mandatory. So successful implementation of security solution require change in user behavior. So we have awareness programs, training programs, and education programs. So awareness ensures that uh, all employees reach to a basic, achieves a baseline of security. They are aware of all the security acts that they need to take. So simple awareness like phishing emails, not opening any attachment from an unknown email. So this is basic and awareness programs that company performs, organization keeps on conducting to make sure that there is security awareness within the organization. The way it has been done is by using videos, newsletter, posters, social engineering testing. So there are sometimes phishing emails which are being sent within the organization. So if you click on report phishing, I mean, it is expected for you to take an action on any phishing emails. You need to report that. So it's just for testing purpose that they do. Trainings are something mandatory, which improves your awareness about security. So organization organizes mandatory security trainings, uh, which helps employee understand how to tackle uh, any scenario which could cause a security impact. So it is conducted using lectures or demos, case studies, hands-on practice. Uh, so it could also have simple exercises um, and some tests around trainings, some scenario-based questions that you need to multi-choice questions that it would have, and it would be mandatory to have 80% of passing on to it. So this is something that we've already seen. Whereas the last education, it is only limited to someone who is into security domain and wants to enhance his knowledge. So this is a very deep exercise that an organization can take to make sure to improve the security within the organization. So uh, just an example, as we are doing CISSP, we are this is basically an education program that a company can organize for an in-depth knowledge on security. Uh, so it could have seminars, discussions, reading, research, uh, and the test measure could be essay. So it's a long-term process for education, whereas awareness, security awareness and training are a short-term period. So security awareness and training is the primary program that you can conduct to reduce human error is the basic. Uh, okay, due care and due diligence. This is a very important topic, and you can expect some questions around due care and due diligence. Now, due care and due diligence, when you listen to it, it sounds a little confusion, and you might there's a small difference in due care and due diligence, but you'll definitely get questions around this. So what is due care and what is due diligence? So due diligence is something is a research that are being done before taking an actions. So we'll learn what is due diligence first. So due diligence is making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required actions and then tracking the same after implementation of continuous improvement. So anything that is being done before any research, before taking actions, is considered as due diligence. And once uh, the actions are implemented, uh, continuing with the actions or implementing to what has been what research has been done is considered as due care. So I'll simplify this example and give you a very basic example with what is due care and due diligence. So due diligence is basically doing a research. So just an example, you want to buy a new car. So before buying a new car, you will always do a research or a due diligence. So your due diligence would be, or your research would be, uh, how much does the car cost? What is the maintenance cost? What is the insurance cost that is involved? Uh, you would do, what are the features inside the car? What are the servicing? After how many kilometers do I need to do a servicing? So this is all the research that you do before you buy a car. So anything that you do before implementing is due diligence. Due care is something that you do regularly after and follow a plan. So for example, you buy a car. Now taking care of the car, paying off the insurance money, taking it to servicing. So this is something due care. So these are all the actions that anyone would take to make sure that the system or the car is in proper shape. So you take care of the car, by servicing it, cleaning it, making sure all parts are working. So this is the due care. So similar is in terms of cybersecurity or security domain. Uh, Before any implementing security or application or any system, you do a due diligence where you do your research, and once the system is being implemented, you take due care. So you make sure that the system is up and running, and all possible things are done properly in timely manner to make sure that the system is up and running and there's no impact to the business. So let's go through this. So due care is doing what reasonable person would do in a given situation. Sometimes it is called as prudent man rule. So prudent man is basically someone who takes wise decisions and uh, in a discipline. So that is a prudent man. Due diligence, making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required action and then tracking the same after implementation for this is I mean, you can expect a question around due care and due diligence. So you just need to understand in the question. So due diligence is basically anything that you do prior implementation, which is the research work, and due care is a regular work of taking care of the system. So this is, you need to understand or just remember this. This will help you to identify, the difference, and you'll be able to answer. Okay, moving on to the next. Okay, uh, BCP stands for Business Continuity Planning. Um, okay, so BCP basically is all the planning that has been done to make sure that the business continues in any scenario of a disaster. A best example is COVID. So in 2020, when we had COVID, everything moved from office to home. We started schools and colleges from home. All offices, we started working from home. So business continuity planning is a planning that you do, which prepares you in a disaster scenario. There's a lot of planning and work that is being done before a disaster, which is called as BCP. So despite our best wishes, disaster of one form or another eventually strikes every organization, be it a natural disaster such as hurricane or earthquake or man-made calamities such as building fire. Every organization will encounter event that threatens their operation or even their existence. So business continuity planning involves assessing the risk to organizational process and creating policies, plans, and procedure to minimize the risk of those risks, impact of those risks. BCP focuses on maintaining business operations with reduced capabilities. If the continuity is broken, then business process have stopped and the organization is in disaster mode. Thus, disaster recovery planning takes over. So there are two things. One is BCP, business continuity planning, and the second is disaster recovery planning. Now, what is the difference between BCP and DRP is BCP takes place before a disaster. So there's all planning which is done to handle a disaster, and DRP is something that starts after the disaster. So only when there is a disaster, you would switch from a BCP to DRP. That's when you implement a disaster recovery plan. Disaster recovery plan will enable you to start your to get back to business and start your services back. So that is when disaster recovery planning takes over. So referring to the COVID situation, uh, VPN was a disaster planning. So disaster recovery planning helped organization to switch to VDIs, VPNs, and enabled everyone to work remotely from home. So that was the disaster recovery plan. It helped organizations to start working remotely as they were away from office. So the top priority of BCP and DRP is always be people. The primary concern is to get people out of harm way. You can address IT recovery and restoration issues. So people are the most valuable assets to the company. So in people are always priority. It is always important to make sure that any employees are not harmed in any of the natural disaster or any disaster. Okay, BCP versus DRP. Again, it's the same. BCP refers to the means by which loss of business may be avoided, uh, and it ought to define the business requirement for continuity operation. It defines the business requirement for disaster recovery plan. So BCP decides how the disaster recovery should happen. I mean, disaster recovery plan deals with restoration of computer systems with all attendant software and connections to full functionality under variety of damaging or interfering external conditions. So as I discussed, essentially DRP addresses the procedures to be followed during and after the loss, whereas BCP's preemptive process puts place in preparation for handling the disaster. So BCP is before, DRP is after the disaster. The overall goal of BCP is to provide a quick, calm, and efficient response in an event of emergency and enhance the company's ability to recover from disruptive event promptly. Okay, so BCP is generally taken care. BCP activities are taken yearly. There are disaster drills that happen. It could be quarterly, 6 months, or a year. Now, this is defined in the security policy. So, as I mentioned. So we also have DR drills with applications. So I work on an application and we conduct DR drills. We just mimic a disaster situation. So I work on one of the application and we have implemented a high availability cluster. So we mimic on a weekend, considering that what if a data center goes down, how would you recover? So we actually perform all the steps as defined in BCP. So we create a scenario where one data center is down, and then we perform all the activities mentioned in the BCP document, and we switch from one data center to the other. So it's a very common activity that happens in BCP. Then there are different levels of BCP activities. It could be at application level, where there's just a switchover of application. It could happen that one data center could go down and you just have to mimic from moving to one data center to the other. Or it could also be a drill where you actually move employees from one location to the other to mimic the BCP. Okay, so when you design the BCP, uh, BCP process has four main steps when you develop. So the first step is project scope and planning, business impact analysis, continuity planning, and approval implementation. So using these four steps, you implement a BCP program in your organization. So we'll go through. So I think this is how the project scope and planning will happen. Business organization analysis. So this analysis of business organization to identify all departments and individual who have a stake in BCP process. For example, senior management, HR operations, IT facilities. It should account for headquarters as well as any branch offices. So an active participation from all departments is required uh, to make sure uh, the BC, everyone is required, or everyone's engagement is required to create a business plan, BCP plan. BCP team selection, representatives from each of the organization's department responsible for the core services performed by the business, IT, security, HR, legal, uh, and of course, senior management should be included. Resource requirement, assess resources required during different phases of like BCP development, BCP testing, training, maintenance, and BCP implementation. Okay, so let me explain you the resource requirement part. Once you have done an analysis of your all your critical processes and team members, resource requirement would also include uh, everything to implement the BCP or to develop the plan. So it would require resource utilization. So anyone participating in the BCP, so they need to give their time. So resources would be allocated to a BCP team, and there would be uh, time that every person from each department needs to give. Once the plan is ready, maybe if it is a technical plan, you might need to have an alternate solution, maybe a different data center uh, that could be required, that comes under a resource requirement. You need to test the BCP, so that would require time and efforts and money. Training is something that is required. So once you've created a plan and implemented it, it is important for everyone to know the BCP plan. So in a event of a disaster, everyone is aware of their own task and duties that needs to be performed in a BCP scenario, in a disaster scenario. Uh, Maintenance and BCP implementation. So these are resource requirement that has to be analyzed. That is comes under part of planning scope of planning. Legal and regulatory requirement. Again, if depending on what type of business you have, legal, regulatory, or contractual obligations apply to your organization and industry. It is essential to include your organization's legal counsel in BCP process. So it is similar if you that we've seen in the previous example of suppliers where you have defined SLAs. So you could have some contractual obligations to a company to meet the service in an SLA. So again, giving a simple example of flooding, where your organization is you're a service-based company and providing service to some other company, and you're based out of Chennai, and there's a flood. Uh, Now you need to have a BCP plan in action to make sure that your SLA is met and you move to a DR location, some other location, other city, and make sure that your business is up and running and meeting the SLA part. So contractual obligation is also part of SLA. So if you're into service based, you have a contractual obligation to meet the SLAs. So even that can lead you to have the planning state of the BCP. Okay, business impact analysis. So BIA identifies the resources that are critical to organizations' ongoing viability and the threat posed to those resources. It also assesses the likelihood that each threat will actually occur and the impact to those occurrence will have on the businesses. So again, you need to identify uh, all the critical resources from the critical processes to make sure that uh, you are able to uh, have a BCP plan and make sure that these critical resources are able to work and keep the organization or a service up. Okay, so as we have discussed before, quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. So even in a BCP plan, again, it's the risk assessment that you take place of uh, identifying a disaster and what could go wrong, and you could do a quantitative analysis where you can think of a disaster and what would be its impact in terms or to the business in terms of dollar value. And it could be a qualitative analysis that you can do. It takes numerical factors such as emotional, investor, customer confidence, workforce stability, and other concerns into account. This type of data often results in category of prioritization. So even in qualitative assessment, having a DR center, a disaster recovery center, brings in the confidence in the customers. So this is also one of the qualitative because that increases the or has a good reputation for the company if you have DR locations and if all your processes are in place. So even that works. That's how it works. Okay. Business impact analysis or business impact assessment. Identifying priorities. There will be certain activities that are most essential to your day-to-day operations when in disaster strikes. The priority identification task or criticality prioritization involves creating a comprehensive list of business processes and ranking them in an order of importance. Okay, so basically you identify all the critical processes that you need, which is important for your business to run, and then you make a list of it based on priorities. So the one having highest priority, and so you'll create a list in a ascending or a descending order with highest priority in the above and lowest to the below. So you know in a case of disaster, which is the most critical services that you need to act on and get the services up. So this is how you do an identification of it, and you will use again a terminology asset value, which we've already discussed before. So BCP team should draw up list of organization assets and then assign an asset value in monetary terms to each assets. So you identify critical assets or critical processes and then create an asset value to it. So even processes will have a value, or any systems or servers which are very critical will have an asset value. So any disaster, what would be impact of it? So that is something which is calculated. So you identify priorities and identify the asset value of it. Maximum tolerable downtime and recovery time objective is something very important. Maximum tolerable downtime is uh, the amount of time uh, till which the business can sustain. So it okay. So the maximum length in time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business. So this is something that the business can afford to. The maximum time that a company can afford to be down, any service or anything. So it could be number of hours. So uh, it is the maximum time that a company can go offline, basically. If the offline time breaches the maximum tolerable downtime, then there is a business impact. Then there is definitely an impact to the business and the services or reputation. So simply give an example of maybe Flipkart. So there was an event where on a big billion day, there was too much of traffic and the Flipkart website went down. So Flipkart must be aware that what is the time that it can afford to be the website can be down. So that is considered as maximum tolerable downtime. So consider if Flipkart is down for more than 4 hours, then it will cause a huge impact to its business because then there's a revenue impact to it. So it will always predict a time that it can afford, and recovery time objective is a time uh, is the amount of time that the company decides to recover to be back in business. So if there's a disaster and the company goes offline or any service goes offline, so recovery time objective is a definition or a decided time in which it's the objective for the company to recover within that timeline. So for example, it is okay for Flipkart to be down for 2 hours. there won't be any impact if it is offline for 2 hours. So recovery time, so obviously Flipkart cannot go beyond 2 hours. So its recovery time objective, so recovery time is uh, should be less than 2 hours. So it should be a target that it has to recover within 2 hours of time. So it has to be lesser than 2 hours because it's the maximum tolerable downtime. So let's go through this. Maximum tolerable downtime, the maximum length of time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business. And recovery time objective, the amount of time in which the function can recovered after the disruption. The goal of BCP process is to ensure that your RTO are less than your MTDs. So it's your objective, company's objective, to make sure that you recover as quickly as possible and lesser than maximum tolerable. Okay, this is again similar to the risk assessment that we have seen in the previous slides. Risk identification. Risk comes in two forms: natural risk, man-made risk. Naturals are hurricane, earthquake, volcanoes. Man-mades are fire, theft, terrorism. Risk identification portion of the process is purely qualitative in nature. At this point in the process, BCP team should not be concerned about the likelihood that each type of risk will actually materialize or the amount of damage such as occurrence would inflict upon the continued operation of the businesses. So this is a qualitative analysis. Hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanoes is not something that uh, can be predicted, but likelihood assessment expressed in terms of annualized rate of occurrence. These numbers should be based on corporate history, professional experience, and a team of members uh, and advice from experts such as meteorologists, seismologists, fire prevention professionals, and other consultants. So you could do a likelihood assessment based on where your organization is. So again, using an example, if you're located in Chennai, you know or you're aware what would be the likelihood that there'll be flooding. If you're in northern part of India, you know what would be the probability of an earthquake. So that is how you can refer to experts that can help you predict any of the natural calamities. Impact assessment, analyze the data gathered during risk identification and likelihood assessment, and attempt to determine what impact each one of identified risk would have on the business if to occur. So we've already seen how quantitative risk is calculated using exposure factor, single loss of expectancy, annualized loss expectancy. Qualitative is loss of reputation, resource prioritization, prioritize the allocation of basic business continuity resource to various risks that you identified and assessed in the preceding task. I think this is very similar to the risk assessment that we have performed, but this is only in context to any disaster planning, uh, business continuity planning. You do a risk assessment. Okay, continuity planning. Okay, so strategy development is basically once you have identified all the risks, you will create a list based on the priority. BCP team must now take the prioritized list of concern raised by the quantitative and qualitative resource prioritization exercise and determine which risk will be addressed by the BCP. So the risk which are most likely to happen uh, have high priority, and you create a plan, a strategy to mitigate or implement strategies around the identified list of disasters or the critical services. Provisioning and processes, BCP team designs a specific procedure and mechanism that will mitigate the risk deemed unacceptable during strategy development stage. Three categories of asset must be protected during BCP provision and processes: people, building, facility, and infrastructure. So people being the most important asset. So building, people, facilities, and infrastructure are the most important thing that needs to be considered uh, in the planning. So people being the most valuable asset to an organization. So Okay, plan approval. So once you have created the plan, so BCP should always be initiated by the top level management. There is also something called a statement of importance. Basically, this is a letter which gives an importance to BCP, and it states all the employees that BCP is very important to the organization and everyone needs to participate into it. So we'll look into this, what is statement of importance and statement of priorities. But BCP should always be initiated from the top level. And so once this is approved from the top level, so get a top level management endorsement of the plan moved. This moves demonstrates the importance of plan to the entire organization and showcases business leaders committed to the business continuity. So you always need an approval from the high level management. This also adds a weightage when a high level management informs this message that how BCP is important to the organization. It carries a weightage, and it is responsibility of each employer to participate and create a BCP plan. BCP plan implementation, BCP team should get together and develop implementation schedule that utilizes the resource dedication to program uh, to achieve stated process and provisional goals. So once you've identified everyone from all the critical processes, there has to be a participation from all team members, and there's a lot of discussion, paperwork, processes, and discussion that takes place to actually develop a plan and implement it. And once the plan is created and approved, it has to be circulated across the organization. You need to create digital copies, hard copies, pass it to create as number of copies that you can and pass it within the organization to make sure each one is aware of their roles and responsibilities in a uh, in a disaster situation. So training and education takes place. Everyone in the organization should receive at least plan overview briefing. People with direct BCP responsibilities should be trained and evaluated on their specific BCP task. At least one backup person should be trained for every BCP task. So it is always recommended to have 50% of participation from all critical resources. This is what I have always seen. So if you have a team of 10, 5 people, at least 50% is considered as critical to keep the business up and running. So you always need to have some backup for the BCP. So if the person is unavailable, you always have a backup to trigger the BCP and start implementing. This is very theoretical, and I think I'll try to share you this book. So I mean, BCP is explained very long and in detail. So we'll be just, I mean, this is just an overview of what BCP is, what uh, disaster recovery plan is. So it's an overview, but you just need to understand what are the 4 phases of the planning. What is MTD? What is recovery time objective, mean time, downtime, how the assessment works, who drives the BCP, um, what is the statement of importance, statement of priorities. So this is something which is very important for you to learn, but rest is just a theoretical process which organizations follow to implement the BCP. Okay, document. Okay, so basically, as I mentioned, you need to create multiple copies and distribute it across the organization to make sure everyone is aware of their roles and responsibilities. Uh, and document is is the only reference that you have in a scenario of BCP. It is also needs to be a living document. It has to be evaluated timely to make sure if there's any changes in the processes that has to be informed to all the team. So let's just read this once. It ensures that BCP personnel have written continuity document in reference in an event of emergency. Even senior BCP team members are not present to guide the effort. So if you have the document, that is your reference point. So anyone having a document can start the the BCP or implement BCP in any design. It provides a historical records of BCP process that will be useful for future personnel seeking to both understand the reasoning behind various procedures and implement necessary changes in the plan. So when you have very well documented with different versions of document, it helps all the employees even in future. So for example, if you're creating a BCP documentation and if it's a detailed documentation with justified reasoning and everything, even when you leave an organization, anyone joining in the future, if they refer to the document, they're aware of what the process is and the reason for conducting the processes. And uh, based on the scenario, there'll also be change as it is a live document. It has to be assessed and changed. There should be a review of document be done. It forces team members to commit their thought per a process that often facilitates the identification of flaws in the plan. Having the plan on paper also allows draft document to be distributed to individual, not on the BCP team for sanity check. So you can distribute it across the more number of copies, the more number of inputs that you can get on. Okay, statement of so it reflects the criticality of BCP to the organization's continued viability. This document commonly takes in form of to the organization's employees stating the reason that the organization is devoted significant resources to BCP development process and requesting the corporation of all personnel in the BCP implementing phase. So statement of importance is something is kind of a letter from higher management stating that for an organization, BCP is very important and it is the role and responsibility of each individual to participate and contribute to the BCP. So as this comes from a higher management, this holds a lot of value and everyone needs to follow it. So everyone, each employee needs to follow the, needs to contribute or cooperate to the statement of priorities. It flows directly from identifying priority phases of business impact assessment. It simply involves listing functions considered critical to continued business operation in priority order. So statement of priority is basically the list or a document that states all the critical process for an organization. Okay, statement of organizational responsibility. Again, it comes from senior level executive and can be incorporated into same letter as the statement of importance. So in the statement of importance, you can have statement of organizational responsibility, which basically states the same that business continuity is everyone. Vital record. Okay, so these are the list of documents and tells the process of storing all the important documents that are required to restore a business. So for example, it consists of all the documents or information that is to start an organization from the scratch. So for example, if the whole facility catches fire and everything is lost, if you have the vital record programs, all the documentation, it will help you revive the organization because it will have all the important documents that are required to restart the process. All the contracts, all important documents are considered as vital record program. So BCP documentation should outline a vital record program for organization. This document states where critical business record will be stored and the procedures for making and storing backup copies of those records. One of the biggest challenge in implementing a vital record program is often identifying the vital records. So you basically identify all the important documents in your organization that will help you revive the organization in terms of any disaster. So this is basically a strategy or a program that you will make to store, to create multiple copies of the important documents and the way emergency response guideline. It is basically the first step or the first response document that we can say. So it outlines the organizational and individual responsibility for immediate response to an emergency. This document provides first employee to detect an emergency with the steps they should take to activate provision of BCP. So this is like a first line of action. So any the team or the people who are responsible to take the first step in BCP is basically is emergency response guidelines. So they are the ones who will be taking the first step. An example is fire suppression procedures, immediate response procedures, security and safety procedures, fire suppressing procedures, notification of appropriate emergency response agencies, etc. A list of individuals who have been notified of incident, executives, BC members. So these are line of contact. So they'll be someone who will be maintenance of the document. BCP is a BCP documents, and its plan itself must be a living document. Created now and then. Every organization encounters nearly constant change, and this dynamic nature ensures that business continuity requirement will also evolve. So you need to make sure that the BCP. Okay, so again, this is going to be a little theoretical, where we will be understanding different laws and regulation. Now, these laws that will be studying are very specific to US laws and European Union. Okay, so in terms of laws, law has been categorized into three: criminal, civil, and administrative law. So, what is a criminal law? So basically, this focuses on all the offenses that harm society, state, which could include crimes like murders, robbery, assault. So these all type of crimes are being taken care by the criminal law. So you have criminal laws which there's law enforcement which take care of crimes such as murder, robbery, assault. This is the criminal law. Civil law is basically disputes between organizations or two entities or two different parties. Uh, so if you have two organizations and there could be some legal contracts which has been there's been an dispute in terms of any contract or any settlement. In that case, uh, civil law takes care of such kind of issues. Whereas administrative law, this is something that regulates the actions of government agencies and ensures their compliance with rules, regulation, and procedures in areas like licensing, enforcement, and public policy. So administrative law basically is a definition or laws that help regulatory bodies to enforce law. So law is being categorized into the three. This is pretty simple, basic. We all know about what a crime is, what is a civil law. Administrative law is something which is new. So we'll just go through the slide. Laws that the police and other law enforcement agencies concern themselves with. Criminal law contains prohibition against acts such as murder, assault, and robbery. Penalties for violating criminal statutes fall in a range that includes mandatory hours of community service, monetary penalties, and deprivation of civil liberties, which is imprisonment. A number of criminal laws serve to protect society against computer crime. So initially, there were a lot of issues when there were computer crimes. So when computer was evolving and there was crime related to computers, it was very difficult for uh, the legal system to identify or to categorize it into a specific law and to penalize the criminal. So penalizing uh, the person based on a criminal law would be maybe in an instance of hacking. Criminal laws were not applicable. There were no specific laws which were only specific to computer related crimes. So with evolving technology and computers and computer related crimes were introduced, and there were specific laws that were created to deal with computer related crimes. So early computer crime prosecution were attempted under traditional criminal laws, and many were dismissed because judge thought that applying traditional laws to modern type of crime would too far stretch. So these are few of the laws which are being created later to deal with computer related crime. So this specific slides have very less of it, but the book that I have shared, it has got detailed laws that were created with year and what is its relevance, where exactly which law applies. So Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Computer Security Act of 1987, and FISMA. This is Federal Information Security Management Act. So there are new laws that were created, but I think if you refer, it has got detailed description of all types of laws. I mean, these laws are you need to by heart them. You need to understand where exactly which law falls in. So these are the list of laws that you need to actually read, and you might have to by heart it, because every law has main categories: computer assisted crimes, computer target crimes, and computer is an incident. So computer assisted crime is something where computer is used as a tool to carry out a crime. So it could be attacking a financial system to carry out theft of fund or any sensitive information, obtaining any military documents, obtaining military and intelligence material by attacking the military systems, carrying out industrial spy by tracking competitors and gathering confidential business data. So basically, use a computer to carry out a crime is considered as computer assisted crime. Computer target crime is a crime where computer is a victim of the act. So a best example is distributed denial of service. So DDoS is something uh, where you carry out an attack on a computer from multiple or thousands computers. So just to give you an example, for example, you have a website which can handle around 1,000 users. So distributed denial of service. So denial of service is something you attack on a computer to make sure, or a system to make sure that the system is not able to service, is not able to serve. So if there's an application and you attack an application, denial of service makes sure that your service is down. You're not able to service the application. And distributed denial of services means that you attack a system using hundreds and thousands of computers from different locations or different parts, using different users to attack the system. So basically what you do is you send a heavy traffic to an application or a website so that the system goes down. You're not able to access this, the website goes down and it is not accessible to anyone. So there are two, three ways of doing it in later domains. We'll see different type of attacks that can be carried out on systems. So DDoS is one of those. So computer targeted crime is basically a crime where victim is a computer or a system. Other example is capturing password or sensitive data from a computer, installing a malware with an intent to cause destruction. Computer is incidental. So basically, this means computer is not an attacker or victim, but it is just used between the crime. So where a computer is necessarily not an attacker or a victim, but just happened to be involved when a crime was carried out. So an example is attacker gathering information about his target from his laptop. So it is not that he's used his computer to attack a system, or nor his computer is attacked, but it is just used to just gather an information related to the victim. APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat. This is very interesting and something I can give an example related to this as well. The full form is Persistent Threat. So these are teams which are very good at hacking, and they're very target oriented. So I'll just give you a very good example of how APTs are. If you Google something called as Stuxnet, so there was an attack which US and Israel had carried on Iraq on their nuclear systems. So they had created a virus which was only intended to attack a nuclear machine, so a nuclear reactor, a system. So there's a system which is involved in a nuclear reactor, which is called a centrifugal. So it was actually created only for a specific machine. So what US and Israel did was they created a virus, and they had thousands and thousands of pen drives with that viruses, and they just distributed it in Iraq, and someone used that pen drive to connect to the nuclear system. So this specific virus was only intended to attack a nuclear system, not a personal computer, not a server, nothing. So that is how APTs work. So these are very sophisticated long-term cyber attacks which are aimed in stealing sensitive information or compromising systems. APTs are very carefully planned and executed over time, often well funded, and are very skilled groups. So it could be funded by either the states, countries, or intelligence systems or organization to create an attack. So you can call them as professional hackers as well, and they're very skilled and they're very target oriented. So APTs are very focused and motivated to aggressively and successfully penetrate a network with various different attack methods and then hiding its presence while achieving a well-developed multi-level foothold in the environment. The advanced aspect of this term pertains to expansive knowledge capabilities and skill base of APTs. The persistent component has to do with the fact that the group of attacker is not in a hurry to launch an attack quickly, but will wait for the correct opportunities, also referred to as low attack. You can actually Google what Stuxnet is. It is a very good example of APTs about Iran and US attacking the Iraq nuclear program. Intellectual property. Okay, what is an intellectual property? So basically, intellectual property is an intangible asset. As we all know, asset is something that has value. And again, there are two types of asset, tangible and intangible. Tangible is something that has a physical form, and intangible is something which does not have a physical form. Example, a software. You cannot touch or has a solid form of software. Music, any stories. So these assets which are intangible are considered as intellectual properties. So there are four major types of intellectual property. I'm sure everyone is familiar with these words: copyright, trademark, patents, trade secrets. But we'll just go through a brief of what these are. What is a copyright? What is trademark? Patent, trade secret? What is the significance and how the laws help us with these with the intellectual properties? Okay, so copyright protects in any literary work. So examples like books, music, films, software code is something that is can be copyrighted. It gives a protection for the literary work. So for an example, if there's a software, only the code of a software can be copyrighted, but not its functionalities. So you have a code, a software which is designed for a specific task. So the characteristics of softwares are not protected in the copyright, but it's the only the code that can be protected under copyright. So copyright law guarantees the creator of original work of authorship protection against the authorized duplication of their work. Broad categories of work qualify for copyright protection: literary work, musical work, dramatic works, choreographic work, sculptural work, motion picture works, architectural work. Uh, in terms of computer software, it is done under scope of literary work. It is important to note that copyright laws protect only the expression inherent in the computer software. That is the actual source code. It does not protect the idea or process behind the software. So you can mimic using the same idea, but you cannot copy paste the code. So that is something that falls under copyright. But I can create a similar knowledge, my interpretation out of the book. I can create my own content and I can use that. So that is something that I can do. So that is how there's a difference between when an ideas are not protected or the characteristic of software is not protected under copyright. It's only the source code that can be protected under copyright. You need not register your official work. Official registration, a copyright is not prerequisite for copyright enforcement. So since the creation, you by default you have the copyrights of the work, provided that it is not a copy. It has to be. I mean, you need to be the creator of it. It's not being copied from a different source. And there's also a clause in copyright. Copyright ownership always defaults to the creator of work, exception work for hire. So work for hire means if you hire someone to complete the work, you're paying someone to do the work. In that case, the person who's doing the work is not does not have rights on copyrights. So giving an example here, you have a music company, you're producing music, and you hire an artist to sing a song, and you pay a singer for the singing that he's doing. So the singer does not have any copyrights on the work that is being done because you have already paid him. So as a music company or a music producing company will have all the copyrights related to the work. So this is an exception that they have for the creator. And copyright is valid for 70 years after the death of the last creator. So for example, if you have 10 people writing a book, so the copyright is valid from for 70 years after the death of last person. So you have 10 people writing a book, so the copyright is valid after the 10th person dies. 70 years after the 10th, the last person has died, the copyright is valid. So it gives a long time to use the copyrights. Trademarks. So any slogans, logos that is used to identify a company is called as a trademark. You basically use a trademark. You need not register your trademark. So since the time you use it, you can just mention a TM. You might have seen this logo on this mark on slogans and logos. So you can just use TM to show that you intend to secure this. But also you can register your trademark with USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office. And once you register it, instead of TM, you can mention this is R. So there's a protection of 10 years. Trademark is protected and it can be renewed unlimited. So if you're keeping using it, uh, even after 10 years, you need not renew it. It is protected. So only if you're not using it for 10 years, and then you do not renew it or use it, only then it can be used by someone else. Patents, I think we all are aware of what patents are. So patents are intellectual property rights for inventors. So any new invention that is being done, so you can secure it with a patent. So a period of 20 years, you can use the patent for 20 years and the information has to be disclosed. So when you file a patent, if it's a new invention, you need to give all the details about the invention and everything. Uh, and it is valid for 20 years. So you have legal rights over the patent for 20 years, post which anyone is allowed to use it. So mostly car companies use patents. So Mercedes is a good example of it. So Mercedes earns a lot of revenue from its patents. So they create different technologies within the cars, and different car brands use this patent. So they pay money to Mercedes to use their patents, and that's how even Mercedes earns a lot of revenue from their patents. So there are three main requirements to file a patent. The invention must be new, invention must be useful, and invention must not be obvious. So these are some common basics, common sense that has to be used. So there are these three main requirements. In technology field, patents have long been used to protect hardware devices and manufacturing process. Recent patents have also been issued covering software programs. I think the best patent that we are aware recently is the COVID vaccine. So the vaccine has as a patent. You cannot have a copyright or a trademark on it. So this is the best example of having a patent. Trade secret. Okay, so trade secret is not something that you need to register or disclose. Uh, the best example for this is Coca-Cola recipe or a KFC recipe. So this is something which is a secret formula, which very critical to the business of the company. And also there are some laws and regulations to protect the trade secret. Trade secrets are not disclosed because if you disclose them, then it's of no use. I mean, if you reveal the secret, then it's available to everyone. So you cannot cover it with a copyright or with a patent. So trade secrets are intellectual property where the information has to be secured. So that is something that falls into trade secret. So to preserve trade secret status, organization must implement adequate controls to ensure that only authorized person with a need to know of secret have access to them. Trade secret protection is one of the best way to protect computer software. This is the technique used by large software development companies such as Microsoft to protect its core base of intellectual property. So the best example is when you compile a code, you cannot uncompile it, right? I mean, you only have the binary of a software, zeros and ones. So that is how, or an operating system. You are not aware of what the source code is. So if you do not have the source code of it, you're not sure how it functions in the background. So that's how softwares are. There's also a law to secure the trade secret, and anyone sharing the information. So, for example, with respect to Coca-Cola or KFC recipes, these recipes are actually being kept in a physical vault in US. Anyone who has access to this data, if they disclose it or share it with anyone, then they can have a fine or also an imprisonment. So this law, Economic Espionage Act of 1996, makes sure that trade secrets are protected, and anyone who's sharing the trade secret will be prosecuted. Software licensing. So common type of soft license agreement which are used is contractual license agreement. If the software is, I mean, if there are two parties, one is creating the software and one is buying a software. If it's a custom made software, then there's always a contractual license agreement between the vendor who creates the software and the customer. So it is mostly in a written contract that is being shared. So that's a contractual license agreement. Use a written contract between software vendor and customer outlining the responsibilities of each. These agreements are commonly found in high priced and or highly specialized software packages. Shrink wrap license agreement is basically when you buy a license, there's always a seal on it, and there's all the contract details are being mentioned on the CD or on the software pack, and there's also a seal. So if you break the seal, it means that you agree to the terms and conditions of the software license. Click-through license agreement. So when you install a software, everyone has installed software on their computer. So when you do install a software, we generally perform next, 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 and then again you have a pop-up box which states that terms and conditions, and you have to go through all the terms and conditions. And there is a small checkbox. So you need to click on the checkbox and agree to the terms and conditions. So that is called as click-through license agreement. Cloud service license agreement. Most cloud service do not require any form of written agreement and a simply flash legal term on the screen for review. In some cases, they may simply provide a link to legal terms and a checkbox for users to confirm that they have read and agree to the terms and conditions. So these are some types of licenses. Either it could be a contractual, it could be a shrink wrap, click-through license agreement, or a simply link of the license agreement. I think most of us have already, whenever we are using a computer, we've seen such kind of uh, licenses. DMCA. So DMCA is Digital Millennium Copyright Act, is a act in United States that helps internet service providers. So if there's any malicious activities, if there's any copyright related issues when there's a data being transferred from one party to the other and internet is involved, there's some rules and regulations that are being defined for internet service providers, that it is mandatory. So these are the mandatory things that an internet service provider needs to follow. These are the follow. So transmission must be initiated by personnel other than the provider. So there has to be no interference of an internet service provider when there is a data being sent from one computer to the other computer. Transmission, routing, provision of connection and or copying are carried out by an automated process. Again, there shouldn't be any human interference during these activities when dealing with anything which is when any copyright related data. The service provider must not determine the recipient of the material. Any intermediate copies must not ordinarily be accessed to anyone other than the anticipated recipient. The material must be transmitted with no modification to its content. So these are few guidelines which have been defined that internet service provider needs to follow with this act. This protects all the copyright data, copyright protected data. Okay, so what is privacy? So privacy refers to the right of an individual to control their personal information. So that is how we say as privacy. That's the definition of privacy. Now in privacy, there's something called as PII, personally identified information. So if you worked with in companies which handle banking related information or healthcare related information, this is a very common term that has been used. PII, personally identified information. Now what PII means is any information that could help identify an individual. So information like social security number in US, it is very similar to what we use as Aadhaar card. Aadhaar number is social security number, national identification number, vehicle registration number plate, driver license number, face, fingerprint, handwriting, credit card details, anything that can identify an individual's personal data is considered as PII or personally identified data. So there are a lot of rules and regulations around privacy, privacy related laws. So this is all limited to the US laws. So the most important law is Fourth Amendment. So Fourth Amendment is something that most of you have heard of it. What Fourth Amendment is? Maybe if you are watching any films or series from Hollywood, you might have heard of what Fourth Amendment is, but let's go through it. So Fourth Amendment is a provision in US that prohibits government agents from searching private properties without a warrant and probable cause. The court have expanded their interpretation of Fourth Amendment to include protection against wiretapping and other invasion of privacy. So a very common example, if you've seen series and films, you might have seen a scene where the cops will knock your door and there's always a question that they ask, "Do you have a warrant?" So it is mandatory to have a warrant. The government agencies are not allowed without a warrant to search a private property. So it could be even a car or residence, uh, the telephone, any documents. Even the government agencies are not allowed to do it without a valid warrant. So that is something that the Fourth Amendment says that you need to have proper orders from the court to check the residence documents or privacy. So this secures privacy of an individual in their home, their car, the documents, their phone. So Fourth Amendment is very important when you are uh, attempting CISSP. So Privacy Act of 1974 severely limits the ability of federal government agencies to disclose private information to other agencies without prior written consent of the affected individual. So again, these are different laws that helps an individual that gives rights to an individual with the privacy. So if you read this book, you can see a lot of laws and regulations with related to individual privacy. Health insurance, portability, and accountability. This is a law that strictly regulates privacy for hospital insurance companies and all medical related records. HIPAA also defines the right of individual who are the subject of medical records and require organization that maintains such records to disclose these rights in writing. So HIPAA is a law that gives privacy to medical related records for an individual. So it is very important that companies or organizations that are working in medical domain abide to HIPAA. There's again something called as high tech, which you can see here. Health Information Technology and Economic and Clinical Act of 2009. So based on which domain you are, there are different laws for privacy. Okay, so there's some privacy related laws in EU as well, European Union. European Union privacy law is to protect the fundamental rights and freedom of individual with related to privacy. So there are five directives which are outlined here. So the first one is right to access. So what exactly it means is right to access is data subject or people have the right to request information about their personal data an organization holds about them. They can also ask for a copy of data and information on how it is being processed. So for example, there's a company who's collecting your personal data. So you have the right to know what data is being collected, how it is being collected, what process is being done on that. So that gives you the right to know where exactly your data is being used and who is collecting it. The second is right to know the data source. So what it means is data subjects have right to know where their personal data comes from, if not directly provided by them. So if they're not providing the data, where exactly they got this from. This also includes understanding whether the data was collected from public record, third-party sources, or other means. So where exactly have they collected from data? They have the right to know about it. Right to correct inaccurate data is individual can request data correction or update any inaccurate data held by the organization. So a good example of this is if there's any incorrect data related to the CIBIL score, for example, or so the subject has the rights to update it or correct it. So that is what it means, right to correct inaccurate data. Right to withhold consent to process data in some situation. So what it means is individual can refuse or withdraw their consent for organizations to process their personal data in certain situations. Uh, the law requires that consent be given by the subject, and they also have the consent to revoke. I mean, they have the rights to revoke the consent as well. So maybe the subject can give consent to just collect the data, but if they don't want, they can remove the consent to not process it ahead. So it could be depend on case, what exactly. So basically it's the consent part of collection or processing the data that the subject holds. Subject is a person or an entity. Fifth is a right of legal action should these rights be violated. So what it means is if an individual's right under privacy laws are violated, for example, if their data is processed without consent, or if they are denied access to their data, they have right to take legal actions. So this could also have the right to seek compensation for damages or any violation of their data. So basically this means that they could take a legal action in case they are not given access to their data or it has been used without their consent. So these are some privacy related laws which are created in European Union related to privacy. Okay, so GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, was enforced by EU in May 2018. It's a regulation that protects the personal data and privacy of EU citizens. So there are three entities. One is data subject. So basically, a person or an individual with whom the data pertains. So the data belongs to an individual. So the person to which the data belongs to. Data controller is an organization which collects the data for an EU resident, or a data processor, someone who processes the data for a data controller. So to give a simple example is maybe a person is working in a company. So a subject is an employee which works for a company. So data controller is someone who has the employee's data. So to process the payroll, to process salary for the employee, the company has given the data to another company to carry out the payroll and do the salary for monthly. So data controller is someone who owns the data and has collected it from the subject or the employee, and data processor is only someone who is taking care of the data and processing it to. So in this case, it is using to process the salary. So this is how there are three different roles that are being defined. And GDPR law is applicable to any of one entities which are based in EU. So either if the employee is from EU or the subject is from EU, the company which is collecting the data is from EU, European Union, or the company who is processing the data is from EU. So anyone who is part of EU is obliged to GDPR. So there are three key provisions that are made, which is again similar to what we saw in the previous slide. Consent, data controller and data processor cannot use personal data without explicit consent of data subject. So what we've seen here, that right to withhold consent to process data in some situations. So the subject needs to give a consent to data controller and processor to use their data. Right to be informed, data controller and data processor must inform subject how their data is being used. Right to restrict processing data. Data subject can agree to have their data stored by a collector but disallow it to be processed. Right to be forgotten. This means that if the subject wants, it has to be deleted. Data subject can request their personal data be permanently deleted. And data breach. So if there's a data breach, the subject must be told about it. Data controller must report data breach within 72 hours of becoming aware of it. This is a very important point about data breach because there was a question that I had regarding this. So if there's a data breach, what is the timeline that the breach needs to be reported? So that is 72 hours. So I had this question with regards to data breach. So with privacy and laws, you need to by heart everything, each laws, and you need to know which law to use where. So this is a very something very tedious, and it takes time to remember everything. But there's no other option. If you need to learn and by heart all these rules and regulations. Employee rights in terms of privacy. So again, every employee has got privacy rights. So the monitoring, okay, within the corporation, several employee privacy issue must be thought through and addressed. The monitoring must be work related, meaning that manager may have right to listen in on his employee's conversation with customer, but he does not have the right to listen to his personal conversations. So whenever you have recordings done in an organization, so there's also something called a session recording. It's not just related to the calls that you can say. Any work that has been taken place, even when you log into a server, you have few tools that can record a session. So any activity that you make on a system can be recorded. It's not just related to the calls, but any activity that you perform on a system or in an organization, it can be recorded, and it is okay for the manager to monitor his work, which is related to what activities that he perform, but he does not have the rights to monitor anything with regards to his personal work or personal conversations. So monitoring also has to be consistent. If it is done, it has to be done on everyone. It cannot be subjected to just one or two employees. Have employees read a document describing what type of monitoring they could be subjected to, what is considered acceptable behavior, and what is the consequence of not meeting those expectations are. The employee should be asked to sign a document referred to as waiver of reasonable expectation of privacy. So basically, employee should be aware of what is being monitored and what is not. So anything which is personal to him should not be legally. You cannot monitor any of his personal assets, devices, phones, calls, anything. And the employee must be aware of what monitoring is being done by the organization. So there's something also called as a reasonable expectation of privacy. So it's a legal concept that determines whether an individual privacy has been violated. It is very similar to the Fourth Amendment that we've read. It refers to the idea that personnel should have certain level of privacy in situation where they are reasonably expected. For example, their residence or uh, their car, their personal devices, their phones. So these come under reasonable expectation of privacy. Okay, so the employee is has to be notified, and there has to be a justified reason for it. So when we say that, the monitoring is not should not be subjected to just one or two, but there's an exception because the person is in PIP. So even when you do a monitoring changes based on what department it is it. Right. I mean, different processes will have different type of monitoring. So that is how it has been done. And it is right that you cannot monitor a single person, but with this context, it is to do with the privacy part of it. Employee should, it's only the employee privacy that has to be taken care of. Okay, when crime crosses international boundaries, the complexity of such issues shoot up considerably, and their chances of criminal being brought to any court decreases. So there's again Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a global organization. So this includes around 38 countries that work together. So there are few guidelines that they have created for trans-border flow of personal information. So these are few guidelines that they have created. We need not go in detail about the guidelines, but we just need to know for any, what OECD is and where exactly it is being used. So these are few guidelines: collection limitation, data quality, purpose specification, use limitation, security, safeguard, openness. So these are just guidelines. You need not go in depth for this. This is also not available in the book that I have provided. International issues. Exports are imposed. Okay, so this is only specific to the US part. So there are few technologies. So there's a lot of rules and regulations or restrictions when it comes to exporting software, which has got encryption technologies. So there's a department called as BIS in the US, which restricts exporting technologies and software where encryption is being used, or any software that can be used in military forces. So there's a department called as BIS in the US that take care of it. So initially, few years back, it was literally impossible to export any softwares which had got encryptions or any powerful tools. So anything that was used by US military, any similar technology, it was not possible to export it outside the US. It was restricted by the Department of Commerce. So there was also a BIS department in it. But later, there's some guidelines which are being defined. So if you need to export any software which has got encryption or any powerful characteristics. In that case, it has been evaluated. So you need to request to the department that you need to export this specific software. It gets evaluated within 30 days, and post approval, you can export. So there are a lot of rules and regulations around technologies and softwares when you import or export them. So it's just a brief about it. Government recognizes that a very same computers and software technologies that drive the internet and e-commerce can be extremely powerful tools in the hands of military forces. For this reason, a complex set of regulations were developed governing the export of sensitive hardware and software products to the other nations. The regulation include management of transborder data flow of new technologies, intellectual properties, and personally identified information. Encryption technologies was one of the best example of it. The control of exporting encryption software were even more severe, rendering it virtually impossible to export any encryption technologies outside the country. So I think you also have this has been mentioned in the book. So the one that I just mentioned about BIS. Right. Okay. Encryption and export controls. Yes, I think the Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security, the BIS that I just mentioned, set forth regulation on export of encryption product outside United States. Under previous regulations, it was virtually impossible to export even relatively low-grade encryption technology outside the United States. So this was a problem before, but then later they've created. So current regulation now designates the category of retail mass market software, market security software. The rule now permits firms to submit these product for review by Commerce of Department, but these review is supposed to take no longer than 30 days. So they basically evaluate this. Only after evaluation, if they give approvals, only then you can use it to export or import. So that's how it works in the US right now. So basically the topics that we are discussing right now is just related to laws and regulation. So if you check this book, this is the fourth chapter. This deals everything related to laws and regulations. So what is law, criminal law, civil law, administrative laws, computer crimes, and detailed description about all the laws that were created. Since the creation of first law till 2014. So there was also there's a question I remember, not sure, related to the federal cybersecurity law of 2014. So there were a lot of changes that Barack Obama made in modernizing the cybersecurity related laws. So it will give you a detailed description of which law does what, where it is applicable, where it is not. They're covering the EU part very less, but more in towards the US part. This is the licensing that we've just seen, import exports. This is again very theoretical. The whole chapter is theoretical. It will just tell you what rules and regulations that needs to be followed based on your domain. That's the whole part in this chapter. But you need to make sure that you go through all these laws: Children's Online Privacy Act, GLBA, US Patriotic Act. So this is an act which basically gives you the right to do monitoring. So Fourth Amendment restricts the government organizations to search for to do wiretapping and everything. So under USA Patriotic Act, it allows intelligence agencies to do wiretapping, record calls. So it gives the agencies the right to perform that. So this is a very specific act under which you can agencies get the access to record or wiretape the calls. So that's what it is. It's all theoretical. I think you need to just by heart it, the dates and everything. Okay, moving to the next topic, which is compliance. So, what is compliance? So, compliance is basically adhering to laws and regulations. That's a simple definition of compliance. Okay. So, regulatory compliance describe the goal of that organization aspires to achieve in their efforts to ensure that they are aware of and take steps to comply with relevant law, policy, and regulations. So again, it's the same. You just need to adhere to the law. So we've seen a lot of laws and regulations that exist. So based on your domain that you work in, you need to comply the industry that you work in, you need to comply to the laws and regulations of that specific industry. So compliance is adhering to laws and regulation. Due to increasing number of regulations and need for operational transparency, organizations are increasing adopting the use of consolidated and harmonized set of compliance controls. Okay, PCI DSS. I think we might have everyone might have heard or seen of this. So what PCI DSS is? The full form is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. So if you're working with any credit card or debit card industries, so they need to comply with the PCI DSS standards. So PCI DSS standards have defined all the standards and guidelines that are required for any payment card industry to adhere to its security, to enforce proper securities and controls in this industry. PCI DSS has mentioned a lot of guidelines. So companies like Visa, Mastercard, Amex, uh, so whenever you make an online transaction on the payment gateway page, you'll always see that in compliance with PCI DSS. So if you have not, anytime you make a payment ahead when you're doing an online payment, do check. You'll always see on the payment gateway side when you enter the OTP or your card details, you'll always see this which says in compliance with PCI DSS. So PCI DSS is nothing but a regulatory which deals with credit and debit cards. PCI certification is also considered the best way to safeguard sensitive data and information, thereby helping business build strong, long-lasting, and trusting relationship with their customers. Ethics. So there's some code of ethics which are defined by IEC2, and they also have a preamble and four canons. So we'll just go through it, and these canons you need to by heart them because you'll definitely have at least two questions on it. So what are the ethics? IC2 requires all certified system security professionals, CISSP, to commit to fully supporting its code of ethics. If CISSP intentionally or knowingly violates the code of ethics, he or she may be subjected to peer review panel, which will decide whether the certification should be revoked. So code of ethics preamble is this: the safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principal and each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standard of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is condition for certification. So basically, it tells you the preamble, and it tells you to follow the duty and principles, give the best security, follow the security for society welfare and common good. So this is something that you just need to by heart it a little. And there are four ethics that you literally need to by heart because there'll be at least two questions around it. So these are the four ethics canon: protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibility, and legally, provide diligent and competitive service to principals, advance and protect the profession. So you might have to by heart this. So basically, it tells you what you need to follow, what should be your ethics, and how we need to act as a security professional. So you'll definitely get at least two questions around it. So make sure that you by heart this with number as well. What is the first law, second canon, third canon, fourth canon? Just do by heart this, and you'll definitely have at least have two questions around it. All right. Okay, so moving to asset, I think we are all aware of what asset is. We've understood what asset is. We've seen a lot of examples around asset. So what is an asset? Anything that is worth to an organization. Uh, so even as part of intellectual property, we've seen that asset could be of two types. It could be tangible and intangible. Tangible assets are people, partners, equipment, facilities, whereas reputation and information is a intangible asset. Information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization and lies at the heart of every information system. You're all aware information is critical in for every organization. Asset security domain focuses on collecting, handling, and protecting information throughout its life cycle. A primary step in this domain is classifying information based on its value to the organization. So as we discussed, information classification. So this is a brief about what asset is, what data security is, life cycle of the information is. Okay, this is a brief of life cycle, information life cycle. There are four stages of an information life cycle. One is acquisition, where basically you acquire a data or create from scratch. So there are two ways that you can create a data. One is by acquiring from somewhere or creating it from scratch. After it is acquired, we attach system and business metadata. So this is basically creation or acquiring of data. The second is use of information. So during its existence, information will be used and modified by different types of users. Information will be read and modified by variety of users. From security perspective, this stage is most challenging. So all the data security or information security that we'll be learning will be implemented during the use, because this is where data is mostly handled and most valuable. So it could be data residing on a data center. It could be the data which is in used or data which is in transit. So this is the most crucial phase of an information uh, life cycle. Archival is once you've used the information is stop being used regularly at some point. When this happens, but before getting rid of it, it is retained for variety of reasons like regulation and compliance. So this is basically data retention. Uh, Data retention is required for multiple things. Uh, it is it could also be a part of legal requirement that you need to store a data for a specific period of time. Good example this is a bank transaction. So considering a bank account passbook, so you have details about it. So you can also have uh, details about a bank transaction which was held few years back as well, because it is mandatory to have that. So there are few regulations and laws which make you keep data for a longer period of time, and there could also be some rules that will ask you to delete it after a specific period of time. For example, in the last domain that we've seen, right to be forgotten or privacy related data, if it is not required, it has to be deleted, and because of privacy issues, or there could be different regulatory requirements for data retention. So we'll be looking into it in further slides. And the last is disposal. So once you need to delete the data or destroy the data, that's when there are a lot of processes and guidelines that are being defined on how to do deletion of data, to make sure that the data is deleted securely and it cannot be retrieved by any users outside the organization. So for example, if you have a hard disk or a server processing very critical data, and now you have decommissioned the server, and as part of the hardware refreshment, you've submitted the hardware for disposal without deleting the data. So anyone who's got access to the server after you have decommissioned it and given it for the vendor for disposal, if anyone is able to access the data, then that could be disclosure of critical data, which we do not want. So there are a lot of process and procedures defined to securely delete or dispose the data. So this is a brief about information lifecycle. Information classification. So this is the first step. So once you have identified the information, the first step that you perform is classify the information. So information classification is a process in which organization assesses the data that they hold and the level of protection it should be given. Okay. Uh, Data classification helps ensure data is protected in most cost-effective manner. Uh, Asset classification used to store or process information should be as high as the classification of most valuable data in it. Okay, so giving a brief, when you identify assets, all the computers, servers, files, documents, data, when you identify the criticality and sensitivity of it, it is very important to classify it. There are different level of classifications that we'll see in different slide. So the important reason to classify the data is this decides how the data will be handled in future. So if you classify the data as a very secret data, you will make sure that secret data is handled very carefully. But if you classify a data as a public or a less sensitive, less classified, in that case, the level of security goes down and you know that there's not going to be a major impact to the organization, even if the data is disclosed. So you implement less security control. So this also so the last point that you see, a cost-effective manner. So classification identifies how much control that needs to be implemented on the data. Secret information will obviously have more security controls, which will incur cost, and less sensitive data, there'll be no or very less security controls with a lesser cost. Sensitivity versus criticality. So what is the difference between a sensitive data and a critical data? Okay, there is a very less difference between critical and sensitive because we generally use it very commonly. I mean, so the meaning that we generally take it is very similar to sensitive and criticality, critical and sensitivity. But the major differentiator between a sensitive data and a critical data is that sensitive data refers to information that if it is exposed or misused could harm an individual's privacy or safety. So when it comes to privacy, that's when you categorize this as sensitive. Criticality basically means that any data, if compromised, could cause an impact to the organization's functionality. So the main differentiator between a sensitive data and critical data is the privacy part. So individual's privacy is considered as sensitive, whereas criticality is something that would impact the organization. Again, I mean, if there's a disclosure of sensitive data, again, it is also will cause an impact to the organization, but this is how you differentiate between a sensitive and critical data. So it causes business disruption. I mean, it causes critical data would cause business impact, whereas a sensitive data, disclosure of sensitive data would cause an individual impact or a personal information is considered to be as a sensitive data. So that is a differentiator between one. This slide does not give that differentiation very well, but that's why I just highlighted this. So loss to an organization if information was revealed to unauthorized individual directly affects the trust and reputation of the organization. Indicator of how loss of information would impact the organization directly affects the availability of vital business functions. Both of the factors are absolutely critical for business and must be carefully assessed, keeping in mind that compliance and regulations with the business need to abide. So this sounds very similar, but this is the differentiator between sensitive data and critical data. Okay, classification levels. So once you have identified your assets and information, when you perform an information classification based on what value it holds, these are the different levels of classifications. So in commercial classification, you have confidentiality, confidential, private, sensitive, public. In military, you have top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive but unclassified, and unclassified. So this you can in your even if you're working in an organization, you might have come across where you have to classify the data when you're sending an email. There's some kind of classification to it. This could be different based on your organizations, but Generally, there are 4 to 5 levels of classification. So confidential being the highest, the most sensitive or critical data, and public being the lowest critical or sensitive data. In my organization, what we follow is the organization that I work in is public, and instead of sensitive, we use internal. And for private, we use confidential, and for confidential, we are using secret. So that's what we follow. So the naming could be different based on your organization and what it wants to follow. But this is how the classification has to be done. So classification is done based on assessing the criticality and sensitivity of the data. And again, when you do a classification, how do you identify what is secret and what is the difference between confidential and private? Or in a military classification, what is secret and what is top secret? So there's always a classification metrics that is being designed by the organization. This is a very common practice in organization, that there is a classification metrics. So it is basically just a questionnaire that you need to fill in, and based on your answers, it will do an evaluation and it will give which classification level that you need to classify the document. You might also see the classification thing in your mandatory trainings in your organization. It's a very common security related trainings that you have in organizations about data classification. All right, so you basically classify based on the sensitivity and criticality of the data. If you're not sure which to classify, you can refer to a classification metrics, which is developed, which is created by your organization. Classification metrics is a list of questions you just need to answer. It would have a lot of questions in it. For example, does your document have any personal information like security, like social security number, email address, any transactions, financial transaction disclosed? It could have a lot of such questions, and based on your yes and no, it will do an evaluation and it will correctly identify what you need to categorize. So this is how the classification works. Again, what we just discussed, classification criteria. Once the scheme is decided, the organization must develop a criteria it will use to decide what information goes in which classification. Following are some parameters: usefulness of the data, again based on the criticality and sensitivity of data. These are few points: usefulness of data, value of data, age of data, level of damage that it uh, could be caused if the data were disclosed, level of damage it could be caused if the data were modified or corrupted, legal, regulatory, or contractual responsibility to protect data, lost opportunity cost that could be incurred if the data were not available or corrupted. So the classification rules apply on all the assets, whether it is tangible, intangible, physical or digital. So classification rules apply to data no matter what format it is. If it's a digital format, paper, video, fax, so irrespective of what the document is. There are also guidelines on how to use physical documents, whether you can keep it or on desk, uh, whether you should store it in a locker on your desk. So there are a lot of guidelines that are being defined in organizational policy. So the policy document that we have discussed. So this policy documents defines everything. So everything that is defined or we carry out is based on the security policy. Security controls. Again, we have learned on what security controls are. So just to give you a brief about what security controls are, we've seen that there are three main types. Administrative, which is policies, standards, guidelines, procedure documents. Technical or logical, it could be controls like encryption, antivirus, and then physical, which could be locks, CCTVs, security guards, biometric locks, anything. And also we've seen the other types of functional controls like preventive, detective, corrective. Um, so, so again, security controls used to protect the asset based on their classification level, marking, labeling, and handling procedures. So this is something that we'll see in next few slides. This marking and labeling is part of the administrative process. So your security policy defines how to mark a data. So for example, if you have a computer which is very critical for your business and it has got a application which is business critical and might be processing very critical data, very sensitive data. In that case, you use something called as marking. When you say that you are classifying the data, you mark or label it. So basically on the computer, maybe on as a wallpaper or maybe a sticker, you will do a labeling where it says that it's a very secret or a very critical system, and the classification would be confidential or top secret. So you could actually have a wallpaper stating that this system is very top secret or a confidential system, or you could have a sticker on it, or it could be or in a very restricted zone. You need to have it could be placed in a room where you need biometric access to access the system. There could be physical controls around it. Strict to granular access. This is basically access control. You need to define who needs to have what level of access on the system or the data. Encryption of the data while stored or while in transition. If you're storing it in a hard disk, you need to have proper encryption on it. And if it's in transmission, if it's the data is flowing, you need to use proper network protocols like TLS. Auditing and monitoring. So there has to be proper logs of when is the data used, what it is used for. So everything when you use, modify, or do any perform any activities with the data, there has to be proper monitoring and auditing that needs to be done. Separation of duties. So we've discussed that about separation of duties. So each one should have a duties assigned to make sure that no single person is able to perform all the activities on the data. Periodic review, backup and recovery procedures, change control processes. This is again for the integrity of data. Physical security protection, again using locks, biometrics, securing data servers into a physically secure location. Proper disposal actions such as shredding and degaussing. So this is a process that you follow for a physical document. Now, if you have a very important legal document or a confidential document, and that is something that you need to dispose, shredding is the way. So in offices, you have something called as paper shredder. So it shreds the paper and it chops off the document into very small pieces so that it's not recoverable again. So if anyone has got access to your dustbin, if he gets the bits and pieces, it shreds to a level that you cannot join it and again retrieve the data on the physical paper. So shredding is one of the action, and degaussing. Degaussing is an electronic way of deleting the data. So deleting data, there are different processes that is being used based on your requirement. So it is normal, just deleting of data, overwriting it, using magnetic field to destroy the data. So again, that is something that we'll see ahead. Classification procedures. So once you have identified your assets and data, uh, define classification level, the one that we've seen, confidential, private, sensitive, public, or top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified. Define a criteria for classification. Identify data owners who will be responsible for classifying data. Okay, this is a very important point that you need to keep in mind. Uh, Data is always classified by the data owners. So who is the data owner? Someone responsible. So owner has the highest responsibility to manage the data. So even the creator of data is also called as data owners in few cases. So data owner is responsible for classifying the data. So he decides what would be the level of security that has to be and how the data has to be managed through the entire life cycle of the information or the data. So it is mostly the creators or the responsible person to manage the data. So this is a very important thing that you need to understand. So data owners are responsible for classifying data. They decide how it has to be managed. Identify data custodians for maintaining data and its security level. So again, we'll see who the different roles that we've seen. We'll be looking what is a data owner, what are administrator, what is data custodians, what are users. So there are different data roles. So data custodians is someone who makes sure, who maintains the data and its security. So activities like backup or labeling, marking, or following security procedures is something that a data custodian will take care of. We'll discuss this with an example again of an owner and a custodian. Again, there's something called as system owners. So we'll go through this. So data custodian is someone basically who takes care of the data. Owner owns it and classifies it, but custodian makes sure that security is implemented and it maintains the data hygiene across the life cycle. Indicate the security controls. Again, based on the classification level, you need to decide how much security needs to be implemented. Critical the data, higher the security. Less critical the data, lesser the security. Documents and exceptions. Methods to transfer custody of the information to different data owners. Okay, again, you need to have proper documentation. So when you implement the security controls and you have classified the data, you also need to have proper documentation on how the data has to be handled. So this also has the exception parts and the actual process that needs to be followed, and methods where you transfer the custody of the information or when the data owner is changed. So that has to be, the details needs to be documented. Now this is a very theoretical part. This depends on organizations to organization on how they want to handle the data. But this is just a standard guideline, which should be a best practice that needs to be followed. Procedure to periodically review the classification and ownership. Maybe it could be quarterly, 6 months, or yearly, that you check if the classified data is still valid, or if there needs to be any change in the classification. So it could happen that a data which is retained for a long period of time, as it is not in used, it is not much critical for the business, and the classification level could be changed from confidential to private, or if it's a private data, from private to sensitive. So there could be change in the classification level, but the change is always done using proper approval methods, and it has to be, again, based on the security policy which is defined. So anything that is any process, procedures, or security related has to be defined in the security policy. So this is always that you need to think, or keep in mind with such questions, that security policy is the main document that defines everything. Procedure to declassify the data. Again, it is similar, which has to be done with proper approvals. This is declassification of data, or we could say also systems. So what this basically means is you have a server, a server with high configuration, which is currently used for a very critical service, but now you've ordered another server as part of hardware refreshment. You have another server, and you wish to use the existing server for a non-critical service. So a critical server, or a server which was classified as confidential, will be moved to a process which is lesser critical. So the process could be, the new process is sensitive and the older one is confidential. So it is moving from a high security level to a lower security level. So in that case, there has to be a proper treatment that needs to be conducted on the servers, like degaussing, and there could be declassification of system, or from confidential to sensitive, or depending on what the new classification is. But then there are procedures defined and which are mandatory to perform, so that it shouldn't have any confidential data, because you would classify this as could be of a higher importance. Integrate into security awareness program. Okay, so the entire life cycle of a information life cycle, you follow different controls over it, and this has to be passed through security awareness. So labeling is one of the most important thing that has to be done. So there is to be a practice where you will classify only the secure data. So public data being unsensitive, if you have a practice where you only label data which is confidential, private, and sensitive, and you do not label the data which is public, considering, so any data which does not have a label is for public use. And if you miss on any of the tapes or any of the systems, you miss to label it, and it had to be labeled as one of the three. In that case, it would be treated as a public and it could be mishandled. So these are few of the security awareness program that takes place to how to handle a data, or at a user level as well. Data classification: when you send an email, it is important to classify the email confidential information should not be shared outside the organization without prior approval. So there are a lot of awareness program that takes place, or you should never share passwords on the email without encryption. So these are few of the security awareness programs that you can conduct. Okay, moving to data roles. So many people within organization manage, handle the useful data. Although each role is important to overall security of an organization, some specific role must be clearly defined. So one is data owners. Person who is ultimately organizational responsibility of data, typically CEO, president, or department head, is the data owner. They identify the classification of data to ensure that it is labeled properly. They also ensure it has adequate security controls based on classification. So we've just discussed this before. So data owners is someone, these are people generally from higher management, the CEO, or someone who is responsible to manage the data is considered as the data owner. So it could be department head as well, based on what type of data it is. You classify the data owners. So data owners are responsible to classify and make sure that they are handled correctly across its life cycle. System owners, a person who owns a system that processes sensitive data. We'll look at this with an example. We'll just go through this first. So person who owns the system that processes sensitive data, typically the same person as data owner, but can be different as well, responsible for ensuring that data processed on the system remains secure, identifies highest level of data that the system process using applying necessary security controls. Okay, so there could be a case where the system owners, the data owners and the system owners could be different. So give an example. There's a department head who is managing customer data. So there's a process which deals with customer data, and the department head is the data owner. But the department or the process is using cloud system to do the process of data. So the department only collects personal data and feeds it into a system. Okay, so they're the data owners. They classify the data and they store it on a system, and then they carry out different process. So it could be maybe some insurance related process, claims related process. Okay, and the system on which the data is being kept or running, or an application which they are using on the system, could be the system owner. So it could happen that this department is using is an application which is hosted on cloud, or they're using a private cloud to host the application. And there's also a dedicated team which is there to make sure that the system is up and running, all the servers are running, and there's proper maintenance of the servers that is being done. So the team which is managing the servers could be system owners. So system owners ensures that the servers, hardware, application, database is being managed, is up and running, and the data owner is able to store the data on the systems and run their application or run their business or processes. So there could be a small difference between data owners and system owners. So this could be confusing with questions. So this is how you identify. But it could also happen that the data owners own the system as well, the entire system, and the data owners could be system owners. So this is very scenario based. And the third role is administrators. So administrators are responsible for assigning permissions, responsible for granting appropriate access to personal. Administrator assigns permission based on principle of least privileges or need to know. Least privileges and need to know is something that we learn. Least privileges is basically the least level of permissions that are given to a person which is required to do his job. So if there is a employee whose job is just to do a data entry in one of the 10 forms, or maybe his job is just to read the data and interpret, the employee will not be given the right access. So his job is just to read the data, interpret, and maybe inform the other team. So least privileges is the least amount of privileges that are required to do your job. You will not be given any permissions which you do not require. So any access will not be granted to you. If that's not part of your job role, you will not have that access. So that is least privileges. Least privileges and need to know are again a little similar and a little confusing. But need to know is again the permissions or the access that are being granted to access information that is required for you to know. So only the information that is required to know, only that access has been given. So anything apart from that, you will not have access to it. So okay, we'll discuss least privileges and need to know later in entire. So we have a domain identity and access management. So we'll learn about this in detail. So coming back to administrator again could be, they could be system administrators as well, someone who's managing the systems. But majority their administrators are responsible for granting access to the data or information assets. Data custodians, again, we've discussed this. So data owners often delegate day-to-day tasks to custodians. So it is the custodian's responsibility to make sure that the data is kept securely and handled correctly throughout its life cycle. So helps protect the integrity and security of data by ensuring it is properly stored and protected. The best example for a custodian would be someone who takes backup of the data. Custodians would ensure that data is backup in accordance with the backup policy. So they just take care of the data part to keep it safe and secure and manage it across the life cycle. And user. So this is the fourth. User is someone who accesses it. Any person who accesses data to accomplish work task should be given periodic security awareness training and offers the weakest link. So we've seen that humans are the weakest link in security. Okay. All right. Retention policy. This is the thing that we've seen here. Archival process. So this is what it means basically, data retention. So retention policy is key part of life cycle of records, describes how long business needs to keep the piece of information, determines where data is stored and how to dispose of the records when it's time. Organizations segregate the specific data set that have mandate retention requirement and handle those accordingly. Example, a company may want to keep data from its R&D division for much longer period than it keeps data from its customer service division. Helps managing cost because again, if you have a lot of data, there is a cost involved in managing data. Should consider industry-wide compliance and regulations. Country laws are also important factors. Okay, so again, data retention policy defines how long you should keep data. Data retention policy may vary based on the industry that you belong to and the type of data that you handle. So there was a so even legally there are regulations, laws and regulations which mandate you to keep a data for a specific period of time, which is mandatory, and also it tells you to delete after a certain period of time. So there was a incident with Merck's, I believe, where they had retained a data for several years. I mean, they had maybe for 10 or 15 years they had data, and as part of a audit, they were actually checking, and they wanted some data and they were not able to find it because they had retained data for 10, 15 years, and they actually had to pay a penalty for keeping the data. So even it is a legal requirement that you need to delete the data on time. So they couldn't find the data because there was so much of data that they couldn't identify the correct data that they had to present for the audit. And because they had so much of data, they had to pay fine in millions of dollars they had to pay. So you need to understand what business are you in and what are the laws and regulations for that business. Based on that, you define your retention policy. This could have all the audits, recordings, everything could be captured into this. Again, retention policy is defined in security policy. So it defines how long. So there's a policy document that defines how long you should keep a data, and that has to be checked. I mean, it has to be evaluated, and data disposal is also needs to be performed. Retention policy consideration. Every data retention policy answers three fundamental questions. What data we keep, what data do we keep? Customer data, employee data, R&D, etc. How long should we keep? 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, etc. And how we retain? On-prem, tapes, disk servers, or do we keep it on cloud? Okay. This is a little different from what we've been going through in these slides. So this is something called as e-discovery. So e-discovery is a process which is also called as electronic discovery. It's a legal process of identifying, collecting, and reviewing electronically stored information that may be relevant for a legal case. So this is very much relevant to an electronic data that is relevant to a legal case. Okay, so there are steps that are being defined in e-discovery method. So these are total 8 steps in the way that you need to the e-discovery process is being followed, and this is only specific for legal use, legal processing. If there's any crime that has been conducted and you need to have electronic evidences, that's when you follow this e-discovery process. So we'll just go through this one by one, all the 8 points of what the e-discovery process is. So the first step is identification of data. This is the first step where relevant electronic data sources are identified. So this can include email, documents, database, social media related logs, any digital communications or any other electronic records. So the first step would be to identify the relevant electronic data sources. Second is preservation. So once the data you've identified the data, it has to be preserved correctly to make sure that there is no loss of data or there's no tampering that is being done. So there's always a legal order or legal hold that are often placed on certain data to ensure that it is not altered or deleted. So it restricts this. There are a lot of restrictions or orders which are being implemented to make sure that there's no modification of data that has been done. Next is collection of data from various stores. So data is collected from all the identified sources. This often involves copying data in a forensically sound manner, so which is admissible in court. So when the data has to be produced in the court, there are some guidelines that the court says on how the data has to be collected, and there's a procedure which is being defined. So you need to follow that procedure. If you do not follow this, then the data which is being presented in the court is not accepted. So if you only follow the correct collection procedures, only then it is admissible in court. The fourth step is processing to know the relevant format, and only the relevant data is collected. So it might happen that you will have a data which is in GBs and TBs, there could be logs, so which is not required. So you basically do perform a processing on data to make sure that only the relevant information is being extracted, and so that is basically processing. So you filter out the information and only the relevant data is being extracted. The fifth step is review. The relevant data is reviewed, the extracted data, for potential legal issues such as privilege or confidentiality concerns. So basically this is being reviewed by the legal teams as well, by forensic teams. And then the next step is analysis of the data. The reviewed data is analyzed for different types of pattern insights. So basically there's a lot of processing and investigation, you can say, is being done on the evidences. So this is what is analyzing of data means. Here it is mentioned that analyzing of data in proper context. So basically this is investigation or understanding the data more in terms of the legal context. Seventh is production. So production is basically presenting. Okay. So this the data is being collected into a relevant format for. So production here means, I mean, presentation, and it looks a little similar. So it has been created in a format that could be produced in the court. So basically it is formatted to meet the specification of the case. So that's what a production means. And the last step is presentation. So data is collected and is being presented in the court as part of the claims. Presentation of data to external audiences to prove or disprove the claim. This is more of the legal part. This will take a lot of time, but if you just go through the book, there could be some questions. I'll just tell you how the questions would be around this. Yeah, right. Investigation and ethics. Right. So if you look at this, this is a combination of two domains. So I think you have right. So I think electronic discovery and everything is part of it is very well described here of how everything is being done. All these the 8 steps of how it is being done. Again, you might feel this is very theoretical, but yeah, you will for this specific slide. Okay, for this specific slide, if you need to understand this, so this slide might feel a little out of context here with what we've been doing till Okay, protecting privacy. Organization needs to identify personally identified information. Now we've seen what PII is. PII is basically all the information that could identify an individual. Example, email address, biometric data, telephone number, fingerprint, social security number. Can also include medical, employment, financial, education records. So anything that has got personal information is called as personally identified information. Anything that can identify an individual. As well as protected health information, PHI, and handle them in a secure manner. So PHI is information related to health status, healthcare that can be linked to any individual. It also includes medical payment histories or records of a patient. So PHI is any health related information which related to any individual. PI we are aware. Okay, so there are few methods in which you can handle the data. So these are some controls, not exactly controls, but these are some ways that you can use to keep the data in a very secure way. So one of the technique that can be used is pseudonymization. So basically, you replace the original name with something else. So this is a process of using pseudonyms to represent other data. It can be done to prevent data from directly identifying an entity, such as a person. So we'll just go through an example, and this is something I'll explain in a little detail as well. A medical record held by a hospital, instead of including personal information, it could just refer to patient as patient 123. So instead of a name, it could just say that patient number 123. In medical records, the hospital would still need the personal information, and it could be held in another database linking to patient's pseudonym. So anyone who has worked on database, or anyone from computer science background and have studied how database work, there is something called as foreign key. Is anyone aware what foreign key is? So basically what foreign key is, you have so database is always stored in a tabular format. So you have two tables, and there is something called as primary key, which is the unique part of it. So in a table, so for example, you have an employee database. You have 100 employees working in your organization, and every employee has got a employee ID. So employee ID, with employee ID, you can identify the employee. Employee IDs are unique, so that is a primary key. So you can identify a person based on its name, email ID, number, but then you create a table. So instead of using the actual values, you just create a pseudonym or something alphanumeric value to create a record. And this alphanumeric value is again used in the different table with all the details. So there's basically a link between two tables. So table A has got all detailed information, and table B has got the information that is sensitive or that needs to be processed. But instead of using the name of the person, you just use a pseudonym. Pseudonym is an alternative name. For example, patient 123 in the records. So in pseudonymization, you always need to have a key pair value. So uh, so if you need to identify the data from table B, you need to pick up the pseudonym and check the pseudonym in table A and find out what record it belongs to. So that's how it works. Uh, if you're from computer science background with database knowledge, you will be aware of how foreign key works. So this is exactly how foreign key will work. But instead of a foreign key, you use a alphanumeric, a pseudonym kind of thing to store the medical record. So why you use it? So anyone having access to the data will not be able to find out, and personal information will not be disclosed because there's no personal information being stored. It's just a pseudonym. Maybe patient 123 is stored, but the actual name is not stored for a patient. So that's how you securely store the data. Encryption is a little different control. In encryption, data is generally not in readable format. But when you use pseudonymization, data is not encrypted and it is in readable format. So anyone who has access to it will be able to read the data, but they will not be able to interpret it to which person does it belong to. So the main goal here is to make sure that personal information is not disclosed. So you'll have all the details into the table, but you don't know which person does it belong to. So that is what why it is used for. A similar technique is used called anonymization, where the whole data is being converted to unidentified data by using different name. Mechanism used to convert identifiable data into anonymized data in a manner where anonymized data cannot be transformed back into original personal data. So here we've checked if you have a key pair mapping with the two tables, you can reverse it or you can actually find the original information. But in this case, you'll not be able to retrieve the information again. I mean, once you've made the changes, it's permanent and you will not be able to identify the original data into it. Now, the question would be, why would you use anonymization if you're not able to retrieve to the original data? So the reason is this is only used for statistical purposes. So, for example, I'm working with a company which needs to understand the market trend, or maybe I'm working in Amazon. I need to understand what is the trend of users and what are they exactly buying. So using anonymization technique, I will have data which does not have the original information. They could just be some pseudonyms or some random names, but they're not actual names. And I could just have the information of what shopping was done, when it was done, how it was done. But I don't know who has done it. And I need not know it. I just need to know the statistic because my target is the data associated with it. Could be the amount of goods that were purchased, when it was purchased, during which year time of the year it was purchased, was it purchased during a specific festival. So to understand statistical things, you use anonymization. So that is where you use it. Whereas pseudonymization is used when you actually need a data. You cannot lose the original data. That's when you use this. Okay, data handling. When you have identified the asset and the main data, I think the first step that we do is classify it. And as part of classification, these are the two terms that we use, or these are the two processes that we use. All classified information and asset must be marked and labeled. So what is labeling? Process in which a mark or a label is placed on different data set to identify their classification level. A top secret label informs that the information is of utmost sensitivity. Use label even for unclassified equipments and media. This reduces the chances of omission or mishandling of classified data. Again, we've discussed this, right? So labeling is nothing but just putting a label, or even for a Word document or a PDF, there's something called as labeling and marking that we do. If anyone has worked in an organization, there's something called as labeling of the PDF or a Word format. And marking is also being done. So physical label of data stored on media or processed on systems. Digital marking, which include digital marks or labels of classification embedded into pages as watermarks or as header and footer. So this is something I was saying. In Word documents, it's a very common practice to have headers and footers. Data disposal. Now this is the last step in the life cycle. So data disposal is the process of deleting the data or disposing of physical as well as electronic data. Data disposal is the last and often the most ignored phase of information lifecycle. Data policy should define the acceptable method of destroying data based on data classifications. Data remnants, data that remains on media as residual magnetic flux. Using system tools to delete data generally leaves much of the data remaining on the media. This information can be retrieved by many tools. Okay. Disposing data is most important part, because when you're disposing a system, if it is being accessed by an unauthorized person, it could happen that he could retrieve the confidential data, which could cause an impact to the business. So the policy should define how the disposal should happen. So based on what level of data that you have, what the data that you have classified. So if it's a top secret data, data deletion processes will be different to that of the secret. So higher the classification, uh, complex and I mean complicated would be the deleting process, deleting or destroying. So if there's a top secret data in any of the disk, it is recommended to destroy it. I mean, it is recommended to shred it to pieces that it could not be recovered. And generally on the top level or the highest classification data medias like tapes, disks, it is generally not allowed to use it for any other purposes. So it is general policy which has been practiced to delete the physical disks. So based on the classification, data policy tells based on classification, how do you need to destroy the data or the information. Data remnants. So when we just click on delete, it does not actually get deleted. There are ways that you can retrieve the deleted data. So in a simple hard disk that we have, simple computers that we have, when we just click on delete or even shift delete, it only removes the pointer to the file. Someone from computer science background will be knowing of it. So data still resides on the disk in as it is in the format. It's just the pointer is being deleted. So there are ways that you can use different tools to again retrieve the data. So that is data remnants. So even after deleting, what remains on the disk is data remnants. So there are methods of data disposal, and your data policy will tell you what needs to be followed when. Erasing. So erasing is the simplest form of deleting. So it's basically just deleting the file. Simple performing a delete operation against the file, a selection of file or an entire media. In most cases, the deletion or removal process removes only the directory or catalog link to the data. The actual data remains on drive. As I told, it just deletes the pointer towards or the link towards the data, but the data still resides. Clearing is basically overwriting. So if you need to delete the data, what you do is you, instead of just deleting it, you overwrite it for multiple times. Clearing overwriting is a process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery method. When media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all addressable locations in media. So basically what you do is you rewrite the disk multiple times. You delete the data and you keep on writing it so that the data which is stored on the disk is getting overridden. In a disk, in a magnetic disk or magnetic tapes, everything is stored in zeros and ones. So when you rewrite data multiple times, the combination or the string gets broken, and that's how you rewrite the data. So you basically rewrite it for so many times so that it gets altered. Clearing process is generally used when you need to reuse the media. So as I just mentioned, if you need to use a system from a secret classification to a lesser critical, maybe a public use or a unclassified or a classified use, that's when you perform clearing to make sure that you can reuse it. You delete the older data and you can reuse the media. Again, it is not recommended to use this, but if you need to reuse it with proper approvals, you can perform clearing and then reuse it. Degaussing. So if it's a magnetic tape, a degausser, which creates a very strong magnetic field, erases the data on some media in this process called degaussing. Technicians commonly use degaussing method to remove data from magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to original state. So magnetic tapes, again, in electronic we called it as zeros and ones, but in magnetic tapes, it's the polarity which is defined. So a magnet will always have a north and south, right? So in magnetic tapes, deep inside you have small magnets, and north and south represent zeros and ones. Now this is not required for CISSP, it's just a general knowledge. But if you use a strong magnetic field that can just change, basically it changes the magnetic field, and the magnets inside the magnetic tapes changes its alignment, causing the data to delete. So degaussing is using a magnetic field on a magnetic tape so that it gets cleaned up. Encryption. Okay, so uh, if you're using a very strong encryption method, It is okay to I mean data stored on mediums in encrypted format using strong encryption key. So this is basically a probability that if you have a very strong encryption, there's no way that you can retrieve the data because it is not in a readable format. And unless you know what algorithm is used and what is the encryption key that is used, it is very difficult to retrieve the data, to decrypt the data. So that is what can also be used. You can encrypt it using multiple times with different algorithms so that recovering would be not possible unless you're using a supercomputer to it. But this is not recommended because eventually with time encryptions, systems, key sizes are also growing in size. So the less keys are getting weaker and weaker day by day with developing technology. So this is also not very recommended encryption because in case you have the access to the disk and you try different mechanism and try identifying the keys, you can still decrypt it, which is a very difficult task, but we won't say that this is impossible to do. So this is also not recommended. And the last technique is purging, most intense form of clearing that prepares media for reuse in less secure environment. A purging process will repeat the clearing process multiple times and may combine with other methods such as degaussing to completely remove data. So purging is basically combination of all these methods to reuse the disk or to clean up the data. Okay, again, sanitization combination of process that removes data from the system or from media. It ensures that data cannot be recovered by any means when computer is disposed of. Sanitization include ensuring all non-volatile memory has been removed or destroyed. So sanitization is basically a cleanup, and then you use all these methods basically to do the sanitization and destruction. Final stage of life cycle of media, and this is the most secure method for sanitizing media. When destroying media, it's important to ensure that media cannot be reused or repaired, and that data cannot be extracted from destroyed media. So you basically delete it. I hope I'm audible. So you basically delete the system. I mean, if it's in a hard disk or a tape, you storing very critical information, you destroy it to a level that it cannot be recovered. That is the most safest part, and which is actually followed in organizations. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
All right. So data security controls. There are three types of data. Data exist in three types. One is data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. So what is the basic difference between three is data in rest is something which exists, which is not in use, which exists on a hard disk or hard drives. So that is called as data at rest. Data in motion is something which is in transit. So any data which is traveling from computer A to computer B, either on a private network or through internet, is something considered as data in motion. And data in use is something where the data is in actual process. So for example, there is a server, uh, and in a server you have a CPU and a RAM. So whenever there is a data which is being processed, for example, there's a bank transaction which is taking place, the server will always be working on the data for the account. So suppose there's an account A and account B, and there's funds that is getting transferred from account A to account B. So as part of transaction, the computer will lock account A and also lock account B, and there'll be data modification that will happen. And once the transaction is completed, the data will be moved to the hard disk or the main database, which is data in rest. So data in use is something which is under process. So data which generally resides on the temporary memory, which is RAM, or on a processor. So that is something called as data in use. In all the three states, it is important that the data has to be handled very securely. So there are a few security controls that needs to be implemented to make sure that data in motion, data in rest, and data in use is used securely. So we'll see what are the controls that we can implement. So data in rest, so anything that resides on the secondary storage like hard disks, solid state drives, optical disks, or magnetic tapes. This is considered as data at rest. So the best way to protect this is to use an encryption. So when you use an encryption, the data is being stored in a way. So I think everyone is aware of what encryption is. So basically, a data is being transformed into an unreadable format. An encryption has got a key, which is called an encryption key. So using an algorithm and the key, you basically transform the readable data into unreadable format. And using decryption, you can decrypt the encrypted data, which is unreadable data, into a readable format. So by using a strong algorithm and a strong encryption key, you encrypt the data and store it in an encrypted format. So anyone having access even to the hard disk, magnetic tapes, or any data drives, even if they got physical access to it, they won't be able to unlock it because they need to have the key to decrypt it. So example or a major application that is used in the industry is something called as BitLocker. So what BitLocker does is BitLocker is a Windows tool that basically encrypts your hard disk on your local computers. So there are multiple tools that are used for local hard disk encryption, McAfee endpoint encryption or Windows BitLocker, but Windows BitLocker is something which is commonly used. So even if your laptop has been stolen, if you are using an office laptop and which has got a Windows BitLocker on it, and someone steals your laptop, they will not be able to access any organization data due to BitLocker. So if they do not have the decryption key or the password that is required to decrypt the computer, they will not be able to access the data which is present on the hard disk. So this is a simple security control that is implemented on data at rest. Data in motion. So basically data in motion in any data that is moving from one system to the other, either by a private network or through an internet. So the best way to secure any data which is in transit, which is in motion, is by using a secure protocol. So protocols like TLS, IPS, or VPN can be used to make sure that the data which is in transit is not accessible to anyone intercepting the channel. So this is VPN is also uses a encapsulation technique or a encryption where your source IP is being encrypted, the whole packet has been encrypted and sent to the target destination. So this is also one a type of encryption that is being used. TLS is also a network protocol that is used to between for communication, which is considered as secure. Another is IPsec. So you need to use a secure network protocol for transferring the data. Okay, data in use. So any data residing in primary storage devices such as volatile memory, which is RAM, or memory cache, or a CPU register. This is called as data in use. So typically data remains in primary storage for a very short period of time. So it is only exist in RAM till the time it is in use. Once the operation is completed, the data is moved back into the secondary storage. So there are a few secure software development practices that has to be performed. So we have a detailed entire domain on software development practices. But there's some common issues that needs to be taken care. So when you're developing a program, there are few issues that you need to consider to make sure that the data is handled securely. So few common issues are buffer overflow attacks. So what is buffer overflow attacks is, for example, there is an input that is required, and the attacker basically enters an input which is very large in size. So what happens is in the RAM, there's always a data or some memory which is allocated for every program. So if the input is very large in size, it can happen that the input will cross the memory allocation assigned by the system, which could cause an issue to the system. So the program might crash, or it could access the data which is unauthorized. Memory leaks and side channels are similar, where basically you have inputs which allows the attacker to, or a hacker, to access memory in RAM, which it is, which it's not supposed to. So any unauthorized access is being granted. So you need to follow secure software development practices where there is proper input validation that is done, and memory allocation has to be done correctly. Security baselining. Now we've discussed about what baseline is. So baseline is the minimum security defined. So baseline provides the starting point and ensures a minimum security standard. So there are a few practices that have been done to ensure or to achieve a baseline security. So let's discuss what imaging is. So in an organization, what happens is to keep all the system in a with a baseline security, an image is being created. For example, if your company is using Windows 10 operating system for all the computers, a system is being built with the Windows 10 operating system, and then you implement all the security controls that you want. So it could be any domain policies or local hardening policies, antiviruses, any security software, DLPs. So the basic configuration for security is being done on one system, and then an image is being created for this computer. So basically, you create a CD where you create the whole kind of a snapshot of this system, and then you use this snapshot or the image for rest of the systems in the organization. So this is how you achieve a baseline using imaging. So configure a single system with desired setting, capture it as an image, and then deploy the image to all the systems. After deploying system in secure state, auditing process periodically checks the system to ensure they remain in a secure state. Okay, so there's again something, a concept called as scoping and tailoring. So what scoping is and tailoring is, so as part of security baselining, there are some sets of security controls. So we all know what security controls are. So there is a set of security controls that needs to be implemented uh, to achieve baseline security. So what scoping means is, scoping is basically reviewing your system uh, to make sure that you only select the security controls that are relevant to your system. So reviewing baseline security controls and selecting only those controls that apply to the IT system you're trying to protect. So as part of baseline security, it could be mandatory to have 10 different types of controls. What scoping does is, it will review or evaluate your system. So it is, you will do a review and only adopt few of the security controls out of the 10 which are relevant to to your system. So this is what is called as scoping. So giving an example, okay, so you have two different locations for your organization. One is the primary location, and you have secondary, which is called a DR location, or a remote site, where there are just 10 employees working, and in the base, or the main building, you have around hundreds of employees working. So in the remote location, only few processes are being taken care. Maybe it just has a data center and few different systems. So as part of scoping, as part of security baseline, there could be 10 controls that might be implemented in your primary location, because it has got a more number of employees and more number of processes and services that are running in your primary location. Whereas those security controls might not be relevant in your remote location, because there are just few of them. Maybe you just have a data center, so you might not need to implement those security controls in the remote location. So scoping basically is reviewing your system and only adopting few of the security controls which are applicable to your system. So that is something called as scoping. So scoping is basically reviewing to select few of the controls which are relevant to your system. And tailoring is basically modifying the security controls within the baseline so that they align with the mission of organization. So as I mentioned, in security baseline, you might have 10 different controls that needs to be implemented. Tailoring is basically modifying the list of security controls so that they are more effective and are aligned with your organization or mission of organization. So that is called as tailoring. Tailoring is basically customizing or there was something that we have discussed before, compensating controls. So instead of using the recommended control, you switch or you implement multiple controls to meet the functionality or requirement of the system. So tailoring is very similar to compensating control, where you modify the controls so that it aligns with your mission of the organization. So you will have some questions related to scoping and tailoring. So this is an important topic. Okay, DLP. So I think anyone who's working in a company will be aware of what DLP is. So DLP stands for data loss prevention. Also, there is another term called as data leakage prevention. So what DLP basically does is it stops the data from it prevents the data from going outside the organization. So when you do a classification of data, maybe it is secret, top secret, confidential, or any data which is categorized or classified as critical or very sensitive. So using DLP, so DLP is also a software or a technology which is being used. So I'll give you an example related to that as well. So using DLP, you make sure that this secure information does not go out of the organization. DLP comprises the action that organization takes to prevent unauthorized external party from gaining access to sensitive data. The real challenge to DLP is in taking a holistic view of organization. This perspective must incorporate our people, our process, and then information. So I'll just give you a brief of there's a very commonly used tool called as semantic DLP. So the two types of DLPs that are used, one is the network DLP and one is the endpoint DLP. So what a endpoint DLP works is, so there's a DLP agent that has been installed on all the computers. So endpoints are end user machines. So end user machines are called as endpoints. Uh, because if you look at the defense in depth architecture, so generally uh, the secure machines are in the core and the less secure are outside. So endpoints are end user machines. So there's an agent that has been installed on the end user machine, your computers, your laptops, your desktops, which takes care that you're not able to copy or transfer any sensitive data to maybe a USB, or you're not it restricts you from taking a printout of any confidential data. Okay, so basically endpoint DLP applies data in use and data in rest. An agent is installed on endpoint systems, so it identifies all the critical data and it makes sure that you're not able to send any data outside the organization. You're not able to copy it into external drives or take a printout on the printer. So it restricts you. It does not allows you to do that. Whereas a network DLP works on the network layer. It makes sure that you're not able to send a confidential or a secret data through the network. So the best way to send a data outside is using an email. So network DLP does not allows you to send confidential data via emails. So if you just attach any confidential email, confidential file and try to send it outside on your Gmail or your Yahoo Mail, the network DLP will identify it based on the classification of data and it will restrict it. Also, the DLP administrators are notified about it, and they also have a view access to it. So network administrator can view what data was you trying to send. So even they have data access to it. Again, if you combine both of this, is called as hybrid DLP, where you deploy both the network DLP and endpoint DLP. So it is costlier and complex, but it offers best coverage and protection. So most of the organizations will implement both the DLP solutions. There's also a dedicated team which works on DLP, and semantic DLP is a very commonly used in organizations. All right, I think that's it for the domain. So I think most of the questions that you would get is in this is to do with data retention and how do you how do you what should be the data retention related questions, data disposal, how would you delete or some scenario based questions on how will you dispose of the data or how will you reuse the system. That would be the questions. And what would be the security controls that you would implement when data is in rest, data in transit, and data in use? So it wouldn't be a straight question, it would be a scenario questions. So it would be in club with some other domain as well. So the question might start with something as risk management, and it would also include something related to the security control that you need to implement with data which is in rest or secure. So any question that you would get in CISSP will be combination of multiple domains, but mostly question that you would get is related to security control on data in rest, data in motion, and data in use. All right, so I think we can move to the third module or the third domain, which is security architecture and engineering. All right, so moving to the first slide is secure by design. So what secure by design means is, so when you develop any system, any application or any system that is being developed, security should be part of its foundation. So security should be a part of consideration as part of the analysis that we do, the prerequisite or so security should be part of it, and the system should be developed considering the security. So it is not recommended to develop a system first and then implement security controls. So secure by design is implementing security to its foundation. Security is best if it is designed and built to its foundation of anything we build and not added as an afterthought. So you should not implement security controls after developing it, but it should be included during its development or foundation. Once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated, and potentially certified and accredited. So it has to be, once you implement it, it has to be well tested and evaluated. The security of product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity, confidentiality it claims to provide. So how would you evaluate this based on the CIA triad? So we know what availability, confidentiality, and integrity is. System architecture. So system architecture describes the major components of system and how they interact with each other, with the users, and with other systems. An architecture is the highest level when it comes to the overall process of system development. So system architecture is basically layout or a framework or a design how the system has to be created. So it gives you an overview, high level overview of how the system has been needs to be created. System development refers to the entire life cycle of system, including planning, risk uh, analysis, design, building, testing, deployment, maintenance, and retirement phase. So anyone who's part of has studied into computer science, they're all aware of software development life cycle. So this is very similar to it, where when you are developing a system, the system will always have a life cycle which will have these phases: planning, analysis, design, building, testing, and deployment, maintenance, and retirement phase. This is the end of the life cycle. So ISO 42010 is an international standard that provides guidelines for architecture description of systems and softwares. So this offers guidelines and description of systems and softwares. Basically tells you the best practices that needs to be followed. So there are four main guidelines. The first is architecture framework. So this framework outlines the architecture of the system, including its components, their interaction, and how they fit with a broader context. Stakeholder viewpoint. The standard emphasizes the importance of considering different stakeholders, for example, developers, users, business managers, etc. View representation of whole system from perspective of related set concerns. So it specifies the architecture description should be presented from different views, represented the system's different perspective. So these are just few points which are being highlighted into ISO 42010. This is not part of the CISSP part, and there won't be any questions related to it, but these are just few guidelines that are being defined. Computer architecture. So this is a diagrammatical description of how computer architecture looks like. So this is also part of, if you are studied into computer science, it should be your first year. You might have learned this into your first year of your engineering or computer science degree. This is the basic computer architecture where you have input devices like keyboard, mouse, uh, or scanners, and you have output devices, fundamentals of computer, output devices like monitor, speakers. So these are the output devices or printers. And then as core of your machine, you have something called as processor, the CPU that we all know. So CPU is considered as brain of the computer, and it has CPU and memory. There are two types of memories, primary memory and secondary memory. Primary memory is ROM and RAM. We are all, I think I'm sure everyone is aware of what RAM is. And secondary memory is your hard disk or USB drive. So USB drive is also considered as a tertiary memory, but hard disk is the secondary memory. And in your processor, which is the CPU, there are two parts. One is control unit and one is arithmetic logical unit called as ALU. So I'm sure everyone is aware of it. So we'll just read and move to the next slide. So computer architecture encompasses all the parts of computer systems that are necessary for it to function, including central processing unit, CPU, memory chip, logic circuit, storage devices, input and output devices, security components, bus, and networking interface. The interrelationship and internal working of all of these parts can be quite complex, and it is very important that they work together in a secure fashion. So this is how the CPU architecture looks like. Again, if you break down the CPU, there are different components in CPU. One is control unit, arithmetic or logic unit, and resistor. So resistor basically stores data in zeros and ones. So a central processing unit is a brain of computer. It is most general description possible. It fetches instruction from memory and executes them. Memory refers to as RAM. CPU contains registers that points to memory location that contains the next instruction to be executed. Arithmetic logic unit performs mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought as the brain of CPU and CPU as brain of computer. So arithmetic logical unit performs all the addition subtractions that are required to in the processor. Control unit manages manages and synchronizes the system with different application codes and operating system instructions are being executed. So this is how it is. This is not very relevant to the exam part, but just to have a general knowledge of how CPU looks like. So control unit, ALU, and resistor are the main components of CPU. Resistors, again, this is a component. CPU has various types of resistor containing information about instruction set and data to be executed. The two types of resistors, general resistors, are used to hold variables and temporary results as the ALU works through its execution steps. And special register hold information such as program counters, stack pointers, and program status words. So this is not, the technical terminologies is not very much required, but you just need to be aware of what the CPU is, what ALU is, what is RAM, what is a hard disk. So that's just that you require to know. As part of CPU architecture modes, there are two types of modes that are being used. One is user mode and one is kernel mode. So kernel is the core of an operating system. So even in operating system, there are few processes which are very high privileged and very important for functioning the computer. So kernel is something which is that it's the core of the operating system. So operating system has been built on a kernel. Kernel are a set of programs which interact with the CPU or to the core system, and operating system is built on a kernel. So there are two different modes. One is user mode. User mode is basically all the tasks with low privileges. low privilege level. Most application and user owned processes run in this mode. So they do not have direct access to the system, to the hardware or to the processor. So those are considered as user mode, and kernel mode are high privilege operations which have direct access to the hardware of the system. So highest privilege level, all trusted processes operate in this mode. All processes in this mode can communicate directly with the kernel, should be extremely robust and secure by design. So the only major difference is user mode are less privileged and do not have permissions to interact with the hardware, whereas kernel is the core of operating system. Kernel mode is the processes which are high in privileges and can actually control the hardware. Again, when the CPU performs, there are different types of execution that happens. So when you have multiple programs running on a computer, there's one CPU which is managing multiple tasks and multiple programs. So there is an algorithm or there is a process which is set to make sure that CPU handles everything in a multitasking way. So there's always one CPU managing multiple programs, but in actual, at a given moment or a given time, it's only one program that CPU handles. So there's something called as splitting of time, there's something called as threads as well. So every given time, CPU only works on one tasks or one program, and then it switches from one to the other. And this is how it achieves multitasking. So there are different states of processes that we'll see later. So how CPU performs is using multi-programming, multi-processing, multi-threading, and multitasking. So we'll just go through this. The concurrent residency of more than one program in main memory refers to as RAM, is referred as multi-programming. Once the currently executing program finishes its execution, the next program is dispatched for its consumption. So it happens in step by step. There's always a pause that happens when two programs are running. So for example, there are 10 tasks that needs to be processed by CPU for program A and 20 for program B. So what CPU will do is it will perform with an algorithm where it will perform two or three tasks for program A. It will stop, it will switch to another program and perform two or three, and again move back to program A. So that this is how it switches from one program to the other and make sure all the programs or all the processes are running simultaneously. Multiprocessing, when one system is connected to more than one processor, which collectively works for completion of task, it is called as multiprocessing system. So multiprocessing is basically where your system has got multiple processors. So best example of this is using a graphic card. So graphic card is also a processor. So when you have a CPU and a graphic card, that's when few of your processes are taken care by the graphic card. So if you have multiple processor, more than one processor, it is called as multiprocessing. Again, there are two types of multiprocessing: symmetric multiprocessing and asymmetric multiprocessing. In a symmetric multiprocessing, the operating system here resides on one of the processor and the other processor runs user programs. So for example, you have two systems or two processors on one system. One processor will only operate on the operating system. It will just handle processes related to your OS, and the other processor will process a different program or a user program, similar to what we have in a graphic card. If you're playing a game, your graphic card will process all the tasks which are associated to your game, whereas your processor would just process all the input output devices and your operating system. Whereas in asymmetric processing, OS runs on, so basically one program, it is the task are being split within multiple processors. So your operating system could have 10 processes in queue. So 5 are processed by one processor and the remaining 5 is being done by the other processor. So it runs simultaneously with synchronization. Multi-threading is a programming paradigm where the process is divided into several sub-processes called as thread. Each thread is independent and has its own path of execution, which is enabled inter-thread communication. Thread is a lightweight process. Each thread has its own program, counter stack, and register. Multitasking, the capability of OS to accept more than one task per user is termed as multitasking. Multiple jobs are executed by CPU simultaneously by switching between them. Again, as we just discussed, CPU can handle multiple processes. So it will perform few few tasks for one program, it will stop, it will move to the other one, and it will continue in the similar fashion. So you feel that all the programs are running simultaneously, but in reality, CPU can only have one process at time. It just switch from one to the other. Okay, so these are some states of the processor at any given point. Ready state is something where the CPU is waiting for an instruction. Once the instruction is being sent to a CPU, it moves from ready to running state where the CPU is actually processing. CPU is executing its instruction. So during processing, if the CPU requires any input, it goes into blocked or waiting state where it requires an input to continue further. Supervisory state is basically a state where CPU requires a greater privileges. So process must perform actions that requires privileges greater than the current state privileges. And stopped state is basically when the process is finished. So this is the diagrammatical description of different states of the processes. So from new it goes to ready, from ready it goes to running state. So it could be interrupted for an input, and once the process is complete, it gets terminated. Right. Okay. So this is some of the process isolation techniques. Now we've understood what processes are. So during running of the processes, process has to be run very securely. So there are a few uh, terminologies that are being used in while running the process. Process isolation is necessary to ensure that processes do not communicate in an insecure manner or negatively affect each other's productivity. So encapsulation of object. When a process is encapsulated, no other process understands or interacts with internal programming code. When process A needs to communicate with process B, process A just needs to know how to communicate with process B's interface. So what encapsulation of object means is when there are two running processes, process A do not have a direct access to any of the resources which are used by process B. It will only have access to its interface, and process A will only be able to communicate through a set of interface which is being assigned. Time multiplexing allows processes to use the same resources. As stated earlier, CPU must be shared among many processes, although it seems to all applications are running, executing their instructions simultaneously. The operating system is splitting time and shares between the processes. So as we just discussed, we feel that there are multiple programs running simultaneously, but in reality, CPU can only work on one process at a time. So time multiplexing is basically splitting the time and allocating it to different processes. Naming distinction. So for each and every process, there's a PID which has been assigned. So every process is given a specific ID, a unique value or unique ID for identification. So even if you press Control Alt Delete and go to processes, whether if you have come across a scenario where your system is in hang state, your application is not working, you press Control Alt Delete, and in the processes, active processes section, you could see there's something called as PID, which is the process ID. So naming distinction is basically assigning a unique value to a process. Virtual memory mapping is the way the computer handles its memory. So there are two types of memory that we've seen, right? One is the primary memory, which is RAM, and secondary memory, which is the hard disk. So virtual memory address mapping allows different processes to have their own memory space. The operating system ensures no process improperly. Okay, I think this is a little different. I'm very sorry. So virtual memory mapping addresses mapping allows different processes to have their own memory space. The operating system ensures no process improperly interacts with another 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 process memory. This provides integrity and confidentiality for individual process and their data, and an overall stable processing environment for the operating system. So basically this is isolation. I mean, it is called as virtual memory mapping, but in case basically it is isolation of memory, where every process there's an allocation of memory that is being done, which do not interfere within itself. So in case if there are two programs running and program A by chance or by mistake has got access to the memory allocation of the second program, it could cause the system to crash or the program to fail. So virtual memory mapping is basically allocation of memory to a specific process or a program. Okay, so this is how the memory types of memory is. This is a depiction of all types of memory. So memory, there are two types of main memory. One is primary memory and the secondary memory. Primary memory is memory associated to CPU, CPU cache, or it could be read-only memory, which is called as ROM. That there are three types of ROM, actually four. ROM, which is read-only memory. So read-only memory has got all the firmwares in it, which is kind of a permanent memory. So ROM stands for read-only memory. PROM stands for permanent readable only memory. Electronically programmable read-only memory, and EEPROM is electronically erasable. Okay, I just forgot about EEPROM, but there are four types of ROM which could be used in the computer, and this is also considered as main memory. Apart from that, you have RAM, two types of RAM. One is static and one is dynamic. Secondary is all your hard disk, magnetic tapes, optical disk, flash memory, which is your USB, memory card, pen drives. Again, this is just a description of what memory is. Random access memory, RAM, is temporary storage facility for data and program instruction. It is used for read-write activities for OS and application. RAM directly affects the speed of the computer. RAM is made of transistors and capacitors. Read-only memory, non-volatile memory. So RAM is a volatile memory. Once you shut down your computer, you lose all the data which is inside your RAM. It is only used for runtime. So ROM is non-volatile memory. Data once written cannot be modified. Software that is stored within ROM is called as firmware. Cache memory, type of memory used in high-speed writing and reading activities. A high-speed RAM on the same chipset as the processor improves overall speed. So cache memory is kind of a buffer. You also have cache memory on the CPU as well. So it acts like a buffer when you are transferring memory from CPU to RAM and RAM to CPU. It's the cache memory. Virtual memory is RAM and secondary storage. Okay, so virtual memory. So for example, if you are running a program, you just have 1 GB RAM and you're running multiple programs and you need uh, more memory to process. In that case, what happens is your CPU will partially use your hard disk. So your CPU will directly connect to your hard disk and use some of its memory as primary. So that is called as virtual memory. This is used for efficiency, where your read-only data or the data that has to be used for processing is also being stored on the secondary memory because of the limitation of your RAM. Okay, okay. Memory manager. Okay, so there must be a way to manage memory to ensure that it does not become corrupted. Following are the responsibility of memory manager. So these are just some concepts that are being used on how the memory has to be used. Uh, so you will not get any of these questions in CISSP. This is just for general knowledge and to understand how exactly, if you know the basics of it, only then you will understand what should be, how security needs to be implemented. So it is basically for that, for understanding purpose. Uh, so following responsibility of a memory manager. Now this is a these functionalities are very much to an operating system level, and you need to know these terminologies only when you are developing a software, and you need to know the architecture of the system or the software that you're trying to implement. So these are five responsibilities of memory manager. So the first one is relocation. So what basically relocation means is relocation refers to the ability of memory manager to move data in and out of main memory and secondary storage. Uh, so basically, when you're running a program, relocation is the functionality which will copy the data from RAM, from hard disk to the RAM and RAM to the processor and vice versa. So second point, which is protection, is so when the memory is being allocated, so memory protection ensures that process cannot access or modify the memory used by another process or by operating system. So when there's a running program, it ensures using logical algorithms or logical ways that it makes sure that no other process or operating system is able to access the same memory which is allocated to the program. So it does not cause any interaction or interference of different processes on same set of memory. So this is what it offers. It offers protection so that there's no interference between multiple processes and causing disruption of the process or data on the primary memory. Sharing allows sharing of information based on user level access. So memory sharing refers to the ability to allow multiple processes to access and use same memory space in a very controlled way based on access and rights. So DLLs is one of the common example for this. So dynamically linked libraries, which you also called as DLL, are a few of the programs that are being used. So multiple programs or multiple processes can use same DLLs, which is called as a resource sharing. So logical organization deals with how the memory is structured for the process, including providing support for DLLs. And in physical organization, so physical organization refers to how the operating system manages the actual hardware, which is the RAM. It ensures that physical memory is allocated efficiently. So it manages the RAM and the hard disk. So this is how the memory manager takes care of how the allocation or how the hardware has to be used. So this is not something which will be part of CISSP exam. It is just for the understanding. I think even if you refer to the book, you will not find any of these terminologies. So it is only for understanding purpose. Okay, memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated. So again, there are four different types by which you can protect the memory. So segmentation is basically when you run a program and when memory is allocated. So memory is allocated in blocks. So each block is called as segment. So segmentation and paging are very similar. The only difference between a segment and a paging is segmentation vary in size. So when you're running a program, so the segment that will be allocated to you will vary in size, whereas in paging, the allocation size is very fixed. So segmentation refers to dividing a computer's memory into segments. A reference of memory location includes value that identifies segments and the offset within that segment. So this is just allocating a specific memory, and the computer or the system will keep a track of what is the size of the segment that is being allocated and what is the reference point or the starting point of the segment. Paging is very similar, but with the size that has been allocated is very equal. So paging memory addresses space or segment is divided into equal sized block called pages. It is impossible for an unprivileged application to access pages that are not being explicitly allocated to it. Because every memory address either points to page allocated in that application or generates an interrupt called as page fault. You need not memorize or remember any of this. So memory protection are just ways in which processes are isolated and make sure there's no interference. So that is what is the learning that is required out of it. Address space layout randomization. Again, it when the allocation is being done, the system will have a table which will have its start point and end point, and so random arranges ASLR randomly arranges the address space position of key data areas of processing, including base of executables and the position of stack heaps and libraries. This makes it difficult for attackers to predict the large target. So when the allocation is being done for a program, it is randomly given with different numbering. It is not given in a serial format. It becomes very difficult to identify where exactly the data resides on the memory. So I'm not sure if you're aware of how RAM works, but when memory is being allocated, it is allocated in terms of blocks. So what ASLR does is these blocks are random with numbers. So the starting point, it's not the memory is not given in a serial way. It is randomly given at different numbers. So consider that this is a matrix with with horizontal and vertical lines, and then the starting point for every block will vary. It will not be in a sequence or a specific in a linear fashion. So that is what ASLR is. Executable space protection. So basically this makes sure that it restricts, it decides which block you can process the data, which is read only, which is write data. So executable space protection marks memory region as non-executable. So when the system allocates a memory to the program, it also identifies and makes sure that there are few markings where you cannot execute the program, and there are few areas where you can actually execute the code. So it makes sure that not in a non-executable area, you cannot execute the code. So this makes it the program secure. So executable space protection marks memory region as non-executable, such that attempts to execute machine codes in this region will cause an exception. This helps prevent certain buffer overflow exploit from succeeding. These attacks rely on some part of memory, usually stacks, being both writable and executable. If it is not, the attack fails. So these are just some memory protection methods, but you need not by heart it, or it's just that you need to know what it is. Okay, interrupt. An interrupt is a mechanism used in computer systems to temporarily halt the execution of a running program in order to give attention to an urgent task. So there are two types of interruption that can happen. So even once the interrupt is handled, the system can resume the interrupted task. So there are two types of interruption that can happen. One is hardware and software. So hardware interrupts are basically done using your mouse or keyboards when you try to stop a system, or you interrupt a running program. And the other one is software interrupt. It is either caused by an exceptional condition in the processor itself, or special instruction in which the instruction set which causes the interrupt when it is executed. So the example is computer often use software interrupt instructions to communicate with disk controller to request that data can be read or is written into the disk. Again, this is not this is just for general information, not something we need to memorize or remember. Okay, ring model. Now this is again this I'm sure this is a little familiar model that everyone is aware. So this is how the system is being designed. That this is a very logical representation of your computer in terms of security. So if you look at the right side, so we'll just go through the diagram. So there's in a ring model, there are different types of levels, or you could call it as ring levels or a security level. So ring 0 is the core of the system. So this also refers to an operating system. So you might have also seen a similar picture of how a computer is designed. So the inside layer, you have hardware. On hardware, you have an operating system. On an operating system, you have application, and on top of applications you have users. So this is very similar to this. So ring 0 is the operating system kernel, which is the most secure state, or the most important, or the core of the system. On top of it you have other operating system functionalities. So kernel, what we know is the core of the operating system, and operating system is built on a kernel. So kernel is always the basic set of programs that are required to communicate with, or to communicate with the hardware. So on ring 0, you have ring 1, which is other sets of program which are related to operating system. And then you have ring 2, which is maybe application programs, or OS, or programs that are required to run an application. So a common example is maybe device drivers or the DLL files that you have. So those are required. And on top of that, on the layer 3 is the application layer. So this runs in a user mode, and as you move inside the layer, your privileges needs to be increased. So at the ring 3, which is the outer layer, you have least privileges, and as you move to the inside layer, you need to have higher privileges, and system kernel has got the highest level of privileges. Security modes. So the US government designed 4 approved security modes for system that processes classified information. Now, this is a little different from what we've been learning in your previous slide. This was only very conceptual of how computer works, but we'll be moving to how what security models are and everything. So these are 4 types of security modes that are approved by the US government. So these are the 4 dedicated modes: system high modes, compartmented mode, and multi-level mode. So this is very similar to what we've learned in the previous domain in asset security. We had something called as data classification, right? For even US military, we had top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified, and unclassified data. So based on the classification that we perform, different types of accesses are being defined. Okay, so these are some system modes which decide how the data has to be accessed. So we'll just go through this one by one. So what is a dedicated mode? So dedicated mode restricts user to only access data that matches their specific clearance level, ensuring that sensitive information is compartmentalized and access is tightly controlled. So in a dedicated mode, user needs to have a clearance to access the data. Okay, let's move to the next concept, which is called as TCB, Trusted Computing Base. Now again, this is a conceptual model. So what TCB is TCB is collection of hardware, software, and controls that enforces security policy in a system. So that's the basic definition of what TCB stands for. So Trusted Computing Base is a collection of all hardware, software, and firmware, or you could say controls within the system that enforces system's security policy. So for any system to be secure, there is a core of so what we refer to as kernel is the most important part of an of a system operating system. But if you just consider any random system, TCB is considered to be the most secure part of the system, and it makes sure that security is implemented across the system. This is again a conceptual model. So there are a few components how TCB is implemented, trusted computing base, how it is implemented, and what are its different types of components. So the component that makes up TCB provides extra layer of protection around these mechanisms to help ensure that they are not compromised. So the system will always run in a safe and predictable manner. So as I mentioned, that this is the most critical part which enforces security. So in the previous examples that we were looking about memory management or how CPU runs, there's a lot of controls that are being implemented to make sure that the system remains in a very secure state. The system is does not the memory allocation that it takes, or segmentation of memory, or the processes that it operates. So it has been designed in a specific way that makes sure that the system is kept in a secure way, in the most secure way. So TCB is a logical model that enforces security, and there's some components related to it that we'll look into it. So trusted path is a communication channel between the user or program and the TCB. So TCB being the most inner core or ring zero that we saw is the most secure part. Trusted path are the communication channels or the interface through which the communication happens with TCB. The TCB provides protection resources to ensure that channel cannot be compromised in any way. Again, TCB enforces security policy in the system. Trusted shell means the process in that shell, command interpreter cannot bust out of it, and other processes cannot bust into it. So again, trusted path ensures that the communication is secure and the system does not fails in any of the scenario. So there are a lot of rules and sets which are being defined that make sure that interaction with TCB is in a very secure way. Okay, security perimeter. Again, this is one of the components, or you can say this is security perimeter is an imaginary boundary that separates the TCB system from rest of the system. This is again an imaginary boundary. So if you consider TCP as to be the most secure state of this machine and rest as unsecure. So security parameter makes sure that this is being segregated. So this boundary ensures that no insecure communication or interaction occurs between TCB and the remaining element of computer system. So security parameter is the imaginary line that segregates basically. So this is how it has been segregated. So let's go through this. For a system to stay in secure and trusted state, precise communication standard must be developed to ensure that when a component with TCP needs to communicate with a component outside the TCP, the communication cannot expose the system to unexpected security compromises. This type of communication is handled through controlled through interfaces. I think there's again called something called as reference monitor and kernel that we will look. So the thing that you need to understand is security parameter is the base, is an imaginary boundary which separates TCP from rest of the system. That is the only thing that you need to remember here. Okay, reference monitor. So we've seen in a TCP what differentiates the security parameter, and then there's something called as reference monitor. Now, what is a reference monitor is? Reference monitor is an abstract machine that mediates access subjects have to objects, both ensure that subjects have the necessary access rights to protect the object from unauthorized access and destructive modification. Okay, I'll give it in a very simple way. So reference monitor is a component of TCB which validates the access. So when outside system is trying to connect with the TCB, a reference monitor is something that will validate or give a clearance for subjects to access the object. And it will only give the clearance or access based on the security policy defined. So the reference monitor stands between every subject and object, verifying that the requesting subject's credentials meet the object access requirement before any requests are allowed to proceed. So reference monitor is something that enforces access control or authorization based on the desired security model, whether it's discretionary, mandatory, or role-based. So any model that we follow, so it's the reference monitor which will do the authorization and validation of access. If you read this, this gets a little confusing. So I've just tried to make it easy with what exactly means. Okay, security kernel. So security kernel is basically, so we are aware of what the OS kernel is. So security kernel is a combination or all the components working together to implement reference monitor. So the security kernel is made up of hardware, software, and firmware components that fall within the TCB and implements and enforces a reference monitor concept. So we've learned what reference monitor is. It is a concept that authorizes any subjects from accessing the objects. So how this is being done? So the actual implementation is done in the security kernel using hardwares and software and firmware components. So security kernel is the core of TCP and most commonly used approach to build trusted computing system. The security kernel has three main requirements. It must provide isolation for process carrying out reference monitor concept, and the process must be tamper proof. It must be invoked for every access attempt and must be impossible to circumvent. Thus, the security kernel must be implemented in a complete and foolproof way. It must be small enough to be tested and verified in complete and comprehensive manner. So this is what is a requirement of a security kernel. Basically, these are the characteristics of a security kernel. How the security kernel has to be made, it has to be built, and what exactly is its characteristics or what it has to implement. So security kernel is combination of all components which implements reference monitor. Reference monitor authorizes the accesses, and together when reference monitor is being implemented, when there is trusted path that are being set, that together everything creates a security perimeter. Basically, it's a, again, this is why it is called an imaginary line, because the reference monitor is something and a trusted path makes it difficult for rest of the system to access the kernel. So this is how a security perimeter has been established. Okay, but I think TCB is a little difficult. So even when you'll do a revision, it could happen that it might be a little confusing for you. You might have to refer to different types of videos on YouTube, and again, even then you will have some of the confusion related to it. But the most important are few of the keywords that are required. So to identify different types of components. You will not have much questions related to TCB, but it is a very important topic. I mean, I did not get any questions related to TCB in my exam. Okay, moving to the next topic, which is security models. A security model maps an abstract goal of the policy to information system termed by specifying explicit data structure and techniques necessary to enforce security policy. Security model usually represented in mathematics and analytical ideas, which are mapped to system specification and then developed by programmers through programming code. Security policy outlines goals without regards to how they will be accomplished. A model is framework that gives the policy form and solves security as access problems for particular situation. So this is just a definition of what security model is, but basically the word itself is very descriptive. So we'll look into some models, access models, and different properties related to it. These are all conceptual models, and you will definitely get questions around it. So the questions would be very difficult. It wouldn't be a direct questions on the models, but it would be most of the principles that they follow regarding this. So the first is state machine model. So what is a state machine model? State is a snapshot of system at one moment in time. Current permissions and current instances of subject accessing object must be captured. Okay, I'm just going through this and I'll explain what exactly state machine model is. State machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrences called state. Every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interaction between subjects and objects. If every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. Once system is in secure state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, and it will transition only from one secure state to the other. Okay, I've just read this, but I'll tell you what exactly state machine model means is. So in a system, there'll be transition of systems. So for example, you have a system which is performing a task, and to perform that task, either the system will have some inputs and output. So you could be the system will be taking some inputs, will be processing it, will be accessing different resources, different files, different data, different services, and will create an output and give it. So that is what a basic system works like. So during the functionality of a system, the state will transition from one state to the other. So there could be multiple states that the system will go with. So as we've seen in previous few examples, there are some different types of state, privileged state or user mode and kernel mode, right? So similarly, there'll be permissions or privileges which will be assigned to the system during performing an activity. So for example, there's an application running and it needs to access some of the resource. So the application will send a request to an operating system. Operating system will validate it, and based on the validation and permissions, it will assign or provide the object. Maybe it's a resource file or anything. So during processing of the model or processing of a system, the system will transition into different types of state. During this transition, it is important that every state is in a secure form. I mean, during the transition, so there could be an initial state, there could be a transition state, and there could be an end state. So what state machine model states is that the system will go through multiple transitions, and if all the transitions that are being done are in a secure state, the entire machine is considered to be, or the entire system is stated as a secure state. So every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between subjects and objects. So as we just discussed, the application connect, trying to access objects through operating system. So if every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. So it could happen that when the system starts, and it transitions into state 1, it could happen that it is not in a very secure state. In that case, the entire machine cannot be entire system cannot be defined as secure. So this is what a state machine model means. It's a very conceptual model that is implemented. Example, if you see, if any components in OS or firewall fails, it must fail to a secure state. So if there's any error, it is so again, we'll see what is failing to a secure state. Again, we have this concept ahead, which we'll be looking into detail. Safe fail. Okay. Lattice model. So as we have a state machine model, there is also something called as lattice model. So you can ignore the diagram at the right because this is a little confusing. So the lattice model is a formal and hierarchical model for managing access control where subject, which is the users, and the objects, which are the resources, are assigned a security label. It enforces strict rules for reading and writing based on the relative level of clearance, providing a high level of security, particularly in sensitive environments. So as we've seen before with these models, it is very similar to this, where you have different levels defined, where you have an hierarchical system in a pyramid-like structure where the topmost is considered to be high security or high privilege. So in information classification, what we saw as top secret. So that is what is at the highest level, and then you have secret, you have classified, and you have unclassified. So it is mostly in hierarchical way. So that is what is called as a lattice model, where and the access control is based on the hierarchical model. So what we discussed. So um, subjects with which are labeled as top secret will be able to access objects of high top secret. Access control metrics is basically a metrics which we can just refer to this diagram here. So this is very common when you are working on a Windows system. If you need to give permissions to any folder or a shared drive, uh, Windows basically follow an access control metrics. So how it works is there's something on the row you have assets and in the column you have permissions. So for example, there's a folder that have been created in a team. So in a team you have 5 people. One is the manager, uh, one is the team leader, and there are 3 employees who are working on a system. So there's a folder that has been created. What an access control matrix does is it is a way of giving access. So different level of access can be given based on read write. So a manager will create a folder, and so if you consider this, role 1 would be manager, where he will have read write execute and own access, and a team lead will have only read write, and rest of the 3 will have maybe only read access. So you have different level of accesses and you give it on object. This is not a very good example that I can see, but let's go through this. Access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to each object system. This is also considered as a granular access because the owner will be able to give access to each file and folder. So it can give read access, write access, execute access, and it is a granular. So every individual can be given access. So one object or one resource, one file or one folder, you can give multiple people access and different level of access. So you can just refer to this table. It's not very well mentioned here. Okay, similar to what we have as state machine model, lattice model, there's something called as non-interference model. Again, it's a conceptual model. So what is the property for a non-interference model is, so consider that you have 2 subjects and 2 objects, so subject A and subject B. So non-interference model states that any operation taken by subject A on object A will not modify or make any changes to actions of subject B and object B. So when you have 2 different clearances level, actions of one clearance level should not interfere or make any changes to a different clearance level. So if you have uh, a top secret and secret clearance level, so a subject working on a top secret file, if he, any actions made on that file should not interfere with a file that is present in secret, which is at the lower classification level. So that is what a non-interference model is. This is also a model which is used to achieve integrity. So again, we'll in next following models, we'll also understand what how do we achieve integrity and confidentiality. So let's go through this again. This model ensures that object and subject are different at different security level, do not interfere with those at other levels. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and output. Input and output are classified as either low sensitivity, not high classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed, or unclear individual. A computer has the non-interference property if and only if any sequence of low inputs will produce the same outputs regardless of what the high level inputs are. That is, if low uncleared user is working on a machine, it will respond in exactly the same manner on a low output, whether or not high cleared user is working on the sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of the higher user. Again, this is a little unclear, but I'm just trying to make it very simplified, that your activity should not modify or make any changes or should not interfere with any other user with a different security clearance. That's how. Whether it could be it should not modify the data or should not disclose any data. That is how it is. That is what is meant by non-interference model. It's again a very logical and conceptual model. Okay, information flow model. This is based on state machine model. So what we've just seen here. So this is exactly opposite to non-interference model. So what information flow model states that what the property states that. So the information that flows should not move from a higher classification to a lower classification. So information flow models are constructed to block unauthorized, unsecure, or a restricted information flow, either between subjects and objects at same classification level or between objects at a different classification level. It permits authorized information flow within same classification level or between different classification level while preventing all unauthorized information flow between or among the classification level. I think they've given an example what is Bella Padula and Biba model, which we'll look. That will actually give you more detailed description or information of how information flow model works in. So we have this next, but basically information model, the main property of it is any unauthorized information, any sensitive information should not be disclosed or modified by an unauthorized user. So an unauthorized user should not have access to read the data, unauthorized data, the data he's not supposed to read, or he should not have access to even modify the data which he's unauthorized to. So that is what an information flow model is. This will be more clear when we actually look at these two models, Biba and Bella Padula. So what Bella Padula model means is, now this model is used for confidentiality. So you need to by heart this, that Bella Padula model is used for confidentiality purpose and Biba model is for integrity. This is something that you just need to by heart it. Keep this in mind. So what Bella Padula model means is a system that employs the Bella Padula model is called as multi-level security system because user with different clearance use of systems and the system processes data at different classification level. So there's few rules and properties that are mentioned. So I'll just go through the what rules are. A simple security rule states that you cannot read data of a higher security level. So that is the rule. But you can write a data to a higher security classification. So that is rule. Now I'll just give you an example of how it works is uh, in maybe in an organization, your manage so you can read down, so you can read anything which is lower the classification. So with an example, I'll just tell you, in your organization you have something called as higher management, and then you have a mid-level management, and then maybe you're working at the as an employee to the company. So the higher management is aware of what is the salary that is being paid to the mid-level management and also to the all the other employees. So a higher management is at a high classification level, at a higher security clearance. So he has got read-only access to the mid-level management and the employee. So he can actually, a CEO has the access to know each and everyone's salary. But someone at a lower level, maybe just a team leader or manager, will not be able to see salary, what CEO earns the salary. So read up is restricted, read down is allowed. So this is how you can remember this. So the simple security policy states that a subject cannot read data at a higher security level. So no read up. Now these rules you need to by heart it. Whereas you can write down the data. Oh, sorry, you cannot read up. However, you can write up, but you cannot read down. So why read down is not allowed is because it might happen that you might pass on some confidential information to a lower security level or lower security classification. So just to give you an example, maybe you are working in an organization at a very high level, maybe into maybe a CEO working. So the access of documents that we'll have will be at the highest confidential, at highest security level. So if there's a very important level that he places or he sends it to a person with a lower classification level, so that is not allowed. So you cannot have the lower classified subject access a document that or object that belongs to a higher classification level. So it is not allowed that you cannot write down. That's the reason. So a CEO should not store any information at a level at a lower classification level. So write down is not allowed. However, you can write up. So anything in any information that you need to write, you can write up. So from a lower security classification to a higher security classification. So that is what a star property rule means is. And a strong star property rule means is a subject can perform read-write functions only to the object at the same security level. So a CEO will be able to write and read all the documents, all the objects at the same classification level. So that remains for all the levels. So using this model, confidentiality is achieved because there is no read up. It makes sure that data is confidential and kept securely. So unauthorized or a lower classified subject is not able to access objects at a higher classification level. So this is how an information model, this is an example of an information flow model. So BIBA model is exactly opposite of this, where you can read up, but you cannot read down. Okay, so again, similar to what you have, this is simple security rule and simple star property rule. You have it for BIBA model as well, star integrity axiom and simple integrity axiom. So what it says is a subject cannot write data to an object at the higher integrity level, referred to as no write up. So you cannot write up, but you can write down. And in reading, the subject cannot read data from lower integrity level, referred to as no read down. So you cannot read down, but you can only read up. And when it comes to writing, you can write down and no write up. It is exactly opposite to this model. So you will have some questions where it would say if you need to achieve confidentiality, which model needs you need to implement. I mean, this is a very basic question, not exactly this is how it will be asked, but Bella Padula is used to enforce confidentiality aspect of access control, whereas BIBA model is used to address integrity of data within the system. So this is the main difference between the two. Also, there's a third rule which says that subject cannot request service invoke at higher integrity. So basically, this also means that you can write at the same classification level. So the next model is Clark-Wilson model. So how it is designed is In this model, so basically you have subjects and you have objects, right? Subjects is something who's trying to access, and objects is something which is getting accessed. So to have access to those subject accessing objects, there's something called as transformation procedures. So what transformation procedure is, it is basically set of programs that you need to use. So there has to be an interface using which you can access the object. So subject will use an interface or a transformation procedure to access the resources. And each transformation procedure will have certain level of rights, permissions. So you could have a transformation procedure only for a reading specific, and you could have a transformation procedure for read write. It is commercially used model which preserve integrity. It is focuses on well transaction and separation of duties. So separation of duties is something that is been achieved through this. We've had a basic discussion of what separation of duty is. It addresses all goals of integrity model, prevents unauthorized users from making modification, because then there are transformation procedures. You can implement access in specific way that you cannot modify the data, prevents authorized users from making improper modification, maintains internal and external consistency. This model uses the following elements. I think the slide is not very clear or very descriptive. So there is something called as users, which is also called as subjects, the active agents, transformation procedures. So these are programs which helps you access the objects. I'll just simplify this for you. Program abstract operations such as read and write modification. Constrained data item. So these are constrained data items are basically the objects that are to be secured using this model. So constrained data items are the objects on which this model is being implemented, and unconstrained data items are something which are outside the model. So this is how it is. So you have a user and you have transformation procedures using which, so basically you have a net interface. So between you and a object, there is always a program or an interface using which you access the data, or you modify or you read the data. Integrity verification procedures. So this is just a functionality where it makes sure that the consistency of the constrained data item is validated. So basically you make sure that the integrity of the data item is implemented using integrity verification procedures. Now this is again part of the interface or the programs that is used to access the objects. So a good definition of this is a subject is able to access object only by using program, interface, or access portal. Each program has a specific limitation on what it can or cannot do to an object. This effectively limits the subject's capabilities. This is known as constrained, limiting, or restrictive interface. So basically there's a user and there is a object, subject and object, and basically there is an interface in between that allows you to access and decides what permissions do you have on the object. So that is how the Clark-Wilson model works on. Brewer and Nash model is it is also called as Chinese wall. So what basically this model works is, so for example, you're working for two organizations. You're providing service for two organizations, organization A and organization B. So how the access control or access mechanism works in this model is, it observes all the activities, it will check for the activities, and if you have access to a data in organization A which is in conflict with organization B's data. So for example, you're working for a financial company and managing data related to its company finances for company A, and you're also working for other company called company B, and if the data that you're working on is in conflict with B, the model restricts the access to the data which is conflicting. So the main goal of model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempts. So only when you revoke access to this data A, only then you will be able to access data B. So Brewer and Nash model, also called as Chinese wall model, states that subject can write to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in the different data set. It was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon the user's previous actions. So the main differentiator in this is basically if there is a conflict of interest between the two data sets, in that case, you should not have access to both of them. That is the property of the Brewer-Nash model. Right. Okay. This is a conceptual model which is called as state machine model. So what state machine model states is uh, so state a state machine model is a snapshot of a system at any given moment of time. So, so for example, when you're working on on a computer or a system, there are a lot of activities or tasks that you perform on a computer. So it could be simply maybe accessing a file, accessing a data, or reading a data, writing a data, transferring files, or any activity that you could be performing. So what state machine model states it, when you perform any read write activity on a system, any modification or any activity is performed on a system, the system will transition from one state to the other state. So there'll be changes that will happen within the system. So there'll be an initial state, there'll be a transition state, and there'll be an end state. So what state machine model states it? So the rule states that uh, that the state machine model at any given snapshot, if you take a snapshot or any given time during the activity, the system should be in a secure state. So if the system is maintaining security at every state, the state machine model is called to be as a secure state machine. So a state machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrence called states. Every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between subjects and objects. If every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. So if all states are secure, the whole system is called to be as secure. So once the system is in secure state, state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, it will transition only from one secure state to another. A very good example of this could be a blue screen of death. So anyone who's worked on Windows operating system, when your computer crashes uh, due to so it happens basically when any of the process tries to access memory allocation which is assigned to an operating system. The operating system crashes and you get a blue screen. It is also called as blue screen of death. So that is also an example of a secure state, because then the operating system gets crashed and it ensures that there's no data breach, or the confidentiality or integrity of the data is not. Okay, so moving to next, lattice model. So what basic lattice model states is a lattice model in a lattice. So this is basically used for access control system where access to data and resources is determined based on hierarchical level, or data is basically categorized. So on categorized level. So these levels typically organized in a lattice structure or maybe like a pyramid structure where subjects, so with subjects we refer to as users or processes. So anyone who's accessing an object, accessing a file or a process is a subject, and an object is basically a database or a process or a system which is being accessed. So in a lattice structure, when subjects and objects, so these are assigned to a specific security class. Subjects have a security clearance and objects are classified. So as we've seen in our previous domain, we have data classification as top secret, secret, uh, classified, unclassified. So objects are classified and subjects have got clearance level. So a subject with clearance level as top secret will be able to access the data or the objects which are classified as top secret or below top secret. So a subject which is classified as top secret will be able to access objects which are classified as top secret and below. So below is secret or classified and unclassified. So that is how a lattice model works. So it works in a hierarchical system where the topmost subject will have access to it's the level of classification of its clearance and below that. So it's basically in a pyramid state. The images on the right might just confuse you a little, but this is more of a pyramid structure that would be more clear. So we'll just go through the slide. Lattice-based access control is a complex access control model based on interaction between any combination of objects, such as resources, computers, and application, and subjects, such as individual groups or organizations. So it is based on the access control part. In this type, the label-based mandatory access control model, a lattice is used to define a level of security that an object may have and that the subject may have to access it. So basically, this is the clearance. So a subject will have clearance to a classified data. The subject is only allowed to access an object if the security level of the subject is greater than or equal to that of object. So the last statement states the same. So anyone who's got security clearance for top secret will be able to access objects of top secret and buy. Okay, so next is access control metrics, this is something which is very commonly used. So what an access control metric states is, so you have so if you refer to this diagram here, so on the left, the rows that you have is basically the subjects, and the columns that you can see are the objects. So this is just a matrix that will describe who has got what level of access on what object. So I can actually show a better representation of this. So if you refer to this diagram, this is a very good example of how access control matrix works is. So a matrix is basically a table, and on the left, the rows that you can see are the subjects. So subjects these are users: Bob, Mali, Amanda, Mark, Catherine, Colin. So these are the subjects which will be accessing resources. So what are resources here is a document file, a printer, or a network shared folder. So these are the objects. So Bob will have access to a document file, and what type of access will he have? Will be read access. For printer, Bob will have no access, and for network folder, he'll have no access. So similarly, this matrix defines the level of access every subject will have on object. Uh, so a primary characteristic of this is granular in nature. So it is easy to have a control because there's no classification that happens. Access Yes, exactly. We also have this in Windows as well, Linux and Windows. On a file permission, when you right click, go to properties on any of the file, and in the properties, you can add or remove the users, and you can decide what level of access that you need to give to the user. So this diagram or example is a little easier than what we have in the slide. So the only thing that the most important characteristic of access control matrix is that it is granular in nature. So you can control a single object and a single subject, and the level of access that a subject could have an object. So it is a very well controlled, and it is called as granular. So access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to every object in the system. An access matrix can be envisioned as a rectangle array of cells with one row per subject and one column per object. The entry in cell, that is the entry of particular subject object pair, indicates the access mode that a subject is permitted to exercise on an object. Each column is equivalent to access control list of object, and each row is equivalent to the capability list. So okay, this is a non-interference model. Again, this is a conceptual model. So what is a non-interference model? Uh, so the goal of this model is to ensure that actions of one subject does not impact the actions of another aspect of another subject. So to give you explain you with an example for this. Uh, so suppose that there is a system which has got multiple users and multiple security classification levels. So there's one computer which has got multiple files and which are classified as top secret, secret, classified, unclassified. So these are the classification levels that have. So two users maybe has got a security clearance to access top secret file. So we'll just name, um, so user A can access top secret files and unclassified files as well. And subject B or user B has got a lesser clearance. Maybe the user B or the second user only have access to classified information. So user B, the second user does not have access to top secret and secret, only classified and unclassified. So using this model, what this as the model states, actions of one subject should not impact uh, actions on the other object. So for example, in this scenario, if user A, as he's got access to classified and unclassified objects, user A makes some changes or adds some confidential or very secret data or top secret data to a file which is classified as unclassified or classified at a lower level. So user A adds a top secret information to an unclassified file and saves it. So what would be the replication of this is once the, user A has saved the file, user B, the second user, will not be able to access it because the security clearance have now changed because user A has already modified, added a top secret information to a low level file and has made a low level file into a high level file or a top secret file. So this is how the second user who previously had access to that file will not be able to access it again. So this is cause an impact. So when you implement a non-interference model, it makes sure that this scenario will not take place. So the user A with his action will not be able to make any changes to uh, his action will not impact the actions of the so this is how a non-interference model. This model ensures that objects and subjects at different security level don't interfere with those at another level. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and output. Input and output are classified as either low sensitivity, low, not highly classified, or high, sensitive, not to be viewed by unclear individual. A computer has non-interference property if and only if a sequence of low input will produce the same low output regardless of what the high level output. That is, if low user is working on a machine, it will respond in exactly the same whether or not a high user is working on sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of high user. Now this is a little confusing when you read it, but that's why I just thought of giving an example to make it a little clear. So the real intent of non-interference model is to address covert channels. A covert channel is the way for an entity to receive information in an unauthorized manner. We will understand what covert channel is. So covert channel is basically a hidden channel to access unauthorized data, but we have a slide around what covert channel is. Um, So this is basically a hidden channel where an unauthorized user can have access to a data. Uh, so that is a covert channel, but we'll see that. Okay, so the next model is information. So information flow model is based on state machine model. For every state, the system should be in a secure state and consists of objects, transition states, and lattice state. Information flow model are constructed to block unauthorized, insecure, or restricted information flow either between subjects and objects at same classification level or between subjects and objects at different classification level. It permits authorized information flow within the same classification level or between different and same classification level or between different classification levels while preventing all unauthorized information flow from flow between or among classification level. So it is very similar to what we saw in the lattice model. So in this model, we've seen that there is a hierarchy. It is a hierarchy based model where with less clearance will not to access an object of higher clearance. So there shouldn't be a flow of information. So any top secret information should not flow to a secret or a classified or unclassified classification file. And even a subject of lower clearance should not be able to access data uh, of a higher classification. So someone who's got a clearance level of as unclassified should not have access to classified, secret, and top secret. So this is again based on a lattice state and a state machine model. So so we'll be going through what information flow model is with an example on the next two models, which is BIBA model and last session as well. But we'll so this basically makes sure that there's no flow of information from one security level uh, to the other, which is at the lower. So information should not flow from a higher clearance to a lower. Okay, Bella Padula model. So basically this model was created in the 1970s by US military, Department of Defense, to securely classify the information. So this is not much in use anymore. It is a very basic model which was created 50 years back in 1970s by the US military. And again, this is a conceptual model to handle data. So what Bella Padula model states is this model enforces confidentiality. So confidentiality, if you need to achieve confidentiality, this is the model that needs to be implemented. So a system that employs Bella Padula model is called multi-level security system because users with different clearance use the system, and the system processes data at different classification level. So there are three basically rules with it. In a Bella Padula model, you have classified data and security clearance. So subjects will have security clearance and objects will have classification. So what this model states it, the simple security rule, a subject cannot read data at a higher security level. So uh, a subject with lower clearance level, maybe a classified or unclassified level, will not be able to read the data above him or above them. Uh, the person or the subject will not be able to access data at secret and top secret level. So you can't read data up, but you can write the data up. I mean, you will have access to write data towards to the higher security level, but you won't be able to read the data up. However, you can read the data at your security clearance and below. So if I have a security clearance of secret, I will not be able to read the data from top secret, but I can read data from secret, classified, and unclassified. So which is at my level and below. But I will not have access to write down because I have a security clearance of secret. So the data that I handle or whichever I have access to or write is at a secret level. So it should make sure that I do not write any of the secret data to a classified or unclassified. The simple security rule states no read up. The subject cannot read data at higher security level, no read up. The star property rule states that subject cannot write data uh, to an object at lower security level, which means no write down. And a strong star property, this is also called as a discretionary property, where a subject can perform read write at the same security clearance. Subject can perform read and write function only to the objects at same security level. So if I'm top secret, I can read and write both. I can do at the same security level. I can read write tops. So the drawback is does not address integrity or availability. Integrity is being taken care by the next model, which is BIBA model, and does not address the covert channel. So we'll again see what covert channels are in. So these models were only created for by Department of Defense in 1970s. So I'm not sure why this was not used, but basically you have better models and better security. So this is the time where it was only restricted. So this model implementation of this model was also not just so during that time, information systems were not developed. I mean, there were a lot of security controls that were implemented to to the computers. There were very few information systems in the 70s, and the policies or the security systems were getting created. So I think Vivek also had a question that if you can write up, last time he had asked that if you can write up how, I mean, what is the use if you can write up on to an. So basically, there could be an instances. So when you can write up, uh, I mean, I was just trying to look for an example where it can be this model can fit. So in a healthcare, I mean, I just saw an example where doctors have got access to patients' all information, illness, medical report, medical history, whereas a nurse might not have access to view all the data. But as nurse, she might have access only to feed into the system the data for a patient, for a single patient, but she will not have the read access to collectively read the data. So that was one of the example that I could find. But these are very old models and conceptual models that uh, BIBA model is exactly opposite to Bella Padula. The goal for this model is to achieve integrity. So what we mean by achieving integrity is no unauthorized modification that has to be done. So again, this model has got three rules which are exactly opposite to Bella Padula. Star integrity rule states that the subject cannot uh, write the data up. So subject cannot write data to an object at higher integrity level, which is referred to as no write up. So you cannot modify a data at a higher security clearance because the chances that you might uh, add a less secure data to an secure level. So no read up, so no write up is allowed, but so read allowed, write up is not allowed. And simple integrity property says that, or simple integrity rule says that a subject cannot read data from its lower integrity level. So no read down, but subject cannot read data from lower integrity level, referred to as no read down. And invocation property, also known as discretionary rule, states that a subject cannot service at higher integrity level. Okay, so there's some change into this. Basically, again, this says that it is so the discretionary property for both is the same. So a subject can read write data on its same security level. So this rule is basically same for both strong star property rule and invocation property. This rule is same for both the. And again, this is a wrong statement. The drawbacks does not addresses integrity or availability. So this is a wrong statement. The correct statement is it does not addresses confidentiality. For Bella Padula, it does not addresses the but for BIBA model, it does address integrity, but not the confident, and does not address covert channel. Again, this is okay. Next model is Okay, so in this model, you have subjects and objects. We know what subjects are and objects are. So in a Clark-Wilson model, there's something called as transformation procedures. So Clark-Wilson model will implement transformation procedure, which are basically programs that will enable a subject to access objects. So a subject will be able to read the data using a transformation procedure, which is a program. Uh, Subject can write an object using a TP or transformation procedure. So any access that to a secure object can only be performed using a transformation procedure program. So give an example. If you need to access your bank account, there could be some procedures. For example, you need to fund from one bank account to the other. So when you use your banking system, you can only access data to your access your bank account data or transfer fund using some predefined programs. So you need to log into your internet banking, and then once you log in, then you need to create a pay. You enter your details, and the transfer will only happen through specified some programs that will run in behind, and only then you will be transfer your account, your funds from one account to the others. So this is what how it works. And what is an unconstrained data item is the data item which should not which is not part of the Clark-Wilson model, or which are not being managed by transformation procedures. So those are considered as unconstrained data items. And constrained data items are the data items that are managed by transformation procedures or the programs where you implement the security. So constrained data items are basically the objects which needs to be managed in a secure way, and these can be managed using transformation procedures. So this is basically a user interface that a user has to access the objects. And there's something called as integrity verification procedures. So this will just keep a check of integrity. So again, example, when you transfer the fund from one to the other, a process will make sure that the transaction is when it is completed, it makes sure that the data is has its integrity. So if you, for example, if you transfer $5,000 from the other, integrity verification procedures will make sure the new balance that you can see is 5,000 less than the previous one. Or when you're doing any input while transferring funds, so it will validate that the input value is correct. So you cannot add a alphanumeric number while selecting the fund time. So integrity verification procedures checks the consistency of CDI with external reality, so that the data integrity is maintained. So there's no integrity issue, or the data is stable or true in nature. So the trueness of the data is being validated by uh, next model is Brewer model. So in this is also called as Chinese wall, and the best way to, or the property for this model is it works on to protect conflict of interest. So anywhere in the, even in CISSP, if you see anything which says conflict of interest, you can be sure that they are referring to Brewer and Nash model. So the main goal of the model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempt. So how this works is, so for example, I'll give an example. So you're working in a company and access to data for multiple customers. And these customers are conflict of interest. So for example, you're working in a company and you have access to a very confidential data for organization A and organization B. So based on your user activity, based on your activities, based on the previous access that you have, if data for company A is in conflict with data of organization B, then you will not, due to conflict of interest, you will not have access to data for customer B or organization B. So that is how. So if you look at the diagram at the inside, so client organization A and client organization B have got certain data which is competitive in nature or in conflict of interest. A user might have access to both of the data and can manipulate the data. So because of the conflict between the data, the user should not have access to one data at any have access to both the data at any given point. So either it could have access to data A or only to data B. So that is how, what is the concept of Brewer. So we'll just read through this. A Brewer and Nash model, also called as Chinese wall model, states that subject to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in the different data set. It was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon user's previous action. The main goal of model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempt. So whenever you see conflict of interest, any statement, you can see that this is okay. Again, this is a Graham-Deaning model. Now this model states 8 different rules to implement a security model. The model defines basic rights in terms of commands that a subject can execute over an object. It has 8 protection rights that details how these functionalities should take place. So these are basically rules, eight rules that are defined to create a secure system. So these are the 8 rules, how to securely create a subject, how to securely create a subject, how to securely delete a subject, how to securely provide and read access rights, how to provide the grant access right, how to securely provide and delete access right, how to securely provide transfer access right. So these are 8 rules, 8 ways of defining how to achieve a. So anywhere where you can see 8 protection rights for to achieve a security model, you can refer this to as Graham. Again, Sutherland model is based on integrity model. So there's no definition or a formal specification on how to implement that. So it's an integrated model. It focuses on interference in support of integrity. It is a formally based on state machine model and information flow model. However, it does not directly indicate specific mechanism or protection of integrity. Instead, the model is based on an idea of defining the state of set of system state, initial state, and transition state through the use of only these predetermined secure states. Integrity is maintained and interference. So there's no defined mechanism on how to implement that, but it is based on state machine model where it just defines that you have every state, initial state and the transition state should be secure. So that is what it states. A common example of Sutherland model is to prevent covert channels from being used to influence the outcome of process or activity. So there's no, you won't get any questions. So again, I mean, it just, so Graham Deaning in the book that I given or anywhere, it will just state these rules, how to securely create. I mean, there's no specific rules that are mentioned, right? Or any of these when you look at it. So even Brewer-Nash model is a conceptual model that if you have any data, if there's conflict of interest, you should not be having access. So this is how security is being implemented with a thought conflict of interest. So grant model, this is used for again. This is similar to Axix. So what take grant model states is so it is represented with directed graphs. So what you can see on the right is directed graphs where you have subjects and objects. So there are again 4 rules with take grant model. So take rule allows a subject to take right subject. Grant rule allows the subject to grant rights to an object. Create rule allows subject to create new rules. Remove rule allows subject to remove a right it has. I would try to give an example around this. Consider that there are 3 different roles where you have a manager, an administrator, and employee. So as administrator, you will have access to grant permissions, read write access on an object. So you can, with grant rule, you can grant permissions to a manager to read and write, or you can grant um access to an employee just to read, and you can remove as well. You can revoke access for the manager and an employee. And with a rule, you can just state a rule that a manager will be able to grant access to his employees, or remove a rule where it can says that manager will not be able to grant any access to anyone else. So this is how I have try with an example. You can understand this where you have 3 different roles: administrator, and a manager, and an employee. So an administrator will have all the accesses to either grant access, revoke access, or create a rule or remove a rule. So it is represented by graphs, which is called as directed graph, which we can see on the. Okay. Okay, code channels. Again, this is what we were discussing about. So, so covert channel is basically a hidden channel to access unauthorized. Okay, so let me explain this give an example. So it is a type of attack that creates capability to transfer information objects between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate by computer security policy or by usual communication channel. There are two types of covert channels. Covert storage channel communicates by modifying storage locations such as hard drives, occurs when out of band data is stored in message for the purpose of memory reuse. Example, steganography. We'll understand what steganography is. I think we have it in next few slides. Uh, and covert channel timing performs operations that affect uh, real response time observed by the. Okay. Monitoring of timing of operations. Again, we have an example later ahead. So let me just give you an example of how covert channel works, or with a very basic example. So for example, you have user A and user B. So user A has got access to a confidential data uh, to a file, and user A also has got access to a shared drive uh, at a, and there's a user 2 which has got access to the same shared drive, and the shared drive is common, which is not in use. But user B has got lesser security clearance and should not have access to confidential data. So in case if user A accesses the file, a confidential file, and keeps it on a shared drive, and the second user who's got less clearance, does not have access to confidential data, also has got access to a shared drive. In that case, uh, the file is being transferred from one security clearance to the other because both have got access to a common shared drive. So the person with lower security clearance will have access to the file and will be able to access the confidential. Okay, so this was a very basic of example of how covert channel works is. Um, so covert channel is basically a hidden channel where a data flows from one security level to the other, and an unauthorized subject will have access to the data. So even in an example of an app, so there could be one process or an application that will be running and would be keeping a data in a memory location, in a RAM, primary memory. So what we call as data in use. So we've seen what data in rest is, data in use, data in transit is, right? So where there's a scenario where an application is trying to access a data or working on a specific data in a certain memory location, it could happen that there is another program which has got access to the same memory location and is able to fetch the data and move it from one program to the other. So there could be two different programs, and one program A is working on a specified confidential data, and there's application 2 with a hidden channel has somehow managed to got access to the same memory location and is able to uh, use the same memory location and read the data, so that there'll be transfer of data that can happen. So it uh, is considered as a channel. We'll understand what steganography is. Steganography is basically hiding of data in different mediums. So you could have a JPG file and could store a confidential information within the zeros and ones of the file and can transfer the information. So that is something called. Okay. In security model, there's something called as trust and assurance. So what is trust? So in a security system, or a system, when you implement multiple security controls to make sure that system is in a secure state and performs in a say, such system is called as a trusted system. So when you have security controls in place for a system, that is what is called as trust. And when you do an assessment of a system, when you do a actual testing of the same system where you have implemented security controls and everything, when you perform an assessment, uh, the level of confidence, the degree of confidence that that the system provides is called. So we'll just go through this and then come up with an example. So trust is a belief that computer entity will do what it should do to protect resources and be safe attack. A system is trustworthy if there is sufficient credible evidence leading one to believe that the system will meet a set of given requirements. So for example, you have a very important system, a critical system, uh, which is dealing with very confidential data. So only if you implement security controls like maybe encryption, if you install antivirus, you add a firewall to make sure that there's no unauthorized traffic passing to the system. There's proper hardening that is being performed. So if you implement multiple security controls on a system, that is when you will call the system to be in trust. You will trust the system. A system is trustworthy. But when you actually perform an assessment, when you do a testing, maybe you will try to attack the system, check all its functionality. Uh, so that will give you an assurance. So assurance is the degree of confidence that an entity meets with its security requirement based on specific evidence provided by application of assurance techniques. So the application of assurance technique is basically an assessment that you can perform. It is much deeper than trust, states that system will work in correct and predictable manner in each and every computing situation. So this is the trust or the confidence or the degree of confidence which states that the system will work and will work without any issues and with all the security. So trust is more intended to define the functionality, and assurance is more intended to define quality. So this is okay even if you don't remember this, but assurance, you need to remember that this is the degree of confidence that uh, the system will provide in terms of its security, whereas trust or a trusted system is something where security is being. Okay, security evaluation. So these are some guidelines which were created. Uh, so on the right hand side that you can see, this is something called as the Orange Book, which was developed by Department of Defense, DoD, by US military, uh, to evaluate systems that were used in military. So is security evaluation examines the security relevant part of the system, that is the TCB. We've seen what TCB is. TCB is the most secure part of a system which enforces security policy on the system. Access control, who's got access to what, access control mechanism, reference monitor, kernel, again, it's part of TCB, and protection mechanism. The relationship and interaction between these components are evaluated in order to determine the level of protection required by the provided by systems. So basically there was a book that was created, Trusted Computer System Evaluation, which is also called as TCSEC. This was created in December 1985 by US. So this was only specific to US Department of Defense, or to evaluate system security which were used in it. So this is not anymore. We'll see what exactly is being used now. There's something called as common criteria which is in place. So this was created but not in use anymore. You would not even find this in the syllabus or the book that we are referring to. So the purpose of this was to measure security of products and systems, provide a common mechanism to evaluate vendor products, publish and publish the finding or rating of the product tested, give level of security assurance to product, allow customers to select product based on evaluation rating. So basically, if you need to procure a system, you would do a security evaluation, basically a testing of it, and based on your testing, you will rate the system. So there were some rating levels. So as you can see on the right, uh, these are the labels: A1, B3, B2, B1, C2, C1, D3. So D is the minimum security and A is verified design, which is a maximum security. So they had created different level of labels to define the level of security. So a product will be evaluated and given a label, and then it will let you decide the level. So these are the label and these are the requirements. D stands for minimal security, the least, and A1 is the highest security. So you will, using this book and all the guidelines mentioned in the book, you will evaluate the system, you will rate it and use it according to your requirements. So similar to TC-SEC, which was US developed, there was something called as IT-SEC. So IT-SEC was developed by European Union, which was similar to TC-SEC. Again, they have created their own guidelines to um, evaluate a security system, and again, they had their own different labeling systems. So this is again not much in use. This is not so TC-SEC and IT-SEC is replaced by so common criteria is commonly used across EU and US now to perform an evaluation of security of, and again they have their own defined labels, so we'll just go through the slide. Common criteria for information technology security evaluation is official name for international standard, which is the ISO 15408. It is an international set of specification and guidelines developed for evaluation of information security products. Similar to IIT-SEC and TC-SEC, just that it's new and common or used across the globe. Evaluated products are assigned evaluation assurance level, which is called as EL. EL is again the label. So what you saw here, labels like A1, B2, B3, C1, C2, D. So these are label in common criteria. The labels have an E. So this is how it looks like. When you perform evaluation on any of the system, in term when you do a security evaluation of a system, you do a testing, and these are the different types of level: E1, E2, E3, E4. Sorry, EL1, EL2, EL3, EL4 to 7, and these are the level of security. So EL is the least functionally tested, which has got a least security, and EL7 is the has got highest level of security. So based on your evaluation, you will assign a label to the system, and you will. So there are processes that takes place, and there are some terminologies which is used in while performing a security evaluation for. So the common criteria uses following specific term: protection profile, target of evaluation, security targets, and evaluation assurance level. So EL is something that we've already seen. These are just nothing but just labels that tell you what is the level of security that that the product has. So EL is degree or score of evaluation of tested system or products. Okay, so this is the security level. Now what is PP, TOE, and ST, or people protection profile? So protection profile is basically a requirement from the customer. So for example, you want to procure a system, so you will have some security requirements to fulfill your security needs. So that is what is called as protection profile. So the list of rules or the list of security requirements that you would is called as protection profile. So for particular category of system or products such as firewall or IDS, IDS stands for intrusion detection system. PP or protection profile is an independent set of security requirements and objectives. It is basically your requirements to procure the set. So protection profile is your is the security requirement that you want to implement in a system is called as PP. Target of evaluation is the actual product which will be evaluated using the common criteria process or the common criteria evaluation guidelines. So if you need to procure a IDS, so your target of evaluation would be the actual product, IDS or firewall, antivirus, anything that you need to procure. Security target is the document that describes the target of evaluation. So security target is something that the vendor claims the level of security that the product will provide. So that's the claim that the vendor makes. So the document that describes the target of evaluation, uh, the actual target, the product, which includes security requirements and operational environment. So the main difference between this is protection profile states what are your requirements, what are the security requirements that you need. Target of evaluation is the product that you will evaluate, and security targets are the claims that a vendor will or the product makes to complete that. So based on the with whatever the claims are made by the product, an assessment will be done, and based on the assessment, it will give a rating, so which will be between EL1 and EL7. So what would be the rating of the evaluation? So that is how a common criteria. So if you look at the right, this is just a flow chart of it. So protection profile, request for specific security solution, target of evaluation is the product, target security, vendor explaining the functionality and assure component. We've seen what assurance is, the degree of confidence that the system. And then security functionality requirement, security assurance requirements, different families and classes of requirements. So there'll be an evaluation process that will be conducted, and evaluation assurance level is assigned. So now we know what assurance means when you actually look at an example of what EL. Okay, moving to the next topic, which is certification. So basically, what is a certification is? So certification is a confirmation or validation that the product meets a specific security standards. So that is, so basically a third. So if you have a security system, so that has been evaluated. So it could be a system or a process or anything. And I mean, it's a very generic, certification is a very generic term. So we can say this as a process when so a process or a system is evaluated by a third party, and based on the assessment, if it fulfills the need, it has been certified. So certification, technical review and assesses technical review that assesses the security mechanism and evaluates their effectiveness. Process may safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques. The goal is to ensure that system is right for customers' purpose. Certification is often an internal verification that is trusted only within the organization. Again, certification could be either an outside entity or an internal entity. Uh, so basically, certification is a process where uh, a body will certify. So for example, even when we are doing a CISSP certification, we go through an assessment, which is the examination, and based on the assessment and evaluation, IC2 will provide a certification. So certification basically states that the candidate has is eligible and passes the examination, and we certify that the candidate has got knowledge on the security domain. So that is how it works. So certification is being conducted based on, and accreditation is a formal declaration by designated approving authority, which is also called as DA, that an IT system is approved to operate in a particular security mode using a prescribed set of secure at an acceptable level of risk. Once accreditation is performed, management can formally accept the adequacy of overall security performance of an evaluated system. So, and when an official body gives recognition to the system or the process is called as accreditation. But we are sure, I mean, this is only specific to security systems, but I'm sure you've heard of certification accreditation. So giving you a very different example apart from cybersecurity or information system. This we all know, so there's something called as FSSAI for food products. So FSSAI for food evaluation is is a body which does a certification. Once it is certified, NABL is another firm which will give an accreditation or a recognition based on the certification that it has provided, gained from F. So this is the a basic difference of what is a certification and accreditation. Certification will perform it, will validate the entire processes and systems within each and every processes within the organization, whereas accreditation is only refers to the main or the critical processes of an organization. With accreditation, there's something called as ATO, authorized to operate. So when you completed an assessment, So with accreditation, there's a certificate that you get which is called as authorized to operate. So if there's some critical system, for example, any financial institutions that needs to meet some security guidelines in their system, the systems are evaluated and an ATO is being granted. So only if you have ATO only or authorized to operate, only then you can function as a business. So there's something that you can read again. And there is deep in detail mentioned in the book as well. Open versus closed. Okay, I'll just explain it with a simple. So open systems are systems which follow standards, um, global standards and protocols. So to give you a very simple example about Android. So you have an Android system which is installed on different types of mobile. So you could have a Samsung, you could have a MI mobile, you could have Oppo, Vivo, different types of hardware, and on a different hardware you can have an Android system. So Android system is an open system because it follows standards and protocols. Whereas for an Apple system, for an iOS, it only works on an Apple device. So that is a closed system. So uh, systems that uses standard protocols are considered as open systems, whereas systems that used non-standard protocols or proprietary protocols are considered as closed systems. So it is difficult to work with. It is interoperability is not possible with closed. Open systems, you can have different hardwares and interoperability is possible. So an open system built upon standard protocol and interface have published specification, provide interoperability between products created by different vendors, provide interface that enable each systems to easily communicate other systems, add-ons to hook into system easily. Most systems in use today are open. Okay, standards and protocols. Okay, so protocol, you could say that for network protocol, maybe, or standards are basically something which is defined or which is commonly used. I mean, for a simple example, the Type-C cable that we use, that is a part of an open system. So you can use a Type-C charger in any of the Android devices, whereas for an iPhone, now you can use a Type-C, but previously they had a different. Type-C is can be considered as an open system. I'm just giving this as an analogy to understand how open system works is. But standard protocols or is so there could be application different types of application that might use proprietary protocols. So it could be so for example, if you need to access a website using HTTPS protocol, the port that you use is 443, right? But I could have a system. I mean, my application is web hosted and using 443, but now I can create a similar system which is only for internal use, and I can create a different port number for it. So that is called as a closed system. Or you could have some different protocols to, right? Yes. So closed system use architecture that does not follow industry standards. Interoperability and standard interface are not employed to enable easy communication between different types of system and add-on features. They are proprietary, meaning system can only communicate with like systems. Example, as you've seen, the Apple systems can potentially provide more security to system because it may operate in more secluded environment than an open system. So the only benefit of the pros and cons. So with open system, this is easy to use and interoperability can be used. But in closed system, you can interoperability is not possible, but they provide more security because they are not available to different. So this is basically used for security devices as well in managing network devices. Network devices have their own protocols and communication ways. So that is when you can have open systems and closed systems. So the only difference is this is vendor neutral or hardware neutral open systems, whereas closed systems are hardware specific or protocol specific, proprietary use of protocol. Client versus server based systems. This is again easy to understand. So what a client based system is, basically client based systems are, you can also say it as standalone systems. For example, you have a computer and you have installed an application to perform a specific task. There's no communication that happens. There's no client server system which is being implemented. You need not communicate with any other system. So those are called as client systems or client-based systems. Built-in application that executes entirely on one user device. Example, a text editor. You don't need to communicate with any other servers to run a text editor. Installed on specific computer, and the user can interact with it with no network connectivity. It's a standalone system. The application may still reach out to reach out for update, but none of its core features require remote processing, tend to have weak or no authentication mechanism. Data is usually stored in plain text. Because it's a standalone system, there's very less of security which has been implemented. Data is in plain text because the whole application is working on a single system, and because there's no traffic that is reaching the system, there's no connectivity with any of the other system. Uh, it could have a basic access control matrix implemented or a simple authentication and authorization mechanism. Maybe a Windows computer, which is used maybe for running a simple application. So you just log in using a username and password into the system, into computer, and run an application. Whereas in a server based, you have two or more systems. Uh, a simple example is any of the website where you have a server and client. So if you try to access any of a website, uh, so your computer, so using you have a computer, you have a browser. So you're considered as a client side where browser works or runs on your computer, and there's something called a server which will provide the data, or the application runs on a server. So between these communication, this is done in a very secure way. There's more security implemented. Encryption is being used. Data is stored in a very secure way. Uh, Even the query or there's proper input validation that has been done. So whatever data that you request has to be in a specified format. So a lot of security mechanisms are being placed. So server-based require two or more separate application interact with each other across the network. Example, web. Distributed systems is more than one systems to perform a specific task. A system in which multiple computing nodes interconnected by network exchange information for accomplishment of a collective task. A client server system is specific kind of a distributed system in which device in one group or a tier access client for the device in an adjacent group. Distributed system pose special challenge in terms of security simply because number of devices that are involved susceptible to attacks like man in middle attack. So a simple example of distributed system is with a system with multiple nodes, multiple systems running, performing different types of tasks collectively. So a banking example, if you need to access your bank account from internet banking, when you try to access it from your computer is the client, which is one system through which you are accessing. You could try accessing through a website. So there could be a web server hosted, which is running the application or website. And when you actually request for some data or fund transfer, there could be a mainframe server which is behind, or a third computer which is only responsible for performing transactions. So collectively, all these three systems can be considered as a distributed system where to perform one task, there are multiple nodes and every node will have some, and there are specific security challenges because every component will have its own security challenges. Maybe your website will have its own different security challenges. Like I mentioned, input validation could be one of the security control. Someone will try to hack a website before hacking the server. and the communication between a mainframe server, and because mainframe server or the core server has got needs to be well managed because it has got critical data. So again, access control could be a challenge. The so this is our distributed. Okay, cloud computing. So cloud computing is basically remote computing. Cloud computing is a use of shared remote computing devices for purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsourced to third-party providers or provided in-house. So I think we are all aware of how what cloud is. Cloud computing is basically a remote location where you could either store your data or you could buy or you can basically rent a computer service remotely is what a cloud computing is. So there are three types of models that are used: software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure. So in a software as a service, your software or your application is hosted on cloud. I'm sure we are all aware of what Amazon cloud is, or AWS is, or Microsoft Azure is. So in a software as uh, a software or a application is hosted on a third party vendor or on a different remote location, and which is being accessed uh, through your systems. In platform as a service, uh, basically you get a computer or uh, your virtual machine is being hosted on in cloud, maybe on an Amazon Web Service platform. So so platform as a service basically gives you a whole machine to manage, and infrastructure is basically a remote location where you could have everything from scratch, from your infrastructure, networking, and everything. So we'll just look into the next slide. What is the difference between all this? So on-premise, basically your data center where everything is being managed by your organization. So you create a data center, you have everything, all the physical infrastructure in place. So it could be from setting up racks, uh, installing the hardware, servers, network switches, all these servers on the rack, and then you install an hypervisor. And based on hypervisor, again, you configure your network traffic. On hypervisor, you install your operating system, and operating system, you build your application, and then application will have data on it, and you also need to manage the user access part of it, who should have what level. In an IaaS, what you do is you basically rent a system or move your hardware part or leverage your hardware from a different provider. So you basically if you have a provider which is AWS, IaaS as a service, AWS will provide you the whole data center. Your responsibility would be to set up your own traffic rules, your network rules. They'll provide you a hypervisor with a cost. On the hypervisor, you need to set up your own operating system, install your application, maintain your own data, and manage the access on the systems. That is called as infrastructure as service, where you just rent a infrastructure from a vendor on a cloud platform, on a remote service. In platform as a service, there's something which is more add-on to it, where they also provide you the whole infrastructure, but they also set up the network traffic rules and operating system part of it. So you basically get a ready-made computer on the platform, and the only thing that you need to manage is your application. You have a ready computer, a virtual computer ready for use. You install your application, install your software, and manage your data. So managing data is again what we saw in the previous domain, classifying, retention, deleting, everything to do with data, and access control. Who should have access to what level on the system? And software as a service is again, you skip the application part as well. Again, the application is something that is provided by the vendor. You only manage the access control and data. Okay, so I think on the you can see on the which is whatever is mentioned in red is the customer responsibility, and whatever is in gray is the cloud provider. Okay, a data system. There are two common issues or security related issues which are called as aggregation and inference. So I'll just quickly go through what these two are. So what is aggregation is? Aggregation is basically collection of data. So using your access, you collect the data in pieces, and inference is basically an intended result of aggregation. So basically you have access to small pieces of data, and then you basically deduce the information and disclose or find out information which you are unauthorized to access to. So that is called as inference. So I'll just explain this with an suppose you're working in there's an employee who's working in an HR system who has got access to the monthly expense of salary for an organization, and that is the total number of expense that uh, he has got access to. So there could be hundreds of employees working in a company, and the HR employee only has the access of the total of salaries that are being spent in an average month. So he does not have actual access to the data of individual salaries. Uh, so with aggregation, use the HR employee will collect every month. He will collect the data, and if there is an employee who will leave the organization or any employee joining the organization, he can see the change in the amount of salary which is spent for that specific month. So for example, in the month of March or month of February, there was a new employee which was hired, and the expense of salary has gone up by $20,000 from month of February to March. So with this information, he can perform an inference, or can conclude that the new employee which is joined gets a monthly salary of 20,000. So ideally he should not have access to how much the employees with salary, but he only has access to who is joining, what the onboarding and offboarding data. So that access that he's got, and monthly expenditure of the organization of its salary. So there are two types of data that he has, but he does not have the in-depth information of an individual salary. But using aggregation and inference, he was able to conclude that the newly joined employee in the month of February is getting a salary of 20,000, because there's a rise of 20,000 in the salary. So this is how aggregation and so aggregation is collecting data in bits and pieces, and then collecting and averaging it out, and identifying information which is about the security. So aggregation happens when the user does not have the clearance or permissions to access specific information, but have the permission to access components of this information. User then user then figure out the rest and obtains restricted information. So inference is intended result of aggregation. The inference problem happens when subject deduces the full story from pieces he learned through aggregation. Inference is the ability to derive information not explicitly available. So this is a difference. To prevent aggregation and inference, subject and any application or process acting on subject's behalf need to be prevented from gaining access to whole collection, including the independent components. So you need to implement different types of security controls to avoid aggregation and inference. In identity and access management domain, you would see a specific controls to tackle aggregation. Okay, some other to prevent different types of attacks, these access controls that needs to be implemented are available in main. So content dependent access control is one. So you should only have user should have access to data based on content. Content dependent access control is based on the sensitivity of data. The more sensitive the data, smaller the subset of individual who can gain. So again, as we've learned, different types of clearance, security clearance, and different level of data classification. So clearance and data classification, based on that, you would give access. Higher the clearance, higher the access to sensitive data. Context dependent control means that the software understands what action should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of request. the database software would need to keep a track of what user is requested. Okay, let me explain this in a simple way. Context dependent access control basically um, gives access based on scenarios. So the system can set few list of orders, and the access will only be granted in the last line of the order. So I'll give you a simple example of an online shopping. So for example, you need to buy a PDF online. You need to buy a CISSP latest version document from a e-copy from Amazon or a Kindle version. So you would only have access to that data or that PDF file only when you perform a pay, right? So what context dependent access means is, so the user will have data only if payment has been completed. So you will go to Amazon, you will search for the book, you'll add to cart, you will go to, and it will take you to the payment gateway. You will complete all the procedures, and only then it will say order confirm, and you'll be able to download the PDF. So context dependent, you need to have specific process completed only to get the access to data. So if you have not completed the payment, if your payment is not complete, you would not be able to download the PDF. That's how context dependent access control works. Cell suppression is basically hiding a specific cell which contains sensitive information or which could be used for inference attack. Partitioning the database involve creating different database with different information so that these cannot be combined, and make sure that there is correct access control to make sure that data cannot be deduced using multiple from same database. So partitioning of data involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes much harder for unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought all together, and other information that can be deduced or uncovered. Noise or permutation is basically adding bogus information, misleading information. Is a technique of inserting bogus information in hopes of misdirecting an attacker a matter enough that actual attack will not be fruitful. So these are some prevention techniques to. Okay, for web-based, there's some security controls that needs to be implemented to keep a web system safe. So few of the important controls that can be implemented is simplicity. Clear and simpler a website architecture, easier it is to its various security aspect. So the simpler and smaller your system is, it is easy to do an assessment or analysis. You can perform a risk assessment, vulnerability assessment if the system is smaller in size and simple to use. In addition, again, this is a technique where if you have a web-based system and your system is expecting an input from user, the input that is passed from a user needs to be validated. For example, there's a field where the user needs to enter a telephone number. So as part of input validation, you need to have an implementation in place which will validate it. So you need to make sure that the user is not entering any alphabets in the input. The value should be of 10 digit. It should only be numbers. So these are some parameters that you need to implement, or security measures that you need to implement. So that is called as input validation. Input validation, user generated input field in a website needs to be critically scrutinized. Encryption, so you need to implement encryption, data at rest, data in transit, data in use. So help secure input output operation of the web application. So any data that resides on a web application needs to be encrypted. Communication should be in a channel. Use IPsec TLS to communicate. Fail securely. In an event of an error, website should behave in a predictable and non-compromising manner. If there's any issues, the system should fail in a. And WAF, which is Web Application Firewall, is a system that inspects the traffic going to or coming from web server in order to filter out potential malicious activity. So basically implementing a application firewall on the to mobile systems. So mobile is considered as an endpoint in organization, just as laptops. even laptop is considered as an endpoint. So as part of mobile security, there are some measures that should be taken. So there in a real life scenario, there's an application called as MDM, mobile device management. So using mobile device management, mobile phones are managed securely in an organization. So it gives you so there's a MDM console as an administrator. You can perform activities remotely. So I can actually clear the data from, as an administrator from a remote computer, I can just click on a remote and through network, the whole phone can be wiped off as well. Or you could implement security policies, just as group policies. There's something called as group policies in Windows. Similarly, using the MDM, you can implement um, security policies on your mobile phone. Security policies like a password lock or a screen. Since mobile devices basically small computers, most of most of the same security vulnerability, threat, and risk apply to them. They can be compromised by malware, sensitive data is stolen from them, denial of service attack can take place. Mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from one mobile device to the computer system, and that may directly connect to corporate networks. Enterprise mobile device security principles. So all these are being managed using the MDM console, mobile device management. Only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. No other mobile phone should be able to connect to corporate networks apart from company provided assets, company provided mobile phones. Remote policies should be pushed to each device and user profile should be encrypted with no local options for modifications. Just like group policy in that you have in Windows, using MDM, you push mobile device data encryption, ideal timeout lock, screensaver lockout, authentication, and remote wipe. Remote wipe is again, as I mentioned, you clean up the data remotely. If your phone is stolen, or if you have lost your phone somewhere, so you could just raise a request with administrator, and it could be remotely wiped off. So all the data would be deleted. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed application should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced and restrictions on social media sites. Basically, you harden your mobile device. Endpoint security should expand the mobile endpoints. 802x. Now this is a network protocol. Should be implemented on wireless VoIP. This is voice over IP clients on mobile devices. 8021x is a network security protocol which we would be learning in network and communication. The embedded systems. So what are all embedded systems? So embedded systems. So examples like calculator, wash. So these are few examples of what are embedded digital thermometer, traffic light. The main challenge in securing embedded system is that of ensuring the security of software. That many vendors built their embedded system around commercially available but use their own proprietary code that is difficult if not impossible for. So again, the programs that are being used by vendor could be a vulnerability, so it has to be well evaluated before implementing it into your IoT. Okay, so IoT is basically all the devices that can be connected to internet. So in today's world, we have a lot of smart devices. For example, all smart devices, even a smart bulb or a smart fan, which could be connected to a Wi-Fi and through can be controlled on a mobile phone and on an internet. So all these devices are considered as part of it. So there are some security issues related to the IoT devices as well. Authentication, they are very loose authentication um, in these devices. Uh, Low level of encryption and security updates are not available for this. So let's go through this. IoT is global network of connected embedded systems. In IoT, each node is connected to internet and is uniquely addressable. Most visible aspect of This explosion is in the area of smart homes, in which light, furnaces, and even refrigerator collab to create the best environment for residents. So what are the security issues related to IoT is authentication. Most IoT devices are very poor. So you could just make a connection to device with a very basic authentication. And if you are able to breach it, someone else might have access to your IoT devices and the information. Encryption, cryptography is expensive in terms of processing powers, of which very limited in IoT devices. The fallout of is that data at rest and data in motion can be vulnerable in many parts of IoT. And there's no security updates. We know what security updates are. We generally get it on phone. So many IoT vendors don't provide functionality to automatically update their software and firmware when patches are okay. Moving to next from embedded systems to IoT to industrial control systems. So what are ICSs? Again, ICS are embedded systems which are used in industries or factories. So industrial control system consists of information technology that is specifically designed to control physical devices and industrial processes. For example, conveyor belts. ICS exist on factory floors to control conveyor belt, industrial robots. They exist in power and water infrastructure to control the flow of these utilities. Unlike most IT system, control things that can directly cause physical harm to. For these two reasons, efficiency and safety, securing ICS requires slightly different approach than the traditional IT system. So ICS are again machines or information systems that are used in companies or in factories basically to operate conveyor belts, robots, or factories like steel plants or somewhere in an oil refinery. So that is where the systems that are being used, the computer systems that are being used are classified as industrial control systems. So there are three types of they're like basically categorized into three called as PLC, DCS, and SCADA. So PLC is a standalone system considered to be very small. In a distributed system is something which consists of multiple PSs, and it is a system which uh, does a continuous monitoring of the system, kind of a where example like a conveyor belt. And a SCADA is a centralized system that has been used to control huge systems. So we'll just go through a bit of these all systems. So PLC, uh, programmable logic controller, small industrial computer originally designed for factory automation and industrial process control, can be programmed as per the process that needs to be controlled. Use primary controller in smaller system configuration, used extensively in almost all industrial process. So simple systems like switching on a pump or switching on a system, switching on or switching off is generally done by a PLC, which is only used for a smaller system. Whereas a distributed system is comparatively larger in size, monitor and control distributed equipments in process plants and industrial process. Unlike PLC, which is a standalone, TCS consists dividing plant or process control into several areas, each managing own controller, and the whole system is connected from a single entity. So distributed control system is basically multiple systems controlled together using DCS. And SCADA is used is the biggest system. Uh, for example, in an oil refinery, you have a system, a centralized location where you can monitor the entire factory. All divisions, all machines can be monitored, like maintaining temperature, maybe in a steel factory, identifying what is the temperature in the furnace, where exactly are the conveyor belts. So a complex SCADA is basically a very complex system that is being used. So monitor and control plant or equipment in industries such as telecommunication, water and waste control, energy, oil and gas refining, etc. Consist of remote terminal units spread geographically for collecting of data and are collected to master station for centralized data acquisition via any communication system. So you need not by heart this, but just a basic of a PLC, DCS, and one-liner definition to just know what this system are is enough. You need not, I mean, you will not have anything detailed difference between the any two. But these are just some terminologies that you would need to know to. So this might be used in any of the questions. Uh, the single greatest vulnerability in ICS is they're increasing connectivity to traditional IT networks. So recommendation for ICS security is apply a risk management process for ICS, segment the network to place IDS, which is intrusion detection system, and intrusion prevention system at the subnet boundaries to make sure that these are again controlled by network. So the whole equipment needs to be placed, needs to be secured with an IDS or IPS. Disable unneeded ports and services on all ICS devices. This is also called hardening. So when you say a system hardening basically means you block or disable all the ports and services of system. So all which is not necessary, you disable it. Implement LCS, use and wherever feasible. Ensure there is a process for patch management. So patch is basically a small piece of code that has been implemented. So when you identify a vulnerability for any of the device, you create a fix. You create a small code of program that will handle the vulnerability. So that is what is a patch. Patch management is installing or implementing that small piece of code on the system. And the last is monitor audit. Okay, some common threats are maintenance hook. Maintenance hook is basically a backdoor. So, for example, when you're developing a system, as part of developer, you will always have some uh, access to the core of the system. You generally bypass the system during the development phase. But if these backdoors are kept open and are in production, it is important to make sure that these backdoor systems are not being accessed or being disabled. So maintenance hook are a type of backdoor. They are instructions which gives the developer easy access to code during development phase. These can be very useful, but if they are not removed before software going into production, they can cause a major issue. So what are the preventive actions is use an IDS, intrusion detection system, which will monitor the system and identify if there's a entry from any backdoor system. Use file system encryption to protect sensitive data. Implement audit to detect any kind of backdoor use. Again, there's an attack called as data diddling and this is very similar to data inference and aggregation that we saw. So data diddling occurs when an attacker gains access to system and makes small, random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, input, output, or transaction rather than obviously altering file contains content or damaging or deleting the entire file. So data diddling is basically very small, unnoticeable changes are made into system uh, to carry out an attack. And salami attack is again similar to data diddling, but this is to do with the financial attack. So we've heard about a very common scam where very small piece of financial theft is being performed. So okay, time of check, time of use. This is a very common vulnerability which is being identified. So how it works is if so time of check and time of attack is so I'll explain it with a small example. If there are two processes that are running uh, to access the file, so the first process will be an authentication process where the process will check if a subject has got access to user or not. So it will do an authentication. And once the authentication is completed, a second process will trigger where the subject will be provided access to the file. Okay, so there are basically two processes. So time of check and time of use is an attack where after the process is being completed, the first is done, uh, the attacker will replace the file. So the first process will validate if the user has access or not, the subject has access or not. And once the authentication is completed, the next step would be providing access to the user of a file at a specific location. So what an attacker will do is he will let the first operation complete for a file for a file that he has got access to. And once the authentication is completed, he will replace the location with a different file, or he will replace the location uh, for the next process to access the file which he does not have access to. So that is how the attack is carried between two consecutive processes. So here's the example. If process 1 validates the authorization of use of a user to open non-critical text file, and process 2 carries out the open command. If attacker can change out the non-critical text file with password file while process 1 is carrying out its task, she has just obtained access to a critical file. So this is how it works. So time of check and time of use. So countermeasure to protect against race condition attack, it's best to not split up critical task and can have their sequence altered. This means the system should use atomic operation for access control function to avoid time of check, time of use attack. The OS can apply software lock to items it will use when it is carrying out its checking task. So if user requests access to the file while the system is validating user's authorization, it should put the software lock on the file being requested. So this is just a countermeasure that has to be implemented. As a buffer overflow is again when you fail to perform an input validation. That's when you get this issue, buffer overflow, where your input data will cross the memory bound. So buffer overflow occurs when programmer fail to validate input data sufficiently, particularly when you do not impose a limit on the amount of data that software will accept as input. So for example, you have an application where you need to enter your telephone number. If there's no input validation that has been done, and if I uh, send a huge amount of data, and that's when the system will not be able to process, uh, and the chances that the system might fail. When a normal, when the normal maximum size of buffer is exceeded, the extra data is called as overflow. Thus, the type of attack that results when someone attempts to supply malicious instruction or code as part of the program input is called as solicited. Developers must follow such limitations when building code that solicits, accepts. Okay, now I think we'll start with the new topic, which is cryptography, encryption. Okay, so what is cryptography? So cryptography is a method of storing and transmitting data in a form that only those it's intended can read the process. Cryptography is an effective way of protecting sensitive information as it is stored on media transmitted through untrusted network. Goal of cryptography is to make obtaining the information to work intensively or time consuming to be worthwhile to attackers. Okay, let me explain it in a very simple way. So encryption, so basically cryptography is um, a combination of encryption, decryption together. So the technology where you implement encryption and decryption. So the technology that is used to secure. Okay, so basically cryptography is technology or system where which consists of encryption of data and decryption of data. So using cryptography, you can securely store your data, and the benefits of using cryptography is you can achieve confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. So we are aware of how confidentiality works. So basically, when you convert a plain text into a ciphertext, when you perform an encryption on a plain text, it becomes unreadable, and that's how you achieve a confidentiality. Integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation is something that we'll see later. So there's something called as digital signature that works. So using digital signature, we achieve integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. So all the the core CIA triad of security is being achieved by cryptography. Okay, so this is a basic definition of all the terminologies that are used in cryptography. Plain text is the raw text that any computer or a person can read. Form of data that can be understood either by person, a document, or by a computer. Ciphertext is an encrypted form of data. So when you perform an encryption on a plain text, the result text is called as ciphertext. So the encrypted text is ciphertext. Crypto system is a system or product that provides encryption and decryption. Can create uh, through hardware components or a programmable code. So crypto system is anything that can do an encryption and decryption. Algorithm is the function that is being used to perform an encryption. So these are algorithm is a set of rule known as the cipher dictates how enciphering and deciphering takes place. So algorithm decides how the encryption has to be performed. So there are a lot of basic simple algorithms that we would see in next few slides, how encryption actually works. So we'll see different types of rules that are being used. Key is a secret value which is used. So using a key and an algorithm and a plain text. So you take a key and use it with an algorithm on a plain text, and that's how you get a ciphertext. So key is a secret value, usually a long string of bits, which works with algorithm to encrypt and decrypt a text. Key space, range of values that can be used to construct the key. So basically, always a key will have a size in number of bits and bytes. So longer the key, the secure is the encryption. So this is a basic diagrammatical representation of how encryption works. So there's a plain text which is readable in raw form, and then you perform encryption algorithm onto it. That's how it get encrypted, which is called a ciphertext. And then you decrypt the data, or you decrypt a ciphertext and achieve a plain text. So encryption is converting plain text into ciphertext, and decryption is converting ciphertext into plain text, basically retrieving the data back in the original. Okay, Kirchhoff's principle. So this is so what basically Kirchhoff's principle says is this was published in 1883, stating that only secret involved with cryptography system should be the key. So what this basically says is your encryption should be strong enough that the secret part of everything of the whole crypto system should be a key. So the ciphertext can be made publicly available. The algorithm used can also be made available to public for analysis. It's only the key that should be securely stored, because key is the main component through which you can perform a decryption. So what it basically states is the algorithm uh, should be publicly available. So your encryption should be strong enough that even when you have access to the algorithm, you know how it was encrypted, and now you have ciphertext, but your algorithm or your encryption technique is so strong that you will not be able to decrypt the data without a key. So that is what is a Kirchhoff principle says. So he claims that algorithms should be publicly known. He asserted that if security were based on too many secrets, there would be more vulnerabilities to possibly exploit. Making an algorithm publicly available means that many more people can view the source code, test it, and uncover any types of flaws or weakness. But not everyone agrees. Government around the world creates their own algorithm that are not released in public. Their stance is that if smaller number of people knows the algorithm works, smaller number of people will know how to possibly break it. It's basically same as open source versus compiled software. So most of the algorithms are actually available, are open source. You know the algorithm, how it works. Uh, and even if you have access to a ciphertext, it is the modern encryption techniques are so strong that it is nearly impossible to decrypt it. But with increasing computer power, the processing time is reducing. So every day we have new encryption techniques. The key sizes uh, is getting longer and longer, and there's something new called as quantum encryption or quantum computing that is being developed. So even there's encryption techniques around. Okay, strength of a crypto system is its algorithm, secrecy of the key, how securely you can store the key, length of the key. Length of the key is because the stronger or the larger the key, it gets difficult to decrypt it. So longer keys have with the same algorithm. If you follow the same algorithm, the longer the key, more the protection is. And initialization vector. This is something that we would see in next slide. Initial vector is basically a random number that is used during encryption. So the randomness is the security of an IV or initialization vector. But we would see that in next slide. Uh, Work factor. So what is work factor is another term used for to define crypto strength. So basically, this is the amount of that the attacker would require to penetrate the system to perform an attack. So another term used to define cryptography strength, which estimate of the effort and resources it would take an attacker to penetrate crypto system. Basically, the amount of efforts that uh, the hacker would require the system of crypto system. And the next is one-time pad. Let me try to give an example of this. Okay, so one-time pad is kind of a very old encryption system where you have a key and a pad with different letters. Okay, let me try to show it with an example. Okay. Okay, so what one-time pad refers to at? So one-time pad is basically a pad which has got different alphabets. Now I'm just considering that we are trying to convert or we are trying to encrypt a plain text into ciphertext, which has got only alphabets. Okay, I'm just using this for an example. So what is a one-time pad is? One-time pad uh, is something kind of a matrix. I hope you're able to see my screen. Is something like this where there are different alphabets placed at different areas. Okay, and then you need to convert your plain text into ciphertext using. So, for example, you have a plain text called as launch now, and then you will create a key. So there are different length of key. So you could have a running cipher where you could have a key which is as long as a message. For example, you need to encrypt a plain text which will have 15 alphabets in a sentence. You have a sentence that you need to encrypt, which has got 15 alphabets. Now to change that, you could either have a key which is maybe just a size of 5 or the whole as long as the text, which is 15. Okay, so if I need to change, convert a plain text called launch now into ciphertext, okay, using a key, which is, so my key is miles. Mile is my key. Okay, so how do I use it? Using a one-time pad. Okay, so you have a one-time pad which is created. Now this is very simple, but the actual one-time pad will be very difficult. So you have all the A to Z alphabets here and A to Z alphabets here, and out of this one would be your uh, so you would use this matrix, the columns and rows, and convert your uh, plain text into ciphertext using your key. So here how it works is, so if your plain text in the first letter is L and your second letter is M. Okay, so using a one-time pad, I would actually locate rows and columns on L and M. So I would select column L and row M. So if you look at this, so my row is M, which is the key part. So for as a key reference, I'm using uh, the rows, and as plain text, I'm using a column. So L and M combination is X. So my ciphertext turns out to be X. Similarly for second letter, which is A. So A and I turns to be I. And for U and L, again, if I'll just refer U and L, so my U and L is F. So this is F. So if I keep on continuing it, so if I use my key and my plain text, so on the row I am using my key, and on the column I'm using the plain text, and using this matrix I have I have just made a note of all these letters and I have converted my plain text into ciphertext. So that is how a one-time pad works. So this is also called as substitution method. So what substitution means is you are using a different letter to denote the letter L. So this is also called as substitution. So this is called as one-time pad where you have different. This is a very simple where you have everything in A to Z, but you could have a similar pad created with different letters into it, and that's how you perform an encryption. So this is how one-time pad encryption works. Uh, this is a very basic example that I have referred right now. A one-time pad is a perfect encryption scheme because it is considered unbreakable if implemented properly. It was invented by Gilbert Burnham in 1917. So sometimes it is called as Burnham cipher. Our plain text message that needs to be encrypted has been converted into bits, and one-time pad is made up of random bits. So we've just referred to the example of alphabets, but in actual you could also have the bits zeros and ones. This encryption process uses a binary mathematical function called exclusive OR, usually abbreviated as XOR. Uh, the scheme is deemed unbreakable only if the following conditions are met. The pad must be used only one time. The pad must be as long as the message. The pad must be securely distributed and protected at its destination. The pad must be made up of truly random values. So this is how one-time pad works. I've just used a very simple example, but in actual it is a little complicated and complex, the values, to make it more. This was something called as algorithm that I was referring to. So this is how there are multiple things, multiple such examples that. Okay, steganography. So basically, steganography is a method of hiding data. Uh, so a best example is, I mean, this is not exactly a technique for encryption, but basically just to hide a data in a different media. So basically, if I need to send an important confidential data out, what I can do is in a steganography. Uh, I might have a image, a JPG file, and I could just embed or hide a confidential data into the file, and I can send it out of the organization. Even the DLP will not to find out because it's a simple JPG image file that is being going. So basically, steganography is hiding the data under a. Steganography is a method of hiding data in another media type so the very existence of data is concealed. Only the sender and receiver are supposed to be able to see the message because it is secretly hidden. Encrypted message can draw attention because it tells that bad guy there is something sensitive. A hidden message would not attract this type of attention, even though same secret message can be embedded into this image. Steganography is type of security through obscurity. So security through obscurity, I think we've seen in the first domain. It is basically a technique of hiding it in thinking that no one will be able to find it. So that is components involved in steganography carrier, a signal, data stream, or a file that has hidden information called as payload inside it. Stegomedium, the medium in which the information is hidden, basically an image file where you are trying to hide the information data. And payload is the information that you need to hide. So these are two different terms, payload and again, this example is very similar to steganography. It's just that it's not a different media. So null or concealment cipher is a technique where you add a lot of irrelevant data to it, uh, and only the receiver knows how to get it. So if you look at the example at the right, if I send a sentence, a treatise to analyze campus knowledge of whatever the whole sentence is. If you look at the first letter, and if I just take first alphabet of every letter, I can derive. So I'm just adding multiple additional data, which a meaningless data to everything to just hide the actual message. So that is called as null or conceal. A null cipher, also known as concealment cipher, is an ancient form of encryption where a plain text is mixed with large number of non-cipher material. Today, it's regarded as simple form of steganography, which can be used to hide ciphertext. A null cipher, a plain text is included with the ciphertext, and one needs to discard certain characters in order to decrypt the message. Most characters in such cryptography, only some are significant, and some others can be used as pointer to signify ones. I think the information at the right is okay. Running cipher is basically a type. A running key cipher is a type of key selection. So for example, you need to encrypt a data, a plain text. So what running cipher key states is that uh, your your key size should be as long as your plain text, and the way you can transfer it is uh, so uh, so we've seen one-time pad, right? I mean, we've referred to this example of one pad where your plain text was launched now and the key was miles, right? So you had a shorter, just one word kind of key that is being used. So you'll use miles, 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 miles for as long as the data is. But instead of having a smaller key, what you do is your key size is actually equal to plain size. So for example, if I have a whole sentence of 15 characters, my key size would also be of 15 characters and would also be a different sentence. And instead of using a one-time pad that has to be shared manually to the person who needs to decrypt, I can just pass him my key would be it will be withdrawn from some common book or an article where I can just inform the person to refer to a book, a specific page, and a specific. So in classical key, the running cipher key is a type of polyalphabetic substitution cipher. So substitution cipher is what we saw, we just one alphabet in which a text typically from a book is used to provide a very long key stream. Usually a book uh, would be agreed ahead of time while the passage to be used would be chosen randomly for each message and secretly indicated somewhere. So basically so if I have to share a data with someone, what I can use that I can give you the cipher, I'll pass on the ciphertext and I can just mention refer to the ninth edition CISSP book, and on page number 311 refer to the last line. So this would be my encryption key. So this is how you would agree to it. So during encryption, I would just inform the person that I'm sending data to that you will find your key in the ninth edition CISSP book on page number 310 in the last line. So that would be your key. So that is something that is agreed. So running cipher would be as long as my data would be my plain text. So if I'm sending a paragraph long plain text, my cipher key would also be a paragraph long, very simple ones. So this is running key cipher. What is substitution cipher? So just as we saw, we just replace uh, an alphabet with the other one. So if you look at the exact, there's a function called as ROT13. ROT13. So what basically ROT13 means is replace this character with 13 letters ahead. So if you count from A, the next character, so A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, is 4, going on, N would be the 13th character. So you just replace A, B, C, D with adding 13 to it. And so if you number each alphabet from 1 to 26, 1 being A and Z being 26. So if you add 1 A with 13, you get 14. So you just count the 14 character and you mention it. So this is what a substitution transfer, this is what how ROT13 works is. But Substitution cipher in basic means is you replace one alphabet or one letter with the other one with different types of techniques. So you could use a one-time pad, you could use any other technique, but uh, it would just be a replace. That is what is substitution cipher. It is a method of encrypting by which unit of plain text are replaced with ciphertext according to a fixed system. So you can use any system that over. You can use ROT13 or you could use a one-time pad or any other. You can create your own and use it, but whenever you just replacing it, it's substitution cipher. The unit may be single letter, the most common, pair of letters, triplet of letter, mixture, so forth. The receiver deciphers the text by performing the inverse substitution. So he'll minus 13 from N and will find A. That's how it. So monoalphabetic cipher uses fixed substitution over entire message. Polyalphabetic uses a number of substitutions at different position of messages. Okay, so this is basically replacing substitution. Transposition is moving from one place to the other. So in transposition cipher, the value are scrambled or put into different order. The key determines the position the values are moved to. When implemented with complex mathematical function, transposition can become quite sophisticated and difficult to break. Symmetric algorithm employed today use both long sequence of complicated substitutions and transposition of messages. So I'll just explain you an example at the right. So you have a message, little rabbit foo foo is your message. Now you have broken down this into blocks, into block of 5. So basically transposition means is that you scramble these letters in a specific method so that it becomes unreadable. So you create a key which is 24151. So you basically every block you will number it 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5, and then you will choose a key 24153. Now I'll arrange these letters which are associated. So 2 is I, so I'll write here as I. 4 is T, so I'll write it as T. So you have a mapping of a little and 1 2 3 4 5. So based on the mapping and the key, you will basically just move this. So B stands for 5, and over here you have 5 here in the third column. So this is how you would, third character would be B. So this is how you just scramble these letters, perform an encryption. So this is what is a
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
functions. So key derivative function is nothing but an algorithm that is used to generate keys. So this algorithm makes sure that keys are created randomly. So for this, so that this is the algorithm that is used. So for complex key to be generated, a master key is commonly created and then symmetric keys are generated from it. For example, an application is responsible for creating session key for each subject that requests one. It should not be given out the same instance of the key. So even when we are using a website, so there's an asymmetric key that is being created to have a secure session. So when you use an HTTPS protocol, there's a key sharing that happens. So for every session, a new key needs to be created. A new key has to be distributed for every new session. So in that case, we use a key derivative function, which is an algorithm that creates the key. So key derivative function are used to generate keys that are made up of random values. Different values can be used independently or together as random key material. It is important to remember that algorithms stay static and the randomness provides cryptography its main means of So this is just a key derivative function is an algorithm to generate keys, which it is generally used where you need a symmetric. So in symmetric cryptography, the sender and receiver use two instances of the same key for encryption and decryption. So basically, we've seen in the basic cryptography, there are two main functions. One is encryption and the other is decryption. So you use a key to encrypt the data and you use the same key to decrypt the data. So if the key which is used for encryption and decryption is same, that is called as symmetric cryptography. So a same key is used for encryption, decryption. So that is called as symmetric encryption. So in a symmetric cryptography, the sender and receiver use two instances of same key for encryption and decryption. So the key has dual functionality in that it carry out both encryption and decryption process. Symmetric keys are also called as secret key. So you might see a lot of slides or even symmetric keys are referred to as secret key. So both are the same. So you would sometimes find secret key in a statement. So that is to be referred as symmetric keys. So symmetric key is also called as secret key because this type of encryption each user to keep the key secret and properly protected. Were were to get this key, they could decrypt any. So it is very important to store the keys very securely. So there's something called as asymmetric key, which we'll look in next few slides. So in that, there are two keys, public. So you might have heard of public and private key, which we'll look in the next few slides. In that, in an asymmetric key, a public key is available for everyone to use. So a public key is something that is distributed to all the users. Only private key is something that has to be stored securely. So there are some advantages and disadvantages of symmetric key cryptography. So the major disadvantage of using a symmetric key is the number of keys. So for example, if you're working in an organization where you need to have a communication using encryption, so more the number of people that you have, you would require more number of keys. So key distribution is one of the major challenge with this, and managing number of keys is a major challenge. So more the number of people that you have, or more number of keys that you have, it gets difficult to manage. So there's an equation or there's a formula to calculate how much keys would be required for users. So the equation to calculate number of symmetric key needed is n minus 1 by 2. So for example, if you have 10, so how many keys would you require in a symmetric cryptography to create a key pair? So if you use this, so you would require 45 pair of keys to uh, have needs to be created for between 10 users. So if you consider n as 10, so n minus 1 is 9. So 10 into 9 is 90, divided by 2 is 45. So with increasing number of users, you would require a lot of number of keys that needs to be managed. Uh, a benefit of using symmetric key is faster encryption and efficient. So symmetric keys are comparatively easier and efficient. Okay, so strengths much faster, less computationally intensive than asymmetric system, hard to break if using a large key size. Weaknesses require secure mechanism to deliver properly. So sharing of the key is one of the major challenge. So for example, if I generate a secret key, which needs to be used by two parties, so sharing the key is a challenge. Sharing it in a secure way is basically a challenge. Each pair of user need a unique key. So the number of individual increases, so does the number of keys, possibly making key management overwhelming. Provides confidentiality, but not authenticity and non-repudiation. So this key system does provide confidentiality, but authentication, and non-repudiation is something which is not being provided by symmetric key or private key. Uh, so we'll look in later slides how authenticity and non-repudiation is achieved using asymmetric. Okay, so asymmetric cryptography is again a pair of keys where you have a pair wherein one key is a public key and the other is private key. So now how it works is a public key is available for everyone to use. If it is shared across, anyone can use a public key. So if, for example, if I am a user or I'm an entity, uh, I will store my private key and my public key will be available for everyone to use. So if I need to send you a data, I would use my private key and send you the data, and you can use my public key to decrypt it and read the data, and vice versa. If you need to send me a data, you need to use my public key for encryption, and I can open it only with my private key. So that is how it works. Um, so you cannot encrypt the data with one key and decrypt with the same. You need to have the other key to decrypt the data, and vice versa. I think the image that has been used on the right is incorrect. This is again used for a symmetric encryption. It, the same image is being copied here. But ideally, you would, if it is a plain text, you would perform an encryption with a public or private key, any of the two, and uh, you'll create the encryption, a ciphertext, and it can only be decrypted with the opposite key. So if you have encrypted using a private key, then the decryption can only happen with a public key, and vice versa. If you have encrypted with public key, then a private key is required to decrypt it. So in this system, each entity has different keys or asymmetric keys. The two different asymmetric keys are mathematically related. If a message is encrypted by one key, the other key is required in order to decrypt. The pair of key is made up of one public key and one private key. The public key can be known to everyone, and private key must be known and used only by the owner. Its confidentiality, if confidentiality is needed, sender would encrypt the file with the receiver's public key. This is called secure message format because it can only be decrypted by a person who has the corresponding private key. So if you need to achieve confidentiality, you need to encrypt a message with public key because only the owner will have its private key. Private key is not shared with anyone. So for example, uh, I'm working in an organization and there are, along with me, there are 50 other people working with me. So if anyone needs to send me a data, uh, which cannot be read by anyone, so the person needs to encrypt the data with my public key and send it to me. So anyone, so if all the other people will only have my public key available, which so they can only encrypt it. They will not be able to decrypt decrypt the data which has been encrypted by a public. So and me being an owner, it is my responsibility to securely save my private key. So and the data can only be opened using a private key. So this is how a confidentiality uh, is achieved. If authentication is needed, sender would encrypt the data with their. This provide assurance that to the receiver that only the person who have encrypted the data is the individual who has private key. This is called open message system. So again, if I send, I have my private key. So if I encrypt my data using my private key and send it to anyone, it can only be opened with using my public key. So because there is an association of my public and my private key, the data can only be opened by public key. So that's how you can understand that if you're able to decrypt the message, which means that this was encrypted using my private key. So this is how authenticity is. Okay, pros and cons of asymmetric cryptography. Strengths: better key distribution than symmetric system, better scalability than symmetric systems, can provide authentication and non-repudiation. And weaknesses: work much more slowly than a symmetric system, mathematically intensive task. So the it is less effective in terms of speed, but the number of keys that needs to be generated is relatively less, and key management becomes easier with asymmetric crypto. So confusion and diffusion. Again, this is one of the attributes that has been used for during an encryption. This is very much, if you remember one-time pad, if this concept of one-time pad, this is something that you can relate to. So what is a confusion and diffusion is, it is type of kind of a security or a functionality that has been added in encryption to enhance the encryption. Uh, so what confusion is? So confusion is commonly carried out through substitution. So basically you enhance the encryption technique by using substitution. So we've seen basically what is substitution. Substitution is nothing but using a or using a substitute letter or changing the letter. So we have seen in this slide that using one of the function like ROT13, we've just changed the letter A to N, uh, B to O, and similar. We have basically used an alternative letter for the. So confusion is carried out using substitution. So it uses complex substitution functions so that attackers cannot figure out how the substitute how to substitute the right values, makes the relationship between the keys and the resulting ciphertext as complex as possible so that the key cannot be uncovered from ciphertext. Each ciphertext should depend upon several parts of the key. So basically confusion is again substitution with using a complex algorithm. So this actually slide should be here somewhere, but it's added here for some. And diffusion is carried out by transposition. So transposition is moving or scrambling the letter uh, in such a way that it gets difficult for an attacker to identify how to reverse the movement and get the plain text. So that is what is diffusion. But the only difference between a confusion and diffusion is diffusion creates something called as avalanche. So how is this achieved is uh, because in substitution, there's always a substitute for one of the letter. So A will be called as N, B will be called as O, and so on. So wherever you use a substitution, there is a fixed mechanism or algorithm to change the letters. But whereas in diffusion, where you're moving the letters, you're scrambling it, any small changes will cause an avalanche effect. So basically, if you make few changes in the letter, these letter will be moved to different parts in the in the encryption part, and that is how the encryption will become more and more difficult because with movements of letters, it will be difficult to to identify how the encryption is being done. So diffusion is carried out by transposition. Diffusion takes place as individual bits of a block are scrambled throughout the block. It means that single plain text bit has influence over several of the ciphertext bit. Changing a plain text value should change many ciphertext value, not just one. So not just one is basically happens in the substitution part. This is called as an avalanche effect. Block cipher. So when a block cipher is used for encryption and decryption purpose, the message is divided into blocks of bits. These blocks are then put through mathematical functions, which is the algorithm, one block at a time. To encrypt a message using block cipher that uses 64 bits, the message of 640 bits is chopped into 10 individual blocks of 64 bits. So basically in a block cipher, the whole plain text is being divided into blocks. So if you consider this example, each block is of a fixed size, which is 64 bits. So the whole plain text or the data is being divided into multiple of 64, and then each block is passed through a mathematical function, which is the algorithm to convert from plain text to ciphertext. So you use a key. So again, this uses a symmetric key. Ds, the examples that we are seeing, DES, 3DS, and AES. So basically, this uses a symmetric key. Using a key, you apply it on each and every block, and then perform the encryption. So each block is put through a succession of mathematical formulas, and what you end up with is 10 blocks of encrypted text. They generally use symmetric keys and widely used in commercial encryption algorithm. So block cipher is basically nothing but dividing the data, the plain text, into a fixed number of blocks, fixed sizes of blocks, and then performing an encryption on it. So Few examples of block ciphers are DES, 3DES, and AES. So DES and 3DES are similar. AES is advanced encryption system. Okay, so this is exactly opposite to block cipher. In a stream cipher, there's something called as key stream generator. So basically, encryption is performed on bit by bit. For every bit, encryption is being performed. Instead of dividing it into blocks, encryption is performed on each and every bit of the data. So a stream cipher does not divide a message into block. Instead, a stream cipher treats a message as a stream of bits and performs mathematical function on each individual bits. A plain text will be transformed into different cipher bits each time it is encrypted. Stream cipher use key stream generator, which produces a stream of bits that are XORed with the, so XORed is a mathematical function, like in the with the plain text bit to produce ciphertext. This process is very similar to add. So basically you can refer to the image on the right. So there's a plain text and there's something called as key stream generator, which is used to perform the stream cipher. Require a lot of randomness and encrypt individual bits at a time. This requires more processing power than block cipher requires, which is why stream cipher are better suited to be implemented at the hardware level, because block cipher do not require so much of processing power. They can be easily implemented at software level. So this is a differentiator between stream cipher and block cipher, that stream cipher is used at a hardware level, whereas block cipher is used as a level. Stream cipher are considered less secure than block cipher as they are used frequently and are used frequently. One difficulty in proper stream cipher implementation is generating a truly random and unbiased key. So it is exactly opposite to a initialization vector. I think we can understand this with an example later, but I'll just give you a brief of what initializing vector is. Uh, so if you're performing any encryption, let's consider as block cipher. So we are using a block cipher to perform an encryption. While performing an encryption on a plain text. So if your plain text has got some value which is repetitive, so maybe there is one word or there's one sentence which is repeated multiple times in your plain text. And if you perform an encryption, for example, a block cipher encryption, you will notice that the encrypted part will also be the same. So you could see the encrypted text repeating multiples. So for that reason, there's something called as initial vector which is being used. So this is a random data which is being used during the encryption. So it is generally used at the starting, and it is used as a value or a add-on to the encryption. So you would use your text, add it with the initial vector, and then encrypt it. So that even keeping the same data, if you encrypt the same data multiple times, the output would be different every time. So that is what is a initialization vector is. So this is generally used when you start an encryption. It is a random value that is being generated. So initialization vector or starting variable is a fixed site to a crypto primitive that is typically required to be random or random. This number is sometimes referred to as a nonce or number occurring once, as an encryption program uses it only once per session. If IV is not used, then two identical plain text values are encrypted with same key will create same ciphertext. So this is why you use an initializing vector. Two identical plain text will create two identical encrypted value. So to that, to make it more difficult, you add initialization. And what are the characteristics of it? Easy to implement in hardware. Long period of no repeating patterns within key stream. Every time you get a decrypted encrypted data is different. A key stream not linearly related to the key, statistically unbiased key stream. So key stream is again what we've seen. It is basically randomly creating algorithm or All right. Hybrid encryption. Hybrid encryption is nothing but use of different types of encryption. So hybrid system is one that uses symmetric and asymmetric encryption. So we have an example at right of how to use two different types of encryption in. Okay, so here we have two users, Bill and Paul. So Bill needs to send an email to Paul that has to be encrypted, and also he needs to achieve authentication or authenticity. So what Bill will do is they will use two set of keys, private and a public key, private key, and a symmetric key. So symmetric and asymmetric keys, both algorithms will be used. So how will Bill send a message to Paul is to achieve confidentiality, Bill will use its symmetric key or a key where a same key is used to encrypt and decrypt. So he will use a symmetric key to encrypt his message. So once he encrypts it and sends it to Paul, Paul will only be able to decrypt it using the same message. So this is how confidentiality will be achieved. But to have authenticity, what Bill will do is he will perform some additional activity. He will also share. Okay, so he also needs to share the symmetric key to Bill so that he can decrypt it and read the message. So he will attach the symmetric key, the key which is he has used to encrypt the data, to the same message and use Paul's public key to and send it to Paul. So once Paul receives the message, only Paul can read this message because or decrypt the message because Paul has the private key associated to the one that Bill has used, the asymmetric key, public key and private key. So Paul will use his own private key to decrypt the message. So once he decrypts the message, he can find two things. One, a private key that or a symmetric key that Bill has sent along with an encrypted message. So he will again, after decryption, he will use the private key and decrypt the message, and this is how he'll be able to read this message. I know this would be a little confusion as of now because the word private and public is used multiple times, but you could just refer to this. So Bill will the message using a, and the whole message will be again encrypted along with the symmetric key using Paul's key. So now it is basically two times encrypted. One with the outer encryption is with Paul's public key, and the inner encryption is the symmetric key, which Bill has. So he sends the whole message to Paul, and then Paul will decrypt the whole message using his private key. So once he decrypts it, he will get a message, and then he will also get a symmetric key to. So that is how you're using two different encryption types. So I think this method is also sometimes called as digital envelope. So I think we'll just go through this example again. A hybrid system is one that uses symmetric and asymmetric encryption method together. Public key cryptography uses two keys, public and private, for protecting encryption keys and key distribution. And a secret key is generated by a symmetric algorithm and used for bulk encryption. So it is only so symmetric key is only used for encryption, but public and private keys can also be used for key distribution, just as the example that we saw. Each algorithm has its pros and cons, so using them together can be best of both worlds. This method is also sometimes called as digital envelope. Okay, session key. I think we were just discussing about the same in the previous example. So what is a session key? So anytime you initiate a session, a symmetric key needs to be created for between the two parties. So session key is a single-use symmetric that is used to encrypt message between two users during communication session. Now this is exactly similar when I described about how Google, when I trying to communicate with a website or a web server, a session key needs to. It provides more protection than static symmetric keys because it is only for only one session between two computers. If attacker captures the session key, he will only have small window for the time it to try to decrypt the message being passed back and forth. Almost all data encryption takes place using session key. So session keys are basically used only for is a one-time key that is being used for every session. Once the session is completed, the keys are deleted. If you initiate a new session, new pair of keys would be created. And how it works, so the description is on the right, which was similar to what we discussed where access. So this is a client, for example. So now make a request to the web server. The web server will give me his key, and I will use the public key which the server has provided me. Create a session key, a new symmetric key, you can say, and encrypt it using the server's public key. And once this encryption is done, I would send the encrypted data or encrypted session key back to the server. And now the server has got its private key as well. So it will use its private key to decrypt the whole data or session key, and this is how it will be able to find my session key. So once the server receives my so once both of us have got the same asymmetric key, I have the same key with as of the server. So that is how we can initiate a new session with a symmetric key. So symmetric key sessions are symmetric keys are efficient to use and much more secure. So that is how we can initiate a communication between. Okay, so we'll go through some of the symmetric cryptography algorithms. Several types of symmetric algorithms are used today. They have different methods of providing encryption and decryption. The one thing they have all in common is the use of symmetric algorithm, means sender and receiver are using two instances of same key. So these are few algorithms which are used in industry. So DES, we'll look what DES is. Triple DES, this is the advanced form of DES, data encryption standard. Blowfish algorithm, IDEA, international data encryption algorithm, or RC4, RC5, RC6. So RC stands for reversed cipher, and AES, advanced encryption key. So AES is very commonly used in industry with different key sizes. So most commonly cryptographic or okay, so the most commonly used algorithm is AES 256. So AES is the algorithm and 256 is the key size. So there are other algorithms as well. So RSA is also one of the algorithm, but that falls into the asymmetric part of it, where public-private key is used. So we'll look in those algorithms. Okay, starting with data encryption standard, how DES. So DES is obsolete. DES is not used anymore because it is considered to be as a weak algorithm. So DEA is an algorithm that fulfills DES, which is just a standard. So DES is a standard for DEA is the algorithm, but in industry we usually refer to as DES. Okay, so DES uses it is based on symmetric key crypto system, and it uses block encryption. So it is a block encryption algorithm with a fixed size of 64-bit block. So the whole data is being divided into number of blocks, which each block size is 64-bit. It uses a 56-bit key and 8 for parity. So it comes again to 64-bit key, wherein 8 bits are used for parity. This is just for information purpose, and it uses 16 rounds of transposition and substitution. So we are aware of what transposition and substitution is. Transposition is scrambling of the data, and substitution is using alternate of any data. So this is what DES is. It is no longer considered strong enough. This is a very old encryption. Again, there are a few different types of mode in which DES operates. So these are the different types of mode where DES operate. One is ECB, electronic code book, cipher block chaining, cipher feedback, output feedback, and counter. So these are again some different algorithms which falls under DES. Block cipher have several modes of operation. Each mode specify how block cipher will operate. One mode may work better in other type of environment for specific functionality, whereas other mode may work better in other environment with totally different requirements. So based on requirements, you can select any of the DES modes based on the requirements and functionality. So we'll just go one by one on each of the algorithms. You need not by heart or remember this. This is not required for exam. It's only the functionality that you might have to remember. Some differentiators between all these algorithms, but you need not by heart any details of any of. So how electronic codebook work is, this is very similar to the example that we saw of the block cipher. So it is the simplest and weakest of DES. Plain text is broken into independent 64-bit blocks which are encrypted. So the whole data is divided into 64-bit blocks and then encrypted. Each block is encoded independently of each block is in operations can be run in parallel, helping to increase speed. Errors are contained and not mostly used for shorter message like pins and passwords. It will produce identical ciphertext for identical plain keys. So this is very important point. This is why we will use another algorithm. So we have already seen why an initialization vector is used, IV. So to make sure that same plain text do not generate same susceptible to known plain text attack as there is not enough randomness while encrypting independent block. So again, using this, identical plain text will create identical ciphertext. So that's why you use initialization vector. So that's why you use a second algorithm, which is cipher block chaining. So in what happens in cipher block chaining is the algorithm remains almost the same, that of ECV. So the only difference that happens is it uses an initialization vector, a random number with a key to perform encryption. So plain text is converted into ciphertext using a key and an initialization vector, a random number. And once this has been created, the ciphertext is again used as a IV to perform encryption for the next block. So that is why uh, the output of first block is used as an input for the second block. So that is why the word chaining is being used. So that's how you create a chain. So you use an initial vector, encrypt the first block, and using the output of first block, uh, first cipher block, you use it in the second block for encryption. And second is used for third and so on till the last block. So that is how a chain is being created. So this is what is cipher. So it is stronger than ECB, uses an IV to add random. The previous ciphertext becomes IV for the next block using chaining functionality. Uses 64-bit plain text block, which are XORed. Again, this is a mathematical function. You don't need to understand how exactly it works. With 60, same plain text block results in different ciphertext block. Each previous cipher block should be chained to be the input with the current plain text. Encryption of block depends on the current and all blocks before it. Repeated plain text is encrypted differently. Error get it is used for bulk encryption. Now this is very important point where it says error gets cascaded. So if there's any issue within the encryption that happens, because one block is responsible for encrypting the block next to it, if there's any error which is being detected during the encryption, the same error can be carry forward into the next encryption because it is a chaining that goes on. The error will get carry forward in each and every block till the encryption. So that is one of the drawback that it has. Okay, so the previous one that we saw is block chaining, or basically used a block to perform the encryption. But in cipher feedback mode, basically the difference for there are two types of ciphers, like block cipher and stream ciphers, right? So stream cipher performs encryption on bit level individually, it doesn't create any blocks. So similarly is performed in the DES where you have cipher feedback. So it is used when it is required to encrypt stream of data. So plain text is divided into 1, 8, 64 or number of bit segments. And ciphertext segment depends on the current and all preceding plain. Just go through this again. A ciphertext segment depends on the current and all preceding plain. A corrupt ciphertext segment during transmission will affect. I think I'll just go through this. The description mentioned here seems to be a guide. Okay, so we've just seen DES. We've seen 2 types of DES out of 5. 3 are still remaining. The next that we can see is triple DES. So triple DES is nothing but an advanced version of DES. So a major differentiator between a DES and 3DS is the number of keys that is being used. So generally, we just use one key to perform an encryption, and the same key is used for decryption. But in triple DES, you use multiple keys. So basically, you encrypt one data multiple times using different keys. So we'll just look at it. Okay. So in triple DS, it uses 48 rounds of transposition and substitution instead of 16, which we used earlier. It uses 356-bit keys instead of 1. So that's why you have the number 3 here, because you use 3 keys. Compared to DS, it is approximately 256 times stronger. So stronger encryption, advanced version. It is used in secure electronic transmission of data like IPsec and VPN. So the 3 modes of DES, okay, they're very simple to understand. So DES triple E3, DES EDE, DES triple E2, DES EDE2. So what I'll just give you what the full form stands for. DES is the same that we have. So what triple E for is encryption, encryption, encryption. So because you perform 3 times encryption using 3 keys, that is why. And D stands for decryption. So what you do is you use 3 encryption, decryption, and again encryption. So so for example, if you're using 3E together, so use 3 different keys for encryption. The data is encrypted, encrypted, and encrypted. So with one key, you encrypt the data, then you select another key, you again encrypt the same encrypted data, and then you select third key and re-encrypt the data. So you basically perform encryption 3 times using 3 different keys. Whereas in the second one, you use one key, you encrypt, and then you use another key to perform a decryption function. So you will not be able to decrypt the data because you're using a different key. So to decrypt, to convert from encrypted data to a plain text, you same key, right? But you're using a different key. So it is again a kind of encryption, but you're just using a decryption function on it. So you'll use a decryption function using a different key and then again encrypted the third key. So use 3 different keys for encryption, and data is encrypted, decrypted, and encrypted. So that is how it works. Whereas in DS EE2, you need 2 keys. So at first, you perform an encryption with one key. You select the other key, the second key, perform a decryption, which will not actually give you the data, but just it is a function that is being performed. And then again, you will use the first key to encrypt the data. So you basically perform 2 times encryption using one key. The first key is used twice, and the second key is used once to perform the decryption. So that is how it is. In EEE, you perform 3 encryptions using 2 keys, and in EDE2, encryption, decryption, encryption. Any question? It is just a stronger and advanced version with a little complicated and complex algorithm, or a better version of algorithm compared to DS. But again, it will still use the basic encryption that has performed will still use all ECB, CBC, CFB, OFB, and okay. So this is AES. This is Advanced Encryption Standard, which is commonly used. So this is something which has replaced the DES. So after DES was used as an encryption standard for over 20 years, it was cracked in a relative short time. NIST came up with a new standard called Advanced Encryption Standard. Rindall was chosen as AES algorithm. So basically, Rindall is an algorithm, and that was considered as AES. So AES is a name of the is basically a standard of algorithm which is defined by NEST. So any latest or the most strongest would be chosen as AES, will be called as advanced encryption key. So Rindall algorithm and AES algorithm are the The block size that AES supports is 128, 192, and 256 bit. Again, this is using block cipher. The number of round depends upon the size of block and the length of key. So you could have different number of keys. If both the key and block size are 128, there would be 10 rounds. If both keys and blocks are 192 bits, there will be 12 rounds. If both keys and blocks are 256, then there'll be 14 rounds. It's just for information purpose. There'll be 10 rounds of encryption that. So a common used is basically 256, the key size that is used for AES. So Rindal works well when implemented in software and hardware in wide range of products and environment. It has low memory requirement and has been constructed to easily defend attacks against timing. All right. There's some other symmetric in the starting, which is IDEA, International Data Encryption Algorithm, stands for uses 64-bit blocks, 128-bit key, and 8 round of computation. This is used in PGP. So I think this is a proprietary algorithm that has been used in email encryption software, PGP. So PGP is, I think, commonly used in organizations. PGP software, pretty good privacy. It is used to send emails as well. So I have in one of my previous organization, we used PGP to send email outside the organization. So if you send an email outside an organization, it won't actually send an email outside. It would just be stored in a software called PGP, and the end user will just get a key of it, kind of a password to log into PGP software, and that's how it will be able to see. So PGP is relatively used in organizations. Again, there's another called Blowfish, which uses 64-bit block size, 32 to 448 bits instead of 8 bits, key size, and 16 rounds of computation. Twofish is modification of Blowfish using 128-bit block and variable key length of 256 bit. So 256 is the key size, 128 is the bit block. RC stands for reversed cipher. Again, this is not used. I mean, there's been development that has happened with the RC as well. Type of stream cipher. So the initial two are block ciphers. RC is a stream cipher. It has variable key size. Is used in SSL, secure socket layer, and WEP. Block size for RC5 is 3264. So this is just information of key size and the block size for RC4, RC5, and RC6. So the reversed cipher. So reversed is the name of the person who also created. Okay, so this is a detailed description of all the algorithms with its block size, key lengths, and some characteristics. Algorithms like DES, 2EDS, 3DES, Rindal, which is AES, IDEA, Cast, Safer, Blowfish 2, RC5, and again AES. Okay, so I think I was just going through the three remaining types of algorithm. So I'll just explain what are the remaining three ones. So it is very similar. So there was some confusion with the diagram actually. The diagram was a little confused. So okay, let me just go through this again. Okay. So in ECB, what happens is exactly the whole plain text has been broken into blocks of 64 bits, and then each block is being encrypted using the key. So that is what happens in an ECB. Whereas in cipher block chaining, there is a chaining that happens. There's an initialization vector that is added. So a plain text using initialization vector and the key ciphertext is created, and then the first block is again used to encrypt the second block. So there's a zoring that happens uh, with uh, with the second block using the cipher from the first block. So this is how a chaining is being created. So the first one is encrypted, and the first block is used as an input for encrypting the second block, and that's how it goes on. So there's also I mean, if there are any errors, that gets cascaded. So even there's error in any of the one block, it gets carry forward in the other as well. So moving to cipher feedback. So what is the main difference between a cipher blockchaining and cipher feedback is cipher blockchaining works in blocks. So there are fixed number of fixed size blocks that are being created, and only then the data is being processed, is encrypted. Whereas in cipher feedback, a data, so there are basically buffers being used for encryption. So once the buffers are full, so basically this is a live streaming data. So once the buffers are full, it has been encrypted, and then again the chaining works. So it is similar to blockchaining. Cipher blockchaining and cipher feedback is very similar. The only difference between two is the data, you already have a preset of data which is divided and then processed, whereas in cipher feedback there is a data stream that is getting encrypted. But both the functionality remains the same. So you already in even in cipher feedback you have an initialization vector, uh, and using the key, plain text is being uh, converted into or encrypted into ciphertext, and then the same ciphertext is being used in the other in the next block. So you don't have a block, you basically have a buffer in this. So once the buffer is full with the data, that's how when you complete the encryption, and that's how move forward. So cipher feedback and blockchaining is very simple, very similar, very same. The only difference is these are fixed block, whereas this use buffer and a data stream of it. But even in this, if there's any error that happens in any of the block, it will be cascaded. So anywhere if there's an error in any of the ciphertext, the same error would be continued in the remaining blocks. So to tackle that error part, you have something called as output feedback. So in output feedback, the only difference between the cipher block chaining or cipher feedback and output feedback is in output feedback, you do not use the same ciphertext into the next block. Instead, you use a random initialization vector, and then you use a seed value. So there's something called a seed value which is being created, which is very similar to initialization vector. And the initialization vector, a fixed value is being used for storing the data. So that is the difference between output feedback. So this diagram was a little confusing for me. This mode is used when error propagation is not accepted, which was the drawback of cipher feedback. So when you do not want error propagation in your algorithm, that's when you use output feedback mode. Encrypted system, encrypted key stream of previous block is fed into the next block to create the next portion of the key stream. So basically use a seed value, not the exact ciphertext that is being used. IV should be generated randomly each time and sent with ciphertext. So that is the difference. An initial vector is being used rather than for chaining rather than using a cipher. In a counter mode, in counter mode, the seed value which is used in the previous in output feedback mode. Again, this is also used in block encryption. So counter mode uses a block encryption. However, the seed value which is being used for Zoring is an incremental state. So with each increasing blocks, the value for the seed is incremented or is. So this is just an architecture or a functioning of these algorithms. So these are not required to be by heart. What is required in this, what is used when. So if it's a stream cipher or if it's a block cipher, only that is what is. Okay, so today's session, which is asymmetric cryptography. So asymmetric cryptography, also known as public key cryptography. So you have a pair, public key, private key. Cryptography is a process that uses pair of related keys, one public key and one private key, to encrypt and decrypt message and protect it from unauthorized access or So we already seen in our previous examples a basic of what public key, private key is. So the algorithms that are used, which are created using asymmetric cryptography is as follows. RSA, which is Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman. So these are the people who created RSA. These are the surname of people who created this algorithm. So RSA is very commonly used. I'm sure any people who are working in an organization might have heard. Elliptical curve crypto system, ECC, Diffie-Hellman. Diffie-Hellman is basically a way of sharing the keys using an algorithm, using a mathematical expression. This is how you share keys in a secure way. LGAML and DSA, digital signature. Okay, Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So this is an algorithm which is used for key exchange. So a Diffie-Hellman algorithm enables two systems to generate symmetric key securely without requiring a previous relationship or prior arrangement. So it is a mathematical formula which two people need to perform to generate a key. So you just go through this and with the algorithm, with the formula as well. So how it gets created is allow two users to exchange the secret key, requires no private secret, does not provide for encryption or digital signature function. The algorithm is based on the difficulty of calculating discrete logarithm in a finite field. Currently used in many protocol, namely SSL, which is Secure Socket Layer, TLS, Transport Layer Security, Secure Shell, IPsec, Public Key Infrastructure, PKI, and vulnerable to. Okay, so this basically works in an algorithm where there are two prime numbers which are being selected. Okay, so there are two users, Bob and Alice. What basically they do is they agree on select two prime numbers, P and G. So they've selected your PS23 and GS 11. So Alice chooses a secret random number, which is 6, and Bob chooses a secret random number, which is 5. And there's a mathematical formula which both of them. Okay, so I'll just go through basic of this, how this is calculated. So both of users select one of the number, and then they perform a mathematical calculation on their number, both of them, and then they only share the secret numbers between the two. And using so basic, there's just a multiplication that is involved in this, and that's how when Alice performs um a calculation based on the number which she has selected and the number that Bob has given it. The end product is 8. And again, when Bob performs the same calculation with his own number and the number which Alice is given is, when he performs, he gets the value. So the value matches. So this is just an algorithm. It is not exactly this is a mathematical calculation to show how keys can be shared. There could be also different complex algorithm, but this is how key sharing can be performed using Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. So it is basically a mathematical expression that is used or algorithm that is used for exchanging the key. So when both have calculated, both have come across the same result. So the common secret key is 8. So this is what is def. So this is only used for sharing of key. Again, this is an RSA algorithm which is based on asymmetric encryption, asymmetric cryptography. So RSA named after inventor Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman is a public key algorithm that is the most popular when it comes to asymmetric algorithm. RSA is the worldwide de facto standard that can be used for digital signature, key exchange, and encryption. So these are the uses for RSA algorithm. The security of algorithm comes from difficulty of factoring large numbers into their original prime numbers. It can be used for encryption and digital signatures. We'll see what digital signature is in the next few slides. It can be used as key exchange protocol, meaning it is used to encrypt a symmetric key to get it securely to its destination. So basically you use your public private key to perform an encryption and share it to the to the person who you need to share the key. Again, this is also an algorithm which is very complex. On the right hand side, you can see a key generation, but it involves a lot of calculation and large prime numbers that are included for the key. So you need not understand the calculation part of it. The exam will not want you to learn all the formulas and the algorithm part. Again, elliptical curve, instead of generating keys as a product of very large prime numbers, ECC generates keys through the properties of elliptical curve equation. So there's a elliptical curve equation that happens that works. So I'm not sure if you have a science background in your uh, 11th or 12th grade. I think we had this um, equation for elliptical curve. So using that, there's an encryption key that has been created. So an ECC key is 160 bit, provides the same protection as 1024 bit RSA key. So the key size that is used is much more lesser. So it has a stronger encryption with a lower key size as compared to the RSA. ECC is more efficient than RSA, provides encryption, digital signature, and key exchange. Used in devices with limited processing, storage, and bandwidth capacity. Example, wireless and mobile phones. So you just need to be aware of what are the types of encryptions. Um, I mean, what is the implementation? If it's a symmetric or asymmetric, only that's something that you need to remember of about encryption. And you just need to be aware of the names of LGAML is a public key algorithm that can be used for digital signature, encryption, and key exchange. So this is something which is very common across all the asymmetric encryptions. It is based on calculating discrete logarithm in finite field. A discrete logarithm is the power to which we must raise a given integer in order to get another given integer. In other words, if b and g are integers, then k is the logarithm in the equation bk equal to g. This is all mathematical, just for basic understanding, not required to go in deep of these algorithms. LGAML provides the same type of functionality as some of the other asymmetric algorithm. Its main drawbacks is its performance when compared to other algorithm. This algorithm is usually the slowest. LGAML is an extension of Diffie-Hellman. So these are just few commonly used algorithms that are being used, but you need not understand the mathematics behind any of these. Okay, one-way function. So this is a very nice important topic. So what is a one-way function is any mathematical algorithm so which can only be processed one way. So I'll just give you a simple example. If you have to multiply uh, two numbers which are very big, for example, maybe 5-digit number multiplied by a 5-digit number. So multiplying these two would be much easier than so if you multiply number A with number B, you get number C. So it is easy to multiply A and B, but it is way more difficult to find what is the where exactly C is derived from. So if you see, if you multiply 2 and 3, just two numbers, a basic addition, maybe if you multiply 3 and 5, so 3 is to 5 is 15. So this is much easier than actually checking what is the two numbers using which the product gets 15. So you need to multiply it. So reverse engineering is difficult. So one-way function is it is easy to carry it one way, but find reverse engineering it is the most difficult thing. So we'll just read this and it will give you a brief idea of it. A one-way function is a mathematical function that is easy to compute in one direction than in the opposite direction. RSA algorithm and all asymmetric algorithm are based on this concept. The easy direction of computation in one-way function that is used in RSA algorithm is the process of multiplying two large prime numbers. Multiplying two numbers to get the resulting product is much easier than factoring the product and recovering the two initial prime numbers used to calculate the obtained product, which is difficult in direction. So it's the same example. So multiplying two prime numbers is much more easier than actually factoring the actual product to find out the initial two. So the work factor in is the amount of time and resource it would take for someone to break an encryption method. In asymmetric algorithm, the work factor relates to the difference in time and effort that carrying out one-way function in an easy direction takes compared to carrying out one-way function in direction. In most cases, larger the key size, longer it would take to carry out one function in a hard direction. So basically, longer the key, it is difficult to decrypt the message. I think one way this would be a little difficult, but if we actually check a few other examples like hashing. So we had discussed in one of our previous sessions about hashing, what hash is. So hash is a one-way function. So what hashing is, it's an algorithm where a large data, maybe in GB or TB, is processed mathematically to create a simple string of few bits. So it is easy to process a GB of data and convert it into a string, but it is almost impossible to create 1 GB of data using the same string. So reverse function is almost impossible. So you can have 1 GB data into bits using the mathematical function of hash, but you won't be able to reverse it. So this is what is a one-way. Okay, zero knowledge proof. So basically, zero knowledge proof is an act of proving uh, a party that you have. Okay, so zero knowledge proof is a method by which one party can prove to another party that they know the value X without conveying the information uh, apart from the fact that they know the value of X. So for example, if I say that I have a password for one of the system, uh, so what zero knowledge proof says it's a method by which I can prove you. So if I say that I have a password for one of the system, using zero knowledge proof, basically a method, what I can do is I can prove you without sharing you that I have a password. So I'll just log into that system and show you that see I have logged into the system. So if you see that I have logged into the system, which means that you know that I have the password for it. So that is what a zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proof is used in cryptography. For example, if user encrypts something with his private key, you can verify his key was used by decrypting the data with by encrypting something with private key. User is proving to you that she or he has the private key, but does not give you or show you the private key. So this is just using an example. There's a dependency, right? So if you encrypt the data with private key, you can only decrypt with the person's public key. So if there's any data which a person is sending it to you and is claiming that I have sent this data to you, the only way to claim is use the person's public key to open it. So if you use that person's public key and if you're able to decrypt it successfully, so that proves that okay, that this person has sent me the data. That's how you validate it. So that is what is called as zero knowledge proof. So you don't need not actually, so the person need not actually share you the private key to prove you that the person. Okay, message integrity. So it's very similar to integrity. Integrity is basically um, data which is not altered or so message integrity means that message is not being tampered or altered. So there's a check function, parity bit and cyclic redundancy check. Functions have been used in protocols to detect modifications in stream of bits, but they can usually detect only unintentional modifications. Parity bits cannot identify whether a message was captured by an intruder, altered, and then sent to an intended destination. For this type of protection, hash algorithms are required to successfully detect intentional and unintentional authorized modifications. So parity bit and CRC is only used for unintentional changes. But if there's any intentional changes, if there's any intruder, if there's any man-in-middle attack, that has modified the data. So parity bits and CRC is something functions which cannot detect it. So you need something called as hash algorithm that needs to be implemented to check if there was any tampering of the data or MD5 value. So hashing is used to check message integrity. So for basically any integrity related solutions that you need to deploy, hashing is used. So hashing is a control that is being used to verify. Okay, one-way hash or hashing. So this is how it actually works. Uh, so hashing is a so you can create a hash from large amount of data, but you cannot create data from an hash. So this is how it is a one-way. Uh, a one-way hash is a function that takes a variable length string. So uh, and produces a fixed length value called as hash value. So the variable length string could actually be in GBs. I mean, it could be a huge data that can be taken, and using a hashing function, which is an algorithm, you produce a fixed length of value, which is very unique. So even if you make a single change, even a bit of data is changed in the variable string, the whole hash could. The hashing algorithm is not a secret, it is publicly known. The secrecy of one-way hashing function is its one-wayness. The function is run in only one direction, not in the other way. Again, as I mentioned, you cannot create data from an hash. The receiver does not attempt to reverse the process at the other end, but instead runs the same hashing function one way and compares the two results. So how do you use the hashing function to check the data integrity is? Um, so I am a user sending a data to other user. So I'm sending an email. So what I do is I write down an email and I create a hash of the email. I basically process or pass the whole email as an input for the hashing algorithm, and I create a hash and I send the hash along with the email to the receiver. So once the receiver receives it, what the receiver can do is to check if there's any change in the email, what he can do is he can again use the same hashing function. He can pass the email which I have sent him, the received email. He can process it through the same hashing algorithm and create the hash. And the user will compare his hash with the one that I have sent. So if the hash matches, which means that there was no change in the data. So that is how hashing works. So even this diagram is the same. So hashing algorithm is applied on a message and a message digest is being created, which is also called as MD value, MD5 value. So there are different message digest algorithms. So you attach the message digest value to the message and send it to the receiver. And once you get the message, you take the message, perform an hashing algorithm, create your own message digest, and compare it with the one that I have sent. So if it matches, which means there was no tampering or there was no change. So this is how hashing works. Problem, lack of authentication. If Alice writes the message, calculates message digest, appends the digest to the message and sends it to the Bob, Eve can intercept. Okay, so this is basically sending that if there's any interception or if there's a man in middle attack, if someone intercepts it in between and uses the same hash and can send you an alternative value of hash as well. So that could be the problem. So, but I just want you to understand how hash. Okay, Mac function. Again, this is an alternate to so hashing basically is used for integrity. So again, Mac is a similar function, a different function where it uses encryption to achieve the same functionality. So how it works, we'll just look at it. In Mac function, message authentication code function is an authentication scheme derived by applying a secret key to message in some form. Uh, this does not mean symmetric key is used to encrypt the message. The key is just used for purpose of authentication. Okay. The three types of MAC function: HMAC, HashMac, CBCMac, and CMAC. So we'll just look at the first two, how HMAC works and how CBCMac works. Okay, so this is basically used for authentication purpose. Okay, uh, so there's an addition that happens with the same example that we've seen. where a sender is creating a hash of the message and sending it to the receiver, and then the receiver is recalculating it. So the example remains the same. The only addition that has happened is the sender is using a secret key, a shared key, to encrypt the hash, so that if anyone intercepts the message in between, so when I'm sending in a message from uh, to one of the user or any of my colleague, if there is anyone who intercepts it, or if anyone tries to make changes to it, he won't be able to create a new hash of it because of the secret key. So I'll just tell you how it works. So before sending, I would use my secret key and encrypt the hash and then send it to the user. So what the end user will do is, because only we have the shared secret key, anyone apart from us, we do not, no one has the shared secret key, sorry, the secret key. Anyone who's creating an attack with our message do not have the secret key. There would be any changes to the, no one will be able to create a new hash algorithm because it's encrypted. So once the receiver receives it, what we'll do is it will use his secret key, which is shared between us, uh, decrypt the hash, and then again perform the hashing algorithm on the main message and then compare it. So the only difference that you do is uh, before you were sending hash without encryption in HMAC or hashMAC, you just encrypt the message digest value and send it to the user. So no one will be able to edit or change the hash value. Okay, we'll just read this. If Alice were to use HMAC function instead of just plain hashing algorithm, a symmetric key would be concatenated with her message. The result of this process would be put through hash algorithm. So basically the email would be put in through the hash, and the result would be MAC value. The MAC would be then appended to her message that would be sent to the Bob. So basically Alice will create a hash, encrypt it with the secret key, and then send it to Bob. So what Bob will do is, once Bob receives the message, it will use its secret key, decrypt the hash, recalculate for the message, and okay, CBC MAC cipher block chaining authentication. Okay, so for CBC MAC, what exactly happens is there's no hashing function that has taken place. So hashing is a one-way algorithm, right? I mean, if you have a message, you perform an hashing algorithm. You create a hash and then you share it to validate the integrity. So hashing is not at all performed while doing a CBC MAC. So what exactly is being using symmetric key, you perform a CBC encryption, chaining message authentication code, and the final block of the cipher text is being attached and attached to the message and is being sent to the user. So once the user receives the message, the user will again perform the same encryption using the same secret key, because the secret key is unique here and no one has access to it. Uh, the receiver will perform the same algorithm for encryption and will create uh, the CBC code or the last block cipher block code, and will compare it with the one that was sent by the sender. So there's no hashing that is used. It is just using an encryption technique to create a unique value. So basically, encryption algorithm and secret key is something that is used as a unique identifier. Uh, Both the parties will perform same algorithm using same keys, and it is expected that both the parties should have the same output. If the output is same, which means there was no changes that was done in during the sending of the data. So that is how CBC MAC works. Okay, there's just a brief about what hashing is. Hashing goal of using one-way hash function is to provide a fingerprint to the message. So basically, any hash which is being created is unique in nature. Even if you make any single change in a bit, a simple letter, a space, a special character, any change that you make to the data will create a unique fingerprint or a completely different. So it is a one-way function which provides fingerprint, and hash should be unique. So it should not happen that two different inputs create a same hash value. So that is also called as. So hashing algorithm should be collision free, which means it does not create same hash value for two or more messages. Hash should be computed over the entire. The hash should be one-way function, so message are not disclosed by their value. You cannot create reverse back. Given a message and its hash, another message with the same hash value should be. The function should be resistant. Okay, hashing algorithms, MD4, MD5, and SHA. So MD4 is one-way function that produces 128-bit message digest value. So MD stands for message digest. It was used for high-speed computation in software implementation and was optimized for microprocessor. It is no longer considered secure. So MD5 is a newer version of MD4. It still produces a 128-bit hash, but algorithm is more complex, which makes it hard to break. Recent research shown that MD5 to be a subject of collision attack. Is a collision is basically two inputs output. So it should not be the case. Software, so all the softwares that you installed on your computer is generally validated using the MD5 value. So I think as Vivek was stating earlier, this is how you invalidate if you have a genuine copy of your Windows operating system. You check the MD. So I think there's also a website where you can just enter an MD5 value and it the software that it is. SHA is again a hashing algorithm. So there are actually multiple SHAs, SHA1, SHA2. So SHA1 produces a 160-bit hash value, or then uh, this is then read into an asymmetric algorithm which computes a signature for message. SHA1 was found to be vulnerable to collisions. New version of algorithm, collectively known as SHA2, SHA3 families, have been developed and released. SHA256, SHA384, and SHA512 are the latest hashing algorithms. So even if you refer to the certificate that we've seen here, I think even this the SHA see SHA 256 is being used to generate. So this is the algorithm used to generate the digital cert. Okay, birthday attack. So this is a type of attack. I mean, the attack has nothing to do with actual birthday, but it's just derived from a statistical example. This is basically used to perform collision attacks. Now, what is a collision attacks is basically finding an input, multiple inputs that will create a. So, for example, if you have a system which where you need to enter username and password. So this is actually used in Windows as well. So when you enter a username and password in a Windows operating system, the password is actually converted into an hash, and that is the hash is actually something that is validated. So this is a something which is already used in Windows operating system. So you basically to have a collision attack, what you would do is you would find a similar input if there exists a collision, if it's a weak hashing algorithm, you basically create an input that will create a same output as expected, as targeted. So what birthday attack basically says is this is a statistical example which basically states so in a room you need to have around 23 people for two people to have birthday on same attack. So that is how the statistical example states. So if there is a room and if you have 23 people, there is high chances that there could be two people which could have birthday on. So this is how the statistic works. So birthday attack is basically the attacker will use statistical methods to find out the chances of having same hash value from different outputs. So how many input values needs to be created to create a common or a collided output is something that is called here. So that is what is referred to as birthday attack. But there's nothing related to birthday. It's just a statistical example that has been taken. So we'll just go through this. A strong hashing algorithm does not produce the same hash for two different messages. If algorithm does not produce the same hash value for two different messages, okay, if algorithm does produce the same hash value for two different messages, it is called a collision. So we know this. An attacker can attempt to force a collision, which is referred to as birthday attack. So he will use a statistical method to identify uh, what should be the size of input and what should be the number of inputs that needs to be created to create a collision situation. So this attack is based on mathematical birthday paradox that exists in standard. How many people need to be in same room for the chances to be greater than that another person has same birthday? Okay, 253 is the number of people. So I think you can just avoid this. It's just a example of how the statistical. All right, PKI, public key infrastructure. So public key infrastructure consists of programs, data formats, procedures, communication protocol, security policies, and public key cryptographic mechanism working in comprehension to enable wide range of dispersed people to communicate in a secure and predictable fashion. So it is a PKI is basically collection of everything. Programs, data format, procedures, communication protocol, security policies, and public key cryptography mechanism work. As part of PKI, even the certificate management falls under the PKI, where you have all these standards defined to create a digital certificate. There's something called as CA, which is called as certificate. There's something called as registration authority. So even that everything falls into. So PKI provides authentication, confidentiality, non-repudiation, and integrity of a message exchanged. PKI is an ISO authentication framework that uses public key cryptography and the X509. So X509 is the format in which digital certificates are created. It's a hybrid system of symmetric and asymmetric key algorithm. Okay, so basically when you refer to as PKI, right, it is everything to do with the certificate management. Okay, so in PKI, basically PKI is something where you create and manage digits, and there is a complete lifecycle management for digital certificates. So there's a procedure in which you create a digital certificate, and then the digital certificate has to be signed by a CA, which is called as certificate, and it has a specific format, which is X509, where all your details needs to be mentioned. So the someone who is generating a certificate or requesting a certificate, so all these details needs to be mentioned in the form. So the form is submitted, and the CA will a registration authority will validate those details. Then it will go to a CA. The CA will sign the certificate and give it to the users. Again, the certificate is valid only for a certain amount of time, maybe a year or two, depending on what you have requested. And there's something called a certification revocation list as well, which will validate if the certificate is valid. Okay, digital certificate. So on the right that you can see is all the details that is associated with a certificate. There are few details that you need to produce, and few will be given by the. So all these details are signed by a root certificate. One of the most important pieces of PKI is its digital certificate. A certificate is a mechanism used to associate a public key with collection of components in a manner that is sufficient to uniquely identify the standard for how CA creates the certificate is X509. This is the format or the standard that is which is being used, which dictates the different fields used in a certificate and is valid values that can be populated in those fields. The certificate includes serial number, version number, identity information, algorithm information, lifetime dates, and signature of the issuing. Okay, so this is my actually local certificates on my system. So this is how any certificate would look like. These are some general details issued to and issued by, who is the issuer and who it is issued to, its validity, which will have a date, and all the details associated to it. So this is a basic format in which you would be issuing a certificate. One of the most important piece of PKI is its digital certificate. A certificate is a mechanism used to associate public key with a collection of components in a manner that it sufficiently uniquely identifies the claim. Okay, I think we've done this. The certificate includes serial number, version number, identity information, algorithm information, lifetime dates, and signature of issuing authority that we've just seen with the example. Certificate authority is someone who actually signs your certificate, and an authority which your organization trusts on. So there's always a root CA in your organization. CA is the trusted third party that allows people who have never met to authenticate to each other and to communicate in a secure method. Digital certificate is created and signed by a trusted third party, which is a certificate authority or a CA. When a CA signs the certificate, it binds the individual's identity to a public key, and the CA takes liability of authenticity of the individual. So basically, when there's something called as registration authority, it will validate. So when you submit your application or a request to create your own digital certificate, you will fill in all the form with all the details of. So it could be you could issue a certificate for any of your system. So you would mention all the details about the system. It could be your domain details, your host name, uh, your organization name, everything, and you will submit a request to your CA. The CA will validate it, and once the information is true and correct, that's when the CA will sign the certificate, and that is something that other people can use. So basically, your certificate will also have a public key. So when you make a communication with any other systems, they will check your public key and they'll check your issuer who has signed your certificate, and if the person has trusts the CA, so there's a trust relationship that happens between. So when you have a communication with the party, it is important both the parties needs to trust a certain certificate authority to have a authenticated. So when person requests a certificate, the registration authority verifies the individual's identity and passes the certificate request off to a CA. CA are organization to this type of service. Example, Entrust and VeriSigns. All browsers have several well-known CAs configured by default. Most are configured to trust dozens and hundreds of CAs. So a very common example of CA is our Entrust and VeriSigns. So these are CAs which uh, sign the certificate for websites. So when you enter www.google.com, or even if you just refer to this example, the certificate authority that you can see, the CA who has signed this certificate, your browser trusts the CA. That's why your browser is able to open the website. So this is how it works. Okay, so there's also a trust that your browser with the CA, and that's why you're able to access all the websites. So the website SSL certificate that is used in browser is being signed by some CA authority, which your browser. Okay, digital signature. Again, this uses uh, a combination of hashing and encryption together. So on the right, you have the depiction of how digital signature works, the signing and the verification, but we'll just go through the passage first. A digital signature is a hash value that has been encrypted or signed. Encrypted is again signed with the sender. The hashing function ensures that integrity of the message signing and the signing of hash value provides authentication and non-repudiation. The act of signing just means that value was encrypted with a private key. So we'll just refer to how it works on the right side. So when we say digital signature, what exactly do we perform? So for example, there is a document that I have. So what I do is to sign it digitally, I create a hash of this electronic document. Using hashing algorithm, as an input, I pass this electronic file and I create a hash value. Once I receive the hash value, I use a asymmetric key. So basically a private key and public key is asymmetric key. So I'll use an asymmetric key in which I'll use a private key to encrypt the hash value. So I'll create a hash and I will use my own private key to perform an encryption on the hash value and attach it to the document, the main document, and send it. So once you receive, how would you verify? So the authentication and non-repudiation, how do you validate is once you get a documentation, and if you need to verify if I have signed it or not, if it is my digital signature, what you would do is, so firstly you just remove the sign and then use the file and re-perform the hashing algorithm. You'll create a hash of the same electronic file that you have received, and you'll create a hash. And the hash which was encrypted, which I sent it along with the document, because it was encrypted with my public key, my private key, the only way to open is using my public key, and public key is shared across everyone. So you would use my public key to decrypt the data, and once you decrypt it, you will actually find the hash that I had calculated. So you will again compare my hash and your hash, the hash that you calculated and the one that I have calculated and sent it to you. So if the hash is same, which means it is verified. So the document that I have, if the hashes are equal, the digitals, the signature. So this is our digital key management. Okay, so key management is the most challenging part of cryptography. So this basically are management principles that needs to be used to securely manage your keys, whether it's the symmetric keys or asymmetric keys, managing private keys. So these are some guidelines that it is stating. So key management is the most challenging part of cryptography and is the most crucial, also the most crucial. It is one of the thing to develop a very complicated and complex algorithm and key method. But if the keys are not securely stored and transmitted, it does not really matter how strong the algorithm is. So if your key is lost, uh, there's a vulnerability. I mean, the chances if anyone gets access to the keys, they'll be able to decrypt it. So no matter what your key size is or how strong your algorithm is, if you lose your key or if anyone gets access to the keys, they'll be able to access the data. So these are few key management principles. Key should be stored and transmitted by key should be extremely random and algorithm should use the full spectrum of the key's lifetime should correspond with the sensitivity of data. The more the key is used, the shorter its lifetime should be. Key should be backed up or escrowed in the case of emergency. Okay, so we'll see what escrowed means is. Key should be properly destroyed when their lifetime comes to an end. So this is very similar to how we would store a data. So in asset management, what we saw is how do we manage confidential data? Similarly, keys are secret in nature, are very uh, is very critical part of the data to an organization. So again, you would basically store it correctly in a secure way. Exchange would be done in a secure way. If you do not need it, or if it has to be deleted after a certain time of period, there's something called as key rotation. Even that takes place where you just rotate the keys or change the keys to. It is similar to like changing the password. It's like password. So the way you would store a password, similarly you would need to store the keys. So these are some. Okay, key escrow. So basically key escrow is a process or procedure to recover lost keys, lost or destroyed keys. So how do you do it is all the critical keys in your organization is being backed up or stored in a secure place. And the only way you can retrieve it is using multiple parties. So you need to have approvals or high-level management approvals and multiple people involved to retrieve the key is a key escrow process. So key escrow is a process or entity that can recover lost or corrupted cryptographic keys when two or more entities are required to reconstruct or key recovery process. This is also known as multi-party key recovery. Key recovery implements dual control, meaning two or more people involved with the crypto. So I'll just give you an example that we have been following in our organization. So there's one application that I work on, which has got a password, which is very so we only access that password in case our application is down. It is a very critical. So what we've actually done is we have made a note of the password on a piece of paper in an envelope. We've stored it, and we're actually locking it in a physical safe. So whenever our application is down, and when we actually need in any disaster recovery, we need that password. Uh, it is actually stored in a physical safe. So what we do is we contact all the stakeholders in the organization, and only if there are multiple approvals from stakeholders, that is when we actually get the key to the safe, and that's how we retrieve the actual password. This is what we follow in our organization for one of the applications that I work in. That this is our key escrow process work. This is used by organization uh, to backup keys, or even government bodies use it uh, to access keys for any to access any confidential data, because government always have a right to know about the data. So key escrow is being. All right. So we just move to the next, which is TPM. So trusted platform module. Basically, this is a chip which exists which is on your motherboard. That is used to store keys, and it performs cryptographic functions. A BitLocker is a very good example of TPM. So we'll just read through this. There's also something called as HSM, hardware security model, which very much works similar to TPM. So we'll just go through this. So trusted platform module is a microchip installed on motherboard of modern computers and is dedicated to carrying out security function like storage and processing of symmetric and asymmetric keys, hashes, and digital certificates. So this basically stores all the keys on. The use of dedicated and encoded hardware-based platform drastically improves the root of trust of system. The most common usage scenario of TPM is to bind where the content of given hard disk drive is affixed with particular computer. The content of hard disk drive is encrypted and the decryption key is stored always on TPM. Again, this is a BitLocker scenario. You can relate to that. Another application of TPM is sealing the system state to particular hardware and the software configuration. Sealing a computer system through TPM is used to deter any attempts or tampering of system configuration. Okay, so TPM is a chip uh, which is installed on your computer on the motherboard, which will store all the keys, and this is used to perform all the cryptographic activities on your system. So BitLocker is one of the good example. In BitLocker, your hard disk, the entire hard disk is encrypted, and even if you steal the hard disk from a computer, you would not be able to use it because it would require the key which exists on that specific laptop. So that is what a TPM is used for. There's again something called as HSM, hardware security model. Even that is used in data centers to store. So if you hear anything called as HSM, hardware security model, the functionality is same for both of them. So you need not be confused. Okay, DRM, digital right management. This is a cryptographic technology that is used to protect copyright data. So I'll just give you an example and it'll be easier for you to understand how DRM works is. Okay, so for anyone who is using any music app, maybe iTunes or Spotify or YouTube Music, let's consider Spotify. So there is some functionalities that you will not get. I mean, if it's a paid app, you need to buy an application. For example, Netflix. You know, you will not be able to access any content on Netflix unless you do a payment. Uh, so how DRM works is, so in case if you have access to, if you create an account in on Netflix, and if you're not if a paid user, if you log into it, if you click on any of the movie, it will not let you watch. Maybe it will just give you 1 or 2 minutes and it will stop saying that you need to pay for Netflix subscription to watch the movie. So this implementation has been done using DRM. So what DRM does is DRM uses a cryptographic to secure to secure the content. Or another example that I can see is about a Windows operating system. So if you get a Microsoft Windows 10 CD, and if you just install, there's something called as product key that it will ask. So unless you enter a correct product key, you will not be able to install the operating system. So basically, this is a DRM technology, or a encryption technology that has been used. So only when you enter the right key, product key, that's when the installation will proceed and you will be able to install the. So this is a DRM. So so it is used to protect copyright. So DRM refers to set methods that are applied to controlling access to copyrighted data. DRM mostly make use of cryptographic technologies. DRM technologies are used to protect documents. Adobe, Amazon, and Apple have their own approach to limiting number of copies of electronic book that you can download and read. Another approach to DRM is using digital watermarks, or which are stenographically embedded. Steganography we've just seen, embedding data into different medias. So stenographically embedded into files that and can document details such as owner of the file, the license. An approach to DRM that does not require internet connectivity is used as product key. When you install an application, the key you enter is checked against proprietary algorithm, and if it matches, installation is. So DRM is used everywhere where you need to have copyright protection. That's when you use cryptography. So cryptography is just an application of the technology to protect. Okay, so we have few cryptographic attacks, and that's it. I think we are done for the day. Okay, so there are types of cryptographic attacks that are performed. So we'll just go through these one by one. Ciphertext attacks only. So this is an attack where the attacker have got access to ciphertext. So the encrypted text is something that the attacker has got access to. So once he gets access to the ciphertext or an encrypted text, the attacker will perform different algorithms, different types of key. A brute force attack using all possibilities to break and find the key or the plain text data, or he will try to perform a decryption. That is a ciphertext only attack, which is very hard. I mean, if you have a strong algorithm in place and a good length of key, then it is the. So in this, attacker has ciphertext for several message. Each of the message has been encrypted using same encryption algorithm. The attacker goal is to discover the key used in encryption process. Most common type of active attack because it is very easy to get cipher text by sniffing someone. Hardest attack to be successful at because the attacker has little information about the encryption. So it's a very ideal scenario that someone has just got access to encrypted data and now the attacker is trying. Known plain text attack. So this is a scenario where the attacker has got both plain text and ciphertext. So using both the data, plain text and ciphertext, the attacker will perform an analysis and a relation between plain text and ciphertext. And the attacker will use different types of algorithm and keys to find out what was the key that has been used for key or the algorithm used for performing. So attacker has plain text and corresponding ciphertext of one or more message. Goal is to discover the key used to encrypt the message so other message can be deciphered and read. Messages usually start with same type of beginning and close with same type of ending. Attacker has some of the plain text that can capture an encrypted message. The rest accomplished by reverse engineering, frequency analysis, brute force attack. Brute force attack is basically all possible ways of attacking. So a brute force attack in password is basically there's a username and a system with username and password. Brute force attack means you use all types of combinations to create passwords and enter it. So you use all alphabets, all numbers, all special characters, create different permutation combinations and try logging in. So that's a brute force. Okay, chosen plain text and chosen ciphertext attacks are again very similar. Uh, in this, the attacker has got access to the crypto system. So when you say that chosen plain text, the user has got access to crypto system to a level where the attacker can select a plain text and get it encrypted from the crypto system, and that's how he also gets the cipher. So the attacker has the ability or an advantage where he's able to pass on a plain text data as of his choice, and he receives the cipher. So that is a chosen plain. So attacker has plain text and ciphertext, but can also choose plain text that gets encrypted to see the corresponding ciphertext. So based on his input, he can perform an analysis. Chosen ciphertext attack is similar to plain text, and even in this scenario, the attacker should have access to the crypto system, but it is exactly reverse, where the attacker is able to send a encrypted data, and in return he is getting a plain text. So decryption, he's got access to decryption function. So the goal in both the attacks is to identify the algorithm of the encryption. So once the attacker gets access to the algorithm and the key that is used, then he can perform vice versa. Okay, again, these are two types of attacks: differential cryptanalysis and linear cryptanalysis. These are mathematical in nature and very complicated and complex. Uh, so I won't be able to explain both of these because there's a lot of mathematical function that is involved, just like what we had in RSA and Diffie-Hellman. It had a mathematical expression. So that is how differential cryptanalysis and linear cryptanalysis is. Uh, but in differential cryptanalysis, multiple keys are used, whereas in linear, it's just one key that has been used. There's a lot of Zoring that has been done, and there's something called as S-box. So it is all mathematical term. You need not remember any of this, but you just need to know about the terms like differential. And so we'll just read this once, but it's not required for you to remember this. This attack looks at ciphertext pair generated by encryption of plain text pair with specific differences and analyzes the effect and result of those differences. It turns out to be an effective and successful attacks against DES and other blocks. Since the attacker chooses different plain text message for it is considered a type of chosen plain text. The attacker evaluates the input and output values for each S box. He evaluates the probability of input values ending in specific combination. Identifying specific output combination allows him to assign probability values to different key until one shows in a continual pattern of having the highest probability. So if you just when we've read, they're all mathematical terminologies associated to this. So we need not understand this, and because there's a lot of maths in. Okay, side channel attack and meet in the middle attack. So side channel attack is basically analysis of the crypto system. It is not actually analyzing the plain text or decrypted text, but the attacker basically performs an analysis of the system which is performing it. And what analysis it could be? So the attacker could measure power consumption, radiation emission, and the time it takes for certain type of data. So this is kind of a metadata With this information, he can work backward by reverse engineering and process to uncover an encryption key or sensitive data. The idea is that instead of attacking the device head on, just watch how it performs to figure out how it acts. So it does not actually work on any plain text algorithm or anything, just uh, it observes other parameters like power consumption, radiation emission. Meet in the middle attack. So basically, in this, again, this term refers to as mathematical analysis to try to break math problem from both ends. Okay, what happens in meet in the middle attack is the attacker will have access to ciphertext and a plain text. So what an attacker is, the attacker will encryption algorithm with different types of keys, different algorithms and different keys on a plain text and try to and he will also perform decryption algorithm and different types of keys on an on the ciphertext. So both the functions will be done parallelly. So plain text he'll try to encrypt with different keys. On other hand, he'll use ciphertext. He'll try to decrypt with multiple keys. And meet in the middle attack means is after performing both the procedures, there could be similarities that the attacker could find. I mean, there could be a midway that the attacker could find. So a common example was the uh, 3DES attack. So, you know, you're using multiple keys into it. So it performs encryption, 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 or encryption, decryption, encryption. So there are three processes, right? So, and it uses two keys. So attacker can try using two different keys and perform encryption, decryption, encryption, decryption accordingly, and try to find out a value which meets up in the middle. So that is a meet. So now we are left with something called as physical security. We'll be discussing on the physical part of security in this domain as part of the security architecture. So what is physical security? So in term for IT security, basically, physical security in IT refers to protection of an organization's physical asset and infrastructure, such as computers, servers, network equipments, data center. So protecting this comes under physical security. So the goal here is to make sure that by physical security, we are able to achieve confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So so I think in the previous in asset security, we have discussed different types of controls that is used. So we use administrative controls, we use technical or logical controls, and physical controls. So physical security is everything around this of how would you secure your data systems, your computers, networks, data centers, your facilities, etc. So physical security, the purpose of physical security is to protect against physical threats. The following physical threats are among the most common ones. So there are two types of physical threats, natural and man-made. So in natural, you have fire, flood, earthquakes, storms, whereas in man-made, you have vandalism, explosion, destructions, utility loss, personal loss. So these are the two different types of threats that we have, and we need to make sure that we implement appropriate controls around these for smooth working of organization and make sure our systems are kept in are well kept and secure. Okay, so the most important part or the basic when it comes to physical security is site and facility design. So that includes choosing a right site to run the organization or run a business, and then plan it or design the facility in such a way that security is being implemented through its design. So we have some topic that we'll discuss later on how we design that. So without control over physical environment, no collection of administrative, technical, or logical access controls can provide adequate security. So these are two other controls. So you need all physical, administrative, and technical controls to provide adequate security. We've seen the diagram, right, where which is in circle. So in the core, we have the administrative controls. Over that, we have technical. So administrative controls are basically your policies, procedures, standard documents, security policy, everything. Or technical or logical controls are basically that we've discussed is things like segregation of duties, lease privileges. So those fall under technical or logical controls, and over that you have physical control, which is basically your reinforcements, security guards, CCTV cameras, locks, fencing, etc. So physical controls are your first line of defense. I'm not sure if you remember the diagram, but this is the first line of defense. Secure facility plan. A secure facility plan outlines the security needs of organization that emphasize methods or mechanism to employ to provide security. Critical path analysis. Okay, so what is the critical path analysis? So it is basically a systematic effort to identify relationship between mission critical application process and operations and all necessary supporting elements. So basically, this is a effort to identify all your mission critical processes and its dependencies. So just to give you an example, if you have an online store, so it relies on multiple things like internet access, computer hardware, and in terms of the physical aspect, you need a data center, storage facilities, electricity, temperature control systems, etc. So to run your mission critical application or a mission critical business service, you need to identify all the dependencies that you have. Now, this is only with respect to the physical aspect of it. So that is what is a critical path analysis. It is a systematic effort to identify relationship between mission critical application, processes and operations, and all the necessary supporting elements. When critical path analysis is performed, a complete picture of interdependencies and interaction necessary to sustain organization is produced. Security staff should participate in site and facility design consideration. So critical path analysis is again a study or identifying an analysis that is done to make sure to run business in a secure way. So it is, so generally when we work in IT, we only have a thought about our computers, systems, internet, network connectivity, but then it is also important to identify the physical aspect to run the business. So you need all your physical parts as well, and that is should be concluded when performing a critical path analysis. Okay, site selection and facility design. Site selection should be based on security needs of an organization, which involves cost, location, and size are important, but addressing the requirement of security should always take a precedence. At minimum, ensure that building is designed to withstand fairly extreme weather conditions, and that it can deter or fend off over break-in attempts. Visibility is important. What is surrounding terrain? What would be easy approach the facility by vehicle or on foot? So basically, when you select a site for your organization, depending on the type of business that you have or your organization or your business requirement, you need to do a site selection. And depending upon your locality and many other aspects, your weather conditions, the type of business that you're running. So for example, if you're running a facility which is into manufacturing, what are the prerequisites, what should be required, what is the connectivity that is required in everything. So that is what is done under site selection. Facility design, a proper level of security must be planned and designed before construction begins. Important issues to consider including combustibility, fire rating, construction material rating, load rating, placement and control of items such as wall, door, ceiling, floor, HVAC. HVAC stands for heating, ventilation and air conditioning, power, water, sewage, gas, etc. There is also concept called crime prevention through environmental design. So this is something that we'll see in the other slide. The guiding idea is to structure the physical environment and surrounding to influence individual decisions and potential offenders make before committing any criminal act. So CPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design, is a subject which is into architecture. So anyone who's studying architecture will be aware of this. So basically, when you design a facility, it has to be designed in a certain way, so you use environmental factors to implement security for the facility. So it is a specific topic that generally architecture students even have that, which helps them design a facility in a more better way. So we have a slide for it. We'll just go through it, what CPTED is, and we'll look for some examples as well if I can find. So crime prevention through environmental design. Basic example we can take for fire alarm is kind of a physical control that has been implemented. But we'll just go through an example how CPTED is worked. Now this could be as very simple as designing the the whole building in such a way which will deter an attacker. So crime prevention through environmental design is a discipline that outlines how proper design of physical environment can reduce crime by directly affecting human behavior. There are three aspects of CPTED: natural territorial reinforcement, create physical design and emphasize companies' physical sphere and influence so legitimate user feel sense of ownership of that space, can be done through wall, fence, landscaping, and light fixture. Okay, so natural surveillance goal is to make criminals feel uncomfortable by providing many ways observer could potentially see them and make all other people feel safe and comfortable by providing an open, well-designed environment. Natural access control, a guidance of people entering and leaving the space by placement of door, fence, lighting, and even landscaping. Access control should also being placed for all facility entrance design. Okay, now I'll just give you a brief of what exactly this mean. So you basically design your facility in such a way. Now there are some various techniques that are being used through which you create an environment. It basically manipulates a human behavior on how to act in a specific facility. So for example, I mean, this could be as simple when when you say that natural surveillance, how it works is in a facility, you basically design bigger windows. So when you look at bigger windows, it makes an attacker a sense that someone he could be tracked or someone could watch him when he's attacking the facility. Or it could be simple as having benches installed within the premises so that it would encourage people to sit on those benches and the benches will be placed in such a way that it would cover or it could create a natural surveillance. You could have implement lighting, a proper bright lighting to make sure that the whole facility is well lit. Even if there are walls or if there's any tree planted, if you've worked in any of the IT organizations, you might have seen the height of plants are generally 2.5 feet. So these are created, I mean, they're kept shorter to make sure that there's no one can hide behind it. So the objects which are placed are generally small and in a very well lit area. So basically, CPTD is a techniques through which you manipulate human behavior within the facility. When you say natural access control, basically there are different types of boards that are being placed for entry and exit points. There could be some pavements with proper linings. There could be demarcation lines around the whole facility. So you basically implement such techniques which manipulate human behavior and you automatically act accordingly. So just to give you an example, if you visit any of a shopping mall and when you enter the parking, there is a proper designed driveway with proper entry exit mentioned as well. So you don't actually there's this proper marking of everything. So automatically once you enter mall, whether you're going it for the first time, it automatically helps you to navigate through it. It tells you where exactly the lift is, how would you go. This is basically just to discourage or it acts like a deterrent control with a well-planned facility. It makes sure that the attacker will not attack the facility. So, I mean, it is a deterrent for crime. Okay, wiring closet security. So what is a wiring closet? So wiring closet is, so I think you can see on the image which is mentioned on the right side. So wiring closet is where the networking cable for whole building or just a floor are connected to another essential equipment such as patch panel, switch, router, LAN extender, and backbone channel. So backbone channel is basically a kind of a duct or a channel which is used to interconnect cables from one floor to the other. So in a building, if you have multiple floor, backbone channel is something which is used to connect floors with each other. A more technical name for wire closet is premises wire distribution room. In a multi-story configuration, a wire closet are often located directly above or below each other for their respective floor. So there are some guidelines that are mentioned for wiring closet. So wiring closet is basically a room or a closet where you have all your connections or wiring done. So these are generally the network cable, the internet cable, or telecommunication cables. So that is what it is, a wiring closet. So again, as part of guidelines to make sure you implement proper physical security over these wiring closet, these are some of the ground rules. So let's go through them one by one. Never use a wiring closet as a general storage area. Have adequate locks so that no one is able to access the closet, unauthorized person. Keep the area tidy. Do not store flammable items in the area. Set up a video surveillance to monitor activity inside the wiring closet. Use door open sensors to log entries. So this is used for auditing. Do not give keys to anyone except authorized administrator. Perform regular physical inspection of wiring closet, security and contents. Ensure environmental controls and monitoring, as well as detect damaging conditions such as fire, flood or firing. So if you look at this, these are basic, I mean, very logical things that you would implement in an organization to make sure your wiring closet is safe, secure, to make it fireproof or anyone making any change, unauthorized person accessing this. So these are, again, if you look at them carefully, these are nothing but controls, administrative controls, logical or technical controls, and physical controls. So basically, you use controls, everything to implement security, and you make different combinations of these to achieve physical security as well. Okay, use a door open sensors to log entries. Again, this is for use for auditing. So basically, use multiple controls to keep a track and prevent any to basically keep the wiring closure secure. Same things apply for server room security as well. So server room is basically a server rooms or data center is where all your critical systems are being placed. So again, it has got multiple electrical equipments as well for the systems to run. And again, networking and wiring is being done. So a major challenge with server security room is fire and also unauthorized access to any of your servers. So the guidelines would remain very similar to what we have for wiring closet security as well. So server rooms or data centers are restricted and protected rooms where your mission critical servers and network devices are hosted or housed. Centralized server rooms need not be human compatible. This is an important point to manage fire. So there are different gases that are used because in data center you won't be able to use water because that would destroy the electrical system, and you do not use water on electrical system. So there are different inert gases which are being used, which could be dangerous for humans. So server rooms are not human compatible. So it has to be treated in this way. I mean, even the access to a data center or a server room is very secure. Server room should be designed to support optimal operation of the IT infrastructure and to block unauthorized human access or intervention. Server room should be located at the core of the building. Server room should be located away from water, gas, sewage lines. So any leakage of water, gas, or sewage might destroy the system, causing damage to business critical systems. And server room should be located at the core of building. This is to implement physical access control over it. So when you place the data center at the core of it, it is generally secure by, I mean, there are multiple layers of uh, physical access control which needs to be bypassed to reach to a data center. So if there's a visitor in your organization, in your company, a visitor should not be able to easily access your server room. So that's why it is placed in the core of the building. The walls of your server room should have 1 hour minimum fire rating. So if in case there's a fire, the server room should at least, I mean, if there's a fire which exists for an hour, your data center should uh, be fireproof for at least 1 hour. So basically, this means that in case of a fire, your data center, not inside the data center, but if there's any fire which is outside the data center, so data center would always be at the core of the building. In case of a fire, so there are different ratings or the level of protection that it offers. So 1 hour fire rating should be there. So I mean, you could, I mean, depending on the business, I mean, how do you implement is different, but all the other standards, I mean, these are just guidelines a company should follow. So, for example, server room should be located away from gas, sewer, and lines. I mean, this is a very logical thing that if there's any leakage with water lines or gas, chances is that water might cause a damage to your electrical system, or if there's any gas lines which are passing in a leakage, you could have a fire. So these are very basic logical or guidelines which have been implemented. Okay, media storage. Again, this tells how media should be stored, your hard drives, optical disc tapes, etc. Guidelines on how do you store your media tapes. So this was also that we've seen in asset security, where we've seen classification of data. How do you classify it? How do you manage your data, the data life cycle? There's something called as sanitation that we've seen, where you delete all the data, you perform erasing, degaussing, multiple procedures for disk sanitization. So again, in continuation, there's something called as the physical aspect of it. How do you store these data? Because these disks have got data in it. So how do you store the disk in a physically safe environment? So these are some guidelines that a company should follow or an organization should follow to manage media storage. So media storage facilities should be designed to securely store blank media, reusable media, and installation media. Whether hard drive, flash memory devices, optical disc, or tapes, media should be controlled against theft and corruption. So store media in locked cabinet or safe, of physical security, storing it physically in a secure way by adding locks and storing it in cabinets. Have a librarian or a custodian, which we have also seen as data custodian, who manages access to locked media cabinet. As part of administrative control, use check-in, check-out process to track who retrieves, uses, and returns media from storage. Very similar to what a librarian would do when someone issues a book. So when anyone requires a media, there has to be check-in, check-out process to keep a track for audit. For reusable media, when the device is returned, run a security drive sanitization or zeroation, a procedure to erase data by replacing it with meaningless data such as zero. Process to remove all data remnant. So that's something that we've seen. We've seen multiple different processes in asset security to clean up the data. So this is how a media should be used or handled or stored. Some commonly used store media is passive locking and thermal locking. So these are just some locking mechanism. CFs can detect if someone attempts to tamper it, in which case extra internal bolts will fall into place to ensure it cannot be compromised. There's something called as thermal locking safes, which can identify temperature change and implement additional locks. So it's just a physical control that you can apply to store media securely, and theft can be avoided. Okay, evidence storage. Now this is in when you have a cyber crime involved. So as part of your forensic team, when they collect evidences and data related to the crime, these evidence again needs to be stored in a secure way. So it is very similar to media storage, but there are a few more additional things that have been needs to be taken care to make sure that the integrity of data is maintained. So we know what integrity is and some techniques or mechanisms to implement integrity. So even that needs to be implemented to store evidences in a secure way. As cybercrime events continue to increase, it is important to retain logs, audit trails, and other records of digital events. It also may be necessary to retain image copies of drives or snapshots or virtual machines for future analysis. So how do you store it? What are the procedures or guidelines that you need to implement to securely store evidences? A dedicated storage system distinct from the production network. So you need to differentiate, or you need to have a different dedicated storage system just to store evidence. It should be not be part of the production network to make sure that it is not being tampered or it is not easily accessible. Keep the storage system offline when not actively having new data set transferred to it. Now this is for any of the critical systems or a server. It is recommended to keep it offline so that it is not accessible. So you will only switch on the system in case you need to transfer any data set or an evidence to the to the affected system. blocking internet connectivity to and from the storage system, again, making it inaccessible. Tracking all activities on evidence storage system. This is administrative control to make sure who is accessing it, what changes have been done. Calculating hash for all data set stored on the system. So we are aware what hashes are. We've learned what hashes are in the previous session. So it's a one-way function, and if you make any changes to the data set, the entire hash will change. So hash needs to be calculated to make sure that there's no tampering being done. So if there's any tampering that is being done, that can be validated again by calculating its hash value. Limiting access to security administrator and legal counsel. Encrypting all data sets stored in the system. So again, you implement hashing and encryption to achieve integrity and confidentiality of evidences. Okay, again, work area security. Now, this is again, as we've seen, what crime prevention through environmental design is. Again, this is very similar to it, but it's just that it has been implemented inside the organization. So what we do is to implement work area security is have proper design for have segregation of different department, keep the sensitive processes in the core of the building. The design and configuration of internal security, including work areas and visitor areas, should be considered carefully. Areas that contain assets of higher value or importance should have more restricted access. For example, anyone who enters the facility should be able to access restroom without going to sensitive areas, but only network administrators and security staff should have access to the server room. So it's very logical and simple. So if you have a visitor, they should have access to restroom without passing through any business critical process area, any of the areas where core processes run. There's also something called as ODCs, which have been implemented to make sure that the whole area is being secured inside a room where you don't even have access to mobile phones. So mobile phone has to be kept outside. All any mobile phones or pen drive should be kept outside, and there's a proper security check that you need to go through before entering the area, which is called as an ODC area. So generally banking processes implement this. So this is also one of the techniques of work area security. Valuable and confidential assets should be located in the heart of center of protection provided by facility. Walls or partitions can be used to separate similar but distinct work areas. Such divisions deter casual shoulder surfing or eavesdropping. So what is server shoulder surfing is, so if there's any business critical process or if someone is working, so shoulder surfing is basically someone, so when you're working on a system, someone is watching you from behind and looking into a system, what exactly are you doing? So that is what is shoulder surfing. Floor to ceiling walls should be used to separate areas with different level of sensitivity and confidentiality. As I mentioned about the ODC environment, you have walls that are being placed from floor to ceiling so that no one can look inside the room, and your critical processes, no one is able to view any of your processes, any data or anything. So that is to achieve sensitivity and confidentiality of processes and data. Okay, one of the physical controls is physical access control, where you have identity cards, swipe in, swipe out cards that you use at your security gate, at the gate of your organization, and even to access any specific area where you work. So it could be even a data center. So things like smart card, proximity readers, or memory cards, these are used to prove your identity. So basically, this is an ID card. So variety of technical controls are used as access control mechanism to manage physical access. So these are very commonly used, which is smart card, memory card, and proximity readers. But again, you can implement other controls, physical access controls like biometrics, where you have a retina scan or a fingerprint, or a combination of everything. So there's something called as type 1, type 2, type 3 authentication, which means something that you have, something that you know, something that you are. So you can have something where you can use an ID card and a PIN, or your ID card and a biometric, a combination of everything as part of physical access control. So this type 1, type 2, type 3 is something that we learn in a different domain as well. So you could implement multiple controls for physical access control. So what is a smart card? It's a credit card sized IDs with an embedded magnetic strip or integrated circuit. The one that you can see on the right is a smart card. They contain information about authorized bearer, that can be used for identification and or authentication purpose. Some smart card can even process information or store reasonable amount of data in memory chip. Memory cards are machine readable ID cards and with a magnetic strip like a credit card or debit card or an ATM card. So memory card can retain small amount of data but are unable to process data. So on the right, you can see what is a smart card and memory card. They are very similar, but the only difference between a smart card and memory card is smart card have a small amount of processing power, and whereas memory card only has got you can only store a data on a memory card. It does not have any processing power. Whereas in smart card, you have a some processing power as well, and both can have data stored in it. What kind of data that you have is basically to prove your identity, details about the bearer of the card. Proximity readers are passive devices, a field power device or transponder. The proximity device is worn or held by authorized bearer. When it passes the proximity reader, the reader can determine who the bearer is and whether they have authorized access. So you can see on the right, there is a device at the axis, door axis. Basically, it is called as an RFID as well. So it emits radio frequency. And as soon as you take your card to the device, using electromagnetic field, this ID card gets charged and it emits some data, which again, this device will capture, and that's how it works. So it is also called as a RFID card. So it gets charged with electromagnetic field and it radiates data. So this is what a proximity reader is. Okay, some of the physical access abuse is masquerading. So basically this means someone is using someone else's identity card to enter the premises. Masquerading is using someone else's security ID to enter the facility. So you steal someone's ID card and enter the facility, or just clone the ID and enter the facility. Both are masquerading. Second is piggybacking. What is piggybacking is if someone is using its access to open the door, you stand behind it, and once the door open, you just follow the person and enter, like behind the person entering. So piggybacking is following someone through a secured gate or doorway without being identified or authorized personally. So you just basically, like there are 10 people entering the building using after swiping their ID card. You just stand in between and you don't swipe your ID card, or you just pretend that you're swiping your ID card and you just move with a queue and bypass the security. That is what is a piggybacking. So some controls that you can implement to avoid masquerading and piggybacking is implementing a turnstile man trap or a CCTV camera. So what is a turnstile? It's basically a gate which allows only one person to enter. So it could be two types. I mean, it could be a vertical turnstile or a horizontal. I mean, if you are aware of when you go to a metro station so that's when you just enter your ticket and then it opens and only one person can go at one time. So that is what is a turnstile is. So turnstile is a form of gate that prevents more than one person at a time from gaining entry and often restricts movement in one direction. And a man trap is double set of door that is often protected by guard or some other physical layout that prevents piggybacking and can trap individual in a discrete or security person. So if you see at the right, basically what is a man trap is a small room where it has two doors. So to enter, you need to bypass two different doors. So you will punch in your iCard at the first gate, it will open the second door, you will enter the room, and again it will have another gate where you need to punch in and the second door will open. But if you're, I mean, you cannot have piggybacking done or just enter it without this. So a man trap is like an additional security that you can implement. And the last is CCTV monitor, basically used to record movement of personnel. Okay, emanation security is okay, what is emanation security is basically whenever you have electrical devices or systems running, each system will radiate some kind of data or radiation. I mean, it'll have some kind of radiation. So that radiation can be intercepted by an unauthorized individual and used to get the data. Or, I mean, it could be in other way as well. I mean, you don't want any of your data to be disrupted because of radiation of any of the electrical signal. You can consider this as well. For a simple, okay, we'll go through this and then I'll give you an example of this. So what is emanation security is electrical devices emanate signals or radiation that can be intercepted by unauthorized individual. With right equipment, an adversary can interpret them to exact confidential data. Safeguard used to protect against emanation attacks are called as Tempest. So Tempest was one of the projects that was used to secure devices from emanation or radiation. So what are these few controls or few techniques used in Tempest are Faraday cage, white noise, and control zone. So what is a Faraday cage is? A Faraday cage is a box, mobile room, or an entire building designed with an external metal skin, often a wire mesh. This acts as EMI absorbing capacitor that prevents electromagnetic signal emanation from exiting or entering the area. Now, this might look a little complicated, but I can give you a very simple example of a Faraday cage. So you can consider, so what Faraday cage is basically a room or a box which has got a lining of a metal film or a metal skin. So it makes sure that electromagnetic field doesn't pass through the metal skin. Okay, that is a Faraday cage. A very simple example of this is a modern wallet. So if you've seen, if you buy a wallet or a card holder, all the new cards that we you have are uh, what we call as Wi-Fi enabled, right? You just tap to pay. You have something called as tap to pay. On a posh machine, you can tap and just simply do a payment. So it uses electromagnetic fields for doing the payments. So modern wallets is also a Faraday cage because then it has some kind of lining. The card holders that we get in market, which is used to store all your ATM cards, even that is a Faraday cage. So it's the most simplest example that you can have. So Faraday cage is used again to stop any interference of any of the electromagnetic field. So again, to use an example for an MRI machine, MRI machine will always have a Faraday cage kind of implementation to make sure any other electrical devices do not interfere or any magnetic field is not induced. And the reports that are created, there's no discrepancy in the reports that are being created. So I would like to stick to a very simple example for a Faraday cage. So you can just consider about your card holders, your new card holders, where you store your debit cards and credit cards. White noise is broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide presence of real emanation. So if you have any wireless devices which are, which are used to in the organization, there's something called as white noise, which is basically a false traffic or is so kind of a filler to hide or to mask the real traffic or emanation. And control zone is implementation of either Faraday cage or white noise generation or both to protect specific area in an environment. The rest of environment is not affected. So it's basically implementing both the controls. Okay, HVAC is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, which is used in any of an organization. So there are some again guidelines and standards which are defined in HVAC to make sure that proper humidity is being in control, the temperature is controlled, ventilation is controlled to keep the devices secure, and we'll see how it actually works. So temperature and humidity are maintained within a reasonable limit. A positive pressure and drainage are employed. So I'll tell you what positive pressure is. Recommended humidity levels are 40 to 50%. Why is it important to keep the humidity at a certain level is because a low humidity will cause a static electricity, and static electricity have high chances of destroying your systems. So if there is, so static electricity generally have higher voltages. So in case if any of your critical device is affected with static electricity, it could cause a damage to your system. So that's why it is recommended to have 40 to 55% humidity to reduce static electricity. But if you increase your humidity more than 55%, there'll be a lot of humidity which could cause corrosion in your system. All the metal parts or metal equipments, there'll be corrosion. There could be rusting or these could be damaged. Even for temperature, it is very important to keep the whole facility in certain temperature to avoid any fire. If there's a lot of heating that is being done in a data center, chances is that your data center could catch a fire because of heating if temperature is not well maintained in your data center. So these are some things that needs to be controlled. The facility has to be controlled with heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So what is positive pressure? Now there's a phenomena in physics where the air travels from high pressure to low pressure. So when you say that positive pressure and drainage are employed, so basically positive pressure is something where you have the pressure in your or the air pressure inside your facility should be higher. So if you open windows or doors of your facility, the air should flow outside. It shouldn't happen that the outside air is flowing inside. Inside air should flow outside. So that is called as positive pressure. If it's a negative pressure, in that case, if you open a door, the air will pass from outside to inside. That is a negative pressure. Okay, power protection. Now, this is to make sure your facility is running with proper power protection or electricity supply. Okay, so to have avoid any power cuts, what are the physical controls that you can implement is implement UPS, have generators, standby power lines, power line conditioners or regulators. So what a power line conditioner and regulators are basically it power line conditioner and regulator ensures that your current in amperes or your voltage is well regulated. So there's no spike in or any surge in the voltage. It is maintained in India. It is 220 volt whereas in US it is 110 volt. So it makes sure that the voltage is stable and does not cause any impact to any of the critical systems. For power cuts, you have UPS and generators or any standby power lines or different power lines to tackle power cuts. Okay, types of interference and noise is electromagnetic interference, which is EMI, can create different. Okay, so EMI can be created by difference between three wires, hot, neutral, and ground, and electromagnetic fields are created. In a conventional electricity line, you generally have three pin power points, out of which one is a live wire, which is here it is called as hot. The second is neutral, where you don't have a power supply, and third is a ground, which is directly connected to the ground. Ground is used for any event of short circuit. So an alternating current moves between a hot and neutral line. So that creates electromagnetic field, which can cause an impact. So you need to make sure that there's proper insulation that has been done on the wires to avoid any EMI. And radio frequency interference, RFI, can be caused by anything that creates radio waves. Fluorescent lightning is one of the main cause of RFI within the buildings today. So on the right, you can see all different sources which can cause electromagnetic interference or radio frequency interference. Fluorescent light, power source, or electric motors. So, okay, power issues is again related to power line conditioner or regulators. So there are different terminologies which are used to for the power. So interference interrupts the flow of electrical current. The fluctuation can actually deliver a different level of voltage that what was expected. Each fluctuation can be damaging to device and people. So what are these? Excess power is called as a spike, where if it's for a shorter time, it's short time high voltage is called as a spike, whereas for a prolonged high voltage, it is called as surge. For a momentary power outage is called as a fault, whereas a prolonged or complete loss of electric power is called as a blackout. And low voltage is called as a sag or a dip, and a prolonged low voltage is a brownout. And when you start an electrical system, the initial surge is called as inrush current. So these are some basic terms used in identify different voltages and characteristics of different electrical terminologies. Okay, fire prevention, detection, and suppression. Fire prevention, detection, and suppression is must for protecting personnel from harm. Should always be the most important goal of any security protection system. So people should be your priority from in case of any fire, and fire prevention, detection, suppression should be implemented. In addition, protecting other assets and material, especially IT infrastructure, should be a priority. So people should be a priority, and apart from people, you need to secure your IT infrastructure. The three-corner triangle represents fire, heat, and oxygen. Basically, this is a chemical reaction for which you need heat, oxygen, and fuel. So any of the two, when you combine them, there's event of fire. The center of triangle represent chemical reaction among these three elements. So you can use different types of suppressant. So it could be water, soda acid, dry powder, or any of the CO2 gas or any of the inert gases. So depending upon the type of fire, you need to use the correct suppressant. So a simple example, if there's an electrical equipment, you will not use a liquid or a water to suppress it, because again, it will cause more damage. Even if there's a fire on any of the liquid fuel, for example, if there's oil or a petrol or a diesel, you cannot stop it with water. You need different suppressant, for example, a soda acid or a CO2 gas or an inert gas. So water suppresses the temperature, soda, acid, and other dry powder suppresses the fuel supply, CO2 suppresses oxygen supply. Halon substitutes. Halon is an inert gas. Halon substitutes. So inert gases are basically gases that do not react with chemically with anything. Those are inert gases. So halon is an inert gas. Halon substitutes and other inflammable gases interfere with the chemistry of combustion and or suppresses oxygen supply. So halon is considered to be a dangerous gas. So when it reacts with heat at high temperature, halon gas converts into a toxic gas, not safe for humans. So halon is not used anymore. Halon substitutes are used. Some other inert gases are used to suppress fire. Okay, there are three different stages of fire. One is the incipient stage, where there's just ionization but no smoke. Basically, a simple spark that takes place, which will turn into a fire. Second stage is smoke stage, where visible smoke is visible from the point of ignition. Stage three is the flame stage, where this is when flame can be seen with naked eyes, and stage four is fire is considerably further down to time scale to a point where there are an intense heat buildup and everything in the area burns. So these are different level of fires which are being categorized, and based on the stages, you have fire prevention systems as well. So if it's just an incipient stage, you do not start with, you do not actually start with sprinklers, with water sprinklers. So at different stages, different mechanism needs to be triggered based on the stages of fire. Okay, these are types of fire extinguisher. With exam point, you will definitely have at least one question around this. So there are several types of fire extinguishers. Understanding what type to use on various forms of fire is essential to effective fire suppression. So yeah, in exam you will definitely have questions around this, that there's a fire and what class of material would you use to suppress the fire. Okay, so there are four classes A, B, C, D. Now we'll go one by one, and also I have a trick or a hack that you can use to identify the exact class. So what is A class or a class A is something which has got common combustible. Now what is common combustible is something called as something which is classified as any objects which are made up of wood, paper, or any carpet like material. So that is considered to be common combustible, and the suppressant material is water or soda ice. So the easy thing to identify class A is, so if you burn any common combustible like paper or any wooden object, everything converts to ash, right? So what I had even referred to as A for ash. So if you find A, common combustible turn into ash. Ash starts with letter A, so that's how it's a class. That's how I have actually identified, and it will help you to in from exam perspective as well. So anything that turns into ash is class A. So how do you the suppressant material for a wood or a paper would be a soda acid or a water. For liquid, if you heat or if you burn a liquid, what happens is liquid starts boiling. So it is a B for boil. So liquids boil when you heat them. So that's how B for boil, class B. So for liquids, you use CO2, which is a gas, or halon. Halon is a gas or halon substitute, and soda acid. Type C is electrical. So electrical equipments have current in them. The word current starts from C, so that's a class C. So for electrical equipments, you do not use water on it. What you use is a gas, basically gaseous substances. So CO2 is carbon dioxide or a halon gas is used. And the last is metal, any metal related fire that has to be treated with dry powder. So how do you remember class D is metals are dry in nature. D for dry. So class D. So it's just a small simple hack that I've been using in my exam as well to remember this correctly. So A stands for ash, B for boil, C for current, D for dry. So that's how I have memorized it. So you could use this in the exam as well. This was very helpful to memorize because it gets very difficult, and you will definitely have question around this. You will have at least one question around this in your CISSP exam. So this was a important topic. Okay, so other fire prevention detection suppression systems is a water slip sprinkler, typically simpler and less expensive, but can cause water damage. So there are different types of water systems that are used: wet pipe, dry pipe, deluge system, and pre-action system. So what is a wet pipe system? It is also referred to as closed head system. So this is always full of water. Water discharges immediately when suppression is triggered. Dry pipe is it does so the pipes does not have water in it because this is also designed in case if your organization is in cold countries like Russia, there could chances that your pipe might have some leakage, or there could be breakage of pipes if there's ice formation in the system. So there's an alternate to it which is called as a dry pipe system, where there's no water inside the pipe, but there is a compressed air inside it. So once suppression is triggered, the air escapes, opening the water valve that in turn causes the pipes to fill and discharge water into environment. So basically it's always filled with a compressed air, and when you trigger the alarm for fire, the the air gets discharged and it gets filled with water, and then the water is being triggered. A dilute system is nothing but similar to wet pipe, but it just have wider pipes for large flow of water. So dilute system is another form of dry pipe system that uses larger pipes and therefore delivers significantly larger volume of water. Dilute systems are inappropriate for environments that contains electronic and computers. So I mean, there has to be proper analysis which has to be done before implementing a fire suppression system. So based on your facility, what exactly are you processing? Depending on that, you implement the correct or appropriate system. So the last one is pre-action system, which is commonly used. It is a combination of wet pipe and dry pipe. So the system exists as dry pipe until the initial stage of fire, which is smoke or heat, are detected. Then the pipes are filled with water and the water are released only after sprinkler head activation triggers are melted by sufficient heat. So when we have actually seen this, right, the four stages of fire. So in the initial state, it does not actually releases water. It waits for a specific amount of heat to take place so that it melts the glass on a sprinkler, and only then water is being discharged. So why it has been implemented is in case that there is a instance of fire in stage 1 or a stage 2 or even stage 3, and if it is taken care, I mean the proper fire extinguishers are in place and the incident response team is able to suppress the fire in a facility, then you need not trigger the sprinklers, because again that will cause the water will cause a damage to all your computers, your infrastructure, right, or your electrical system will be damaged with water. So in case if you're able to successfully suppress the fire in stage 1 or stage 2, you need not activate the sprinklers. So that is how it can be suppressed. So this also reduces the risk of causing damage to your computer systems or infrastructure with water. Okay, so these are some gases which are being used. So the inert gases that I just mentioned, halon is poisonous or toxic to humans. So that's why we use alternative gas. So what is a gas discharge system is used in data centers or which are non-human compatible areas. That's why you use gases. So usually more effective than water discharge system. However, gas discharge system should not be used in environment in which people are located, because if you release such gases, people will die with suffocation. So halon is effective fire suppression compound, but it degrades into toxic gases at high temperature, hence it was banned. Owing to the issues with halon, it is often replaced by more ecologically friendly and less toxic mediums. So these are the list of different gases. These are all chemical names for these gases. Need not remember any of these gases. So these are all inert gases, basically, which means that they do not react with any of, they're chemically very inactive. So these are inert gases: argon, argonite, energen, and these are the chemical naming that has been done for the gases. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub, IIT Roorkee, and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.